Chapter 1. The Game of Dominance. Arrival in Another Realm. The Game of Dominance has commenced, scanning the target planet Blue Star, identifying suitable game participants among the global life forms. Scan complete. A total of 6,090,000,000 individuals meet the game criteria. Initiating individual transmission, countdown commencing. 3, 2, 1. At that very moment, an enigmatic voice resonated within the minds of nearly all inhabitants of Blue Star, leaving them utterly astonished. I in the office of the manager at Yongqing Life Insurance Company. The atmosphere was charged with tension. Do you have any idea how crucial General Manager Yang is to our company? I asked you to accompany him for a drink, and what did you do? You splashed wine in his face. Get out. You need not return to work. The manager, seething with rage, hurled the documents in his hand at Yang Jian, unleashing a torrent of invective. Damn it. If I don't work, then I don't. A meager 2,000 monthly salary. And you expect me to drink 4 times a day? Go to hell. Yang Jian refused to indulge the spiteful manager, who was fond of taking credit, tossing his work badge back and storming out. Go ahead and hire a multitude of fresh graduates. The manager's voice echoed behind him, slamming the desk in frustration. Unperturbed, Yang Jian felt the mysterious voice resonate in his mind once more. Scanning conditions for individual participants confirmed. Name, Yang Jian. Age, 18. Preferences, female. Transmitting into the Game of Dominance, that a flash of white light enveloped Yang Jian, and he found himself in an expanse of pure white space. All around him were others encased in similar white cocoons, both male and female. Congratulations, player Yang Jian, for entering the Game of Dominance. Please pay attention to the novice instructions. In this game of supremacy, players vie for resources to become the ultimate ruler, competing alongside billions of others where death and opportunity coexist. There lies a chance for you to ascend to divinity and attain immortality. Yang Jian felt bewildered, initially believing he was still ensnared in a dream. However, an overwhelming influx of information soon flooded his mind. Concepts of dominance, exotic beasts, innate talents, and deities filled his thoughts. Player number 117481, Yang Jian, belonging to the Dragon Kingdom, currently at level 1 initial human count, 0-100. Strength, 10. Speed, 9. Basic resistance, 1. Overall combat power, 5. Yang Jian struggled to assimilate the entirety of this information. Although he still found it hard to believe, he gradually began to accept this new reality. After all, the vividness of his surroundings was too elaborate to simply be a figment of his imagination. He glanced at the luminous cocoon to his right, where a girl with pink hair had also noticed him, her expression a mix of terror and embarrassment. Within the mysterious cocoon, all individuals could only move their heads, which was why Yang Jian felt emboldened to observe. With a smile, he turned his gaze to the right again, where another girl with long black hair and an alluring figure was fixated on him, her eyes reflecting a murderous intent. Yang Jian paid her no mind in this moment. No one could move, and a rare beauty stood before him at a distance of 5 to 6 meters. He felt it was a shame not to indulge in the view, and he was skeptical that she could inflict harm upon him. However, given the predatory glint in her eyes, he took note of her name hovering above her head, Yang Ying. The data collection for his physical attributes was complete, and the allocation to the novice village was underway. Yang Jian felt his body relax, and suddenly, a multitude of bright lights flashed before his eyes. Tens of thousands of luminous cocoons were drawn away by a mysterious force, vanishing into the golden halo above. The long-haired Yang Ying had already taken flight before Yang Jian could make his move. Before long, it was Yang Jian's turn. He felt a sensation of weightlessness, and in an instant, he found himself within a rocky cavern. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed the emptiness of the space, with nothing but the stone walls enclosing him. Lowering his gaze, he examined his attire. Clad in a white robe and black trousers, he wielded a rusty iron sword, presumably the initial equipment bestowed by the system. Weapon, rusty iron sword. Level 1. Grade white. Attack power, 5. Yang Jian set the iron sword down, rose to his feet, and began to explore the cavern, confirming its desolation. He then redirected his attention to the system panel before him. Player, Yang Jian. Strength, 10. Current location, Novice Village number 1244. On the panel, a chat box appeared, and Yang Jian reached out to click on it, revealing a flurry of conversations among the inhabitants of the novice village. Wow, I've been teleported into the Battle Royale game. Battle Royale, does that mean a struggle for supremacy in another realm? Oh no, my combat power is only 1. What's yours? I have a combat power of 4. Why is my intelligence only 1? Hey, you should be pleased your intelligence has reached an extraordinary level beyond the grasp of ordinary people. My combat power is 100. Is that true? Wow, you're amazing. Keep dreaming. If you really had a combat power of 100, I'd eat my hat upside down. Indeed, share the screenshot. If you truly possess a power level of 100, I, Li Gangtai, shall acknowledge you as my father on the spot. I shall stake my word on it. I would never want a son like you. Is your starting weapon an iron sword? Why do I have a mere wooden stick? What's wrong with a wooden stick, little sister? Yang Jian quietly observed the chat messages, and from the discussions, he gathered that everyone's combat power currently ranged between 1 and 10. As for the one boasting about a power level of 100, Yang Jian believed he was merely bragging he himself only had a power level of 5, that if someone truly possessed a power level of 100, they would be the chosen one. Wouldn't they? System announcement. All players are about to awaken random talents. Talent rating: F, the weakest, A, the strongest. A striking red announcement suddenly appeared on the chat channel screen. Instantly, the chat exploded with activity, messages flooding in at an astonishing pace. What the heck? Random talent awakening? With my good looks, will I awaken a super talent? I'm so nervous. Is it going to hurt? Hey, dream on, you should just look for a job at an electronics factory. After approximately 5 minutes, the pace of the messages began to slow down. Gradually, people started to awaken their talents. But soon, the excitement intensified once more. Damn it, I've awakened an 11 power talent, Bull Charge. It grants me the temporary strength of a bull in my arms. My talent is a level magic type, water element affinity. I can manipulate water within a 2-meter radius. Also, have you noticed? There's a blue bar beneath the health bar, and I only have 200 points of mana.m. Y talent is of S rank. Wow, the person above is a big shot. Please take me under your wing. Great one. I beseech you to guide me. Yang Jian observed the fervent discussions within the chat channel, his heart racing with a touch of anxiety. One after another, individuals revealed their talents. Yet many, like Yang Jian, remained silent observers yet to awaken their own abilities. It's about to happen. Yang Jian suddenly felt a surge of tension, as a warm, radiant energy streamed from the crown of his head, coursing throughout his entire being in an instant. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have awakened the SSS rank talent, Divine Healing Technique. A look of sheer delight spread across Yang Jian's face. Chapter 2. Divine Talent, Initial Display of Power, SSS Level Divine Healing. What exactly does a Divine Healing talent entail? Yang Jian was uncertain. Could it be that I am truly the chosen one? Hastily, he examined his status panel. Name: Yang Jian. Age: 18. Awakened Talent, SSS Level Divine Healing. Indeed. An additional skill talent appeared at the bottom of the panel, Divine Healing. Yang Jian promptly clicked on Divine Healing, and a detailed description unfolded before his eyes. Divine Healing. You possess the ability to heal all living entities, including but not limited to humans. Through the utilization of this talent, you can gain healing proficiency and experience. Special passive: Exchange of Value. All things adhere to the principle of equivalent exchange. The life you heal will develop an affinity towards you, allowing you to acquire the talent, skills, and proficiency of your healing target. Basic Initial Talent Skill: Life Breath LV. 1. Restores 500 points of health to the target. Cost: none. Cooldown time: 30 seconds. The icon for Life Breath resembled a vibrant green leaf, teeming with vitality. After reading this, Yang Jian felt both astonished and apprehensive. The SSS level Divine Healing talent was indeed formidable. Merely at level 1, it could restore 500 points of health, while his current health stood at a mere 480 points, equating to a complete recovery. This undoubtedly significantly enhanced his survival odds. However, the drawback of this talent was quite apparent. It only provided healing effects, lacking any offensive enhancements. In other words, one becomes a caretaker, unable to engage in combat, and upon encountering a powerhouse or a magic wielder, would swiftly meet their demise. This thought inevitably conjured memories for Yang Jian of an anime he had watched in his past life, where the protagonist was also a healer. However, With only the gift of healing and devoid of any offensive capabilities, he was ostracized by others, ultimately manipulated into performing unspeakable acts, living a fate worse than death. The mere idea that others might discover he had awakened an SSS-level talent, yet possessed no means of attack, sent shivers down his spine. This realm was rife with peril. Devoid of the moral and legal constraints that once governed his previous life, where the essence of humanity, greed, and desire could easily be provoked and laid bare in such an environment. At present, the chat channel buzzed with fervor, a mere consequence of the game's nascent phase and the curiosity that accompanied it. However, the circumstances would undoubtedly shift in due time. Yang Jian pondered gravely. His divine talent must remain concealed. Such an alluring gift, if discovered, would inevitably attract envy and lead to unimaginable nightmares. Just then, a Crimson System announcement reverberated through the chat channel. Talent Awakening in Novice Village 1124 has been completed. Free mode will commence in 30 minutes. Note, during free mode, the Novice Village will be inundated with a multitude of low-level monsters. Slaying these creatures will yield random rewards. After 7 days, the first wave of Beast Tide will conclude. Players who successfully repel the tide will receive survival rewards. Regarding the transaction system, the store has been activated, allowing players to exchange the corpses of wild creatures for gold coins. Additionally, players may use these coins to purchase relevant items from the system's shop. Note, players can engage in item trading through the auction house independently, although a portion of the transaction will incur a service fee. A special reminder, the vitality and attack power of wild creatures significantly surpass that of ordinary players. It is advisable for players to form teams to hunt them down. Some powerful wild creatures possess unique skills, so please exercise caution and discernment to avoid potential dangers. Please be aware, during the Beast Tide, players' cave spaces will be temporarily closed and will reopen once the tide has subsided. Wishing all players good luck. A conspicuous array of crimson characters materialized, positioned at the pinnacle of the public screen, impervious to being overshadowed by ordinary messages. Many players, upon reading this information, were overwhelmed with trepidation. The Beast Tide. We must confront the Beast Tide. Even the ordinary wild creatures are more formidable than we are. What should we do? I am merely a C-level strength talent. Seeking a team. I am even weaker. I possess a D-level strength talent. Oh great one, please take me along. Silence. Follow my lead. I am the possessor of an S-level talent, the Predator. Heed my commands. I am Li Yuan. Suddenly, a message appeared, and the speed of the screen refresh slowed considerably. Incredible. An S-level talent. There truly exists an S-level talent. The esteemed Li Yuan possesses an S-level talent. What does the S-level Predator talent entail? It allows for the execution of prey with less than 50 vitality, Li Yuan explained. Astonishing. That is truly impressive. Oh great one, please take us with you. Just follow me. We shall gather at the village entrance. Those who refuse to comply need not join. Li Yuan continued. Li Yuan, the Great. I wish to form a team. As a girl, I seek your support. I can be quite adorable, exclaimed a user named Princess Yao Yao. Yang Jian also took note of the information released by Li Yuan and could not help but frown. It must be said that Li Yuan's Predator skill is remarkably powerful. As soon as he reduces his prey's health to 50, he immediately triggers his execution line. In a certain sense, this skill surpasses his healing abilities significantly, especially at the beginning, when everyone is just starting out and generally weaker in strength. The terrifying efficacy of this skill against wild monsters is evident. It is foreseeable that if Li Yuan's team flourishes, he will become the one to level up the fastest. After all, he is the first to secure kills. And even when in a team, the experience he gains will surpass that of others. Perhaps this is the reason why Li Yuan revealed his S-grade talent from the outset. It was not without careful consideration. On the surface, he appears to unite everyone, but in reality, he exploits the general weakness of players in the early stages to serve his own interests. Li Yuan truly plays a clever game. Yang Jian scoffed inwardly. Most individuals are not foolish. There are certainly others besides Yang Jian who can discern Li Yuan's intentions. Nevertheless, in this context, many still wish to form teams, including those who undoubtedly see through Li Yuan's schemes. Indeed, Li Yuan's Predator ability is tantamount to having the player's health, effectively reducing the game's difficulty by 50%. It is now evident how Li Yuan's team is poised to evolve and expand. I find myself entangled in these trivial matters. The crux lies in how to enhance my own capabilities. The healing talent, particularly in the early stages, does seem somewhat lackluster. Yet, it is not devoid of merit. I can certainly utilize healing spells to accrue experience for myself. Furthermore, I possess the unique passive ability of reciprocity. Anyone I have healed allows me to siphon their talents. Should they awaken with an ordinary healing talent devoid of any special effects, Yang Jian might resign himself to his fate. However, he is now awakening a divine healing spell. This SSS grade skill can undoubtedly surpass the S-grade Predator ability. In 1 minute, the Beast Tide will commence. Players are advised to prepare themselves. The system's voice abruptly pulled Yang Jian back to reality. Simultaneously, he gazed ahead as a portal of light materialized within the cave. The Beast Tide is about to begin. Chapter 3. Novice Village 1124. Yang Jian stepped through the luminous portal, wielding a rusted iron sword, and found himself amidst a cluster of rudimentary wooden structures. Novice Village 1124. He glanced around, observing the sea of players clad in white attire and black trousers, each brandishing an assortment of novice weapons. Their eyes sparkled with excitement. Numbering in the hundreds, Yang Jian remained silent, discreetly observing. Suddenly, a booming voice resonated through the air. Brotherly Yuan is here. Those wishing to form a party, follow me. A dark-haired man, brandishing a rusted sword aloft, called out from the front. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, a shadow loomed behind him, and a massive maw lunged toward his head. With a sickening crunch, blood splattered as a half-meter-tall red-eyed wolf severed the man's head, beginning to gnaw on it ravenously. This shocking spectacle rendered everyone frozen in place. Then, a voice pierced the silence, shouting, "Beast Tide." Instantly, the crowd snapped back to reality. Erupting into frantic cries and chaotic flight, the scene descending into utter disarray. Red-eyed wolf, LV, 2 race, beast attack power, 20 speed, 20 group attack. Yang Jian felt a chill run down his spine upon reading this information. Almost immediately, the howls of wolves echoed from all directions, the sound indicating no fewer than 100 giant wolves. Run. Without a second thought, Yang Jian took off, understanding that being besieged by a pack of wolves rendered even the mightiest healing spell futile. Was it truly this intense right from the start? In the face of impending danger, Yang Jian gritted his teeth and sprinted backward. Contemplating the situation was futile. The priority lay in devising a means of escape from this dire predicament. Should the wolf pack encircle him, even with 10 pairs of wings, his death would be inevitable. Suddenly, a woman's head plummeted from above, rolling to a stop before him, her eyes wide open, lifelessly staring at Yang Jian. "You are the one." Yang Jian halted in his tracks, bending down to press on her head. Life Essence. The skill activated abruptly. A verdant glow emanated from his palm. Yet, 5 seconds later, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Treatment failed. Life Essence proficiency increased by 1. Transaction and reward. You have used Life Essence on Chen Xinxiao. Feedback skill, lower tier defense, Simple Shield LV. 1. Simple Shield. Though not an offensive skill, it was far from useless. Especially in such chaotic circumstances, a defensive skill could significantly enhance his chances of survival. Yang Jian activated the Simple Shield and immediately resumed his flight, a ring of ochre stones swirling around him. Should any projectile or fierce beast attempt to strike Yang Jian, these stones would instinctively rush forth to intercept the attack. Of course, the extent to which they could withstand the force of an assault remained questionable. Furthermore, as this skill was acquired passively, activating the Simple Shield consumed no mana and would persist until shattered. The sole drawback was that once the shield was broken, there would be a 30-second cooldown before it could be employed again. However, at that moment, Yang Jian could hardly afford to dwell on such concerns. He ran fervently, occasionally glancing back. Behind him, besides the crimson-eyed wolf pack, emerged numerous grotesque beasts, such as the large-eared bears and the long-legged serpents, all targeting Yang Jian and his fellow novice players. Yang Jian observed that many players had not fled. Instead, they had formed a united front against the attacking monsters. Suddenly, a flash of crimson light illuminated the scene as a young woman, her eyes wide in horror, was pierced through the heart by the serpent's tongue. However, the long-legged serpent was swiftly impaled by a golden greatsword. A stream of white experience emanated from the serpent's lifeless body, coalescing into the man wielding the golden sword and the 7 others surrounding him. If you wish to survive, fight with all your might. Is there anyone skilled in healing? Lu Jing needs assistance to replenish his vitality. Lu Zheng withdrew the golden sword from the serpent's body and quickly retreated into the crowd. Alas, the young woman who just fell victim to the serpent was our team's sole healer. Someone responded, "Damn it. At this rate, we shall be overwhelmed by these wild creatures." Lu Zheng gritted his teeth, gasping for breath. Yang Jian's expression shifted as he turned and sprinted toward Lu Zheng's group of 8. I can heal. Allow me to join your team. He shouted. You can heal? Lu Zheng turned his gaze toward him instantly, but was soon enveloped by a green light that surged into his body. Indeed, I have regained 100 points of health. Lu Zheng rejoiced as he felt his wounds mend and his strength return. Healing breath, 20% restored. Yang Jian had not fully unleashed his healing capabilities, only utilizing a fraction of his power. Allow me to join the ranks. I am depleting my stamina. My healing spell can only be cast once every 5 minutes. Yang Jian feigned a weak demeanor. Lu Zheng quickly grasped the situation and called for a spot to be cleared. Hurry, place this brother in the center. Protect him and guide him to the village entrance. Though his healing abilities paled in comparison to Xiaoyan's, he was now our lifeline. A group of individuals hastily cleared a path, ensuring Yang Jian was securely shielded in the middle. Reward and gain. You have successfully healed Lu Zheng. You have received an intermediate enhancement, weapon enchantment. It's done. Yang Jian appeared utterly exhausted, yet internally he was filled with elation. It turned out Lu Zheng's skill was weapon enchantment. Recalling the magnificent golden sword in Lu Zheng's possession, Yang Jian felt a wave of realization wash over him. Intermediate enchantment LV 1. Enchant a weapon to double its attack power. Cost. This will accelerate the weapon's durability consumption. When a weapon's durability reaches 0, it can no longer inflict any damage. With this skill, Yang Jian was finally no longer powerless. He then shifted his gaze to the surrounding 8-person team. He was firmly protected in the center, flanked by 2 serious-looking women capable of enhancing group defense and 4 shield bearers. Group defense, Blue Aura, increases the defense of allies within a 5-meter radius by 30 points. Forward barrier, raise shields to reduce incoming attacks by 30. Yang Jian observed that the true offensive power of the team lay solely with Lu Zheng and another man wielding a gun. The remaining 6 were all support roles. Lu Gang, how many more times can your silver bullet be used? Lu Zheng inquired loudly. It can be used once more. My mana is depleted. Lu Gang gritted his teeth as he inspected the remnants of his blue energy after just having dispatched a red-eyed giant wolf. Damn it, Lu Zheng muttered through clenched jaws. Observing the relentless tide of red-eyed wolves advancing towards them in increasing numbers. Glancing at his ineffectual teammates, he inwardly lamented their uselessness. Merely bolstering defenses and providing healing seemed utterly futile. A pang of regret washed over him for having allied with these individuals. Initially, he had presumed the beast horde would be a trivial challenge, yet he was caught off guard by its perilous nature from the outset. Particularly alarming was the sight of players being slain almost immediately after the game began, an atmosphere of dread permeating the air. Prolonging this struggle would lead to inevitable demise. After all, they were merely acquaintances from the public chat. Rather than perish together, perhaps it would be wiser to. Lu Zheng surveyed the beleaguered shield bearers and Yang Jian, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. In the next instant, Lu Zheng shouted, on my command. I will unleash my ultimate move to hold them off. On the count of 3, you all break westward. Lu Zheng had always been the linchpin of the team, exhibiting formidable strength that garnered unwavering trust. His orders were met with no dissent. Immediately, the 4 shield bearers in the front line strategically retracted and formed a charge formation. Only Yang Jian sensed an underlying dissonance. At Lu Zheng's command, the 4 shield bearers along with 2 defensive ladies surged forward. However, after advancing a few meters, they realized something was amiss. Turning back, they discovered that Lu Zheng and Lu Gang had inexplicably surged in an entirely opposite direction. At that moment, they finally realized they had been betrayed. Curse Lu Zheng! What are you doing? A shield bearer shouted. In the next instant, a searing pain pierced through his abdomen as a long, serpentine tongue impaled him. An indescribable agony spread throughout his being. I am dying, Chun Anhua lamented, but just then, a surge of green light flashed before him, and the flickering spark of life was rekindled. I'm not dead. Chun Anhua was momentarily stunned as he felt his wound begin to heal. Despite the severed tongue of the serpent still dangling there, he was not alone. Others who had been used as bait and were on the brink of death from the relentless assault of the monsters experienced the same miraculous recovery. Their injuries mended, and their lost vitality surged back to its full measure. Yet, before they could revel in their newfound hope, a piercing scream jolted everyone back to grim reality. 3 crimson-eyed giant wolves lunged at them once more, and soon the 6 of them found themselves once again ensnared in the monster's ruthless onslaught. Utterly defenseless, and suffering heavy casualties. Chapter 4. Skill Fusion. How foolish. They still do not realize they should flee. Yang Jian observed the 6 individuals behind him, besieged, and shook his head in resignation. Indeed, healing spells could not cure the affliction of ignorance. Had Chen Anhua and the others fled immediately after their recovery, perhaps 1 or 2 might have escaped. However, now, Yang Jian glanced back at the 4 elongated serpents rushing towards them and sighed. It was evident that Chen Anhua and his companions had lost all hope. Nonetheless, their demise was not entirely in vain, for it had afforded Yang Jian 2 skills and 3 basic points. Blue Miasma consumes blue energy to enhance defense. Forward Barrier mitigates damage from the front. The skills converted into corresponding basic points, granting him an increase of 1 in defense and 3 in resilience. Trading a chance at survival for 2 skills, I have shown great benevolence. In the earlier scenario, Yang Jian could not possibly remain alongside Chen Anhua and the others. Even Lu Zheng and Lu Gang were unable to withstand the onslaught of the beasts. What more could be expected of Yang Jian? Even with his weapon enchanting skills, he could not endure. Furthermore, his life essence had a cooldown of 30 seconds, and it was clear that without the support of Lu Zheng and Lu Gang, Chen Anhua and the others would not last that long. This was the very reason Yang Jian chose to flee without hesitation. He did not consider himself capable of playing the savior, with the distraction provided by the expendable Chen Anhua and his group. Yang Jian had already put considerable distance between himself and the chaos. However, he did not dash about aimlessly. Rather, he closely followed Lu Zheng and Lu Gang. Lu Zheng and Lu Gang turned around, discovering that Yang Jian had followed them. Oh, it seems not everyone is as foolish as Chen Anhua and his companions, Lu Zheng remarked, his eyes narrowing slightly. Beside him, Lu Gang immediately aimed his gun at Yang Jian, shouting, "Get lost. Follow us again, and you'll meet your end. Don't attract those wild monsters." Yang Jian hastily raised his hands, his voice trembling. "Great One, take me with you. I possess healing skills. I can assist you." With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a beam of green light that enveloped Lu Gang's head. It was indeed a healing spell. Lu Gang felt a surge of vitality returning, and his expression softened somewhat. However, as he examined the healing information, his countenance shifted to one of disbelief. Only a recovery of 1 point? Lu Gang questioned his own vision, rubbing his eyes multiple times, but upon confirming the reality, he was consumed by indignation. "You little rascal think you can fool me?" Lu Gang raised his gun, ready to eliminate Yang Jian. Yet, in the next moment, a searing pain shot through his arm, and his entire limb was severed at the root. Intermediate enchantment, standard slash. Seizing the moment while Lu Gang was still in shock, Yang Jian had already made his move. Without a hint of hesitation, the enchanted rusty sword radiated a brilliant golden light, cutting through flesh as effortlessly as slicing through tofu. "Brother!" Lu Zheng, realizing the situation, bellowed as he drew his sword to strike at Yang Jian. However, with a resounding thud, the iron sword collided with the stone, recoiling violently. Basic shield. At a critical moment, this previously underestimated skill had shielded Yang Jian from the blow. Yang Jian let out a cold sneer as he bent low, rolling forward to strike at Lu Zheng's ankle with his sword. A splatter of blood erupted, and Lu Zheng collapsed, his life force rapidly diminishing. Always scheming against others, they were now reaping the bitter fruits of their own machinations. Yang Jian sheathed his sword with a frosty demeanor. He had anticipated the treachery of Lu Zheng, who intended to use him as bait, prompting Yang Jian to take decisive action before being targeted himself. Did Lu Gang not keep his weapon trained on Yang Jian without deviation? Had he hesitated even for a moment, he would have met with the chilling embrace of a bullet. Regrettably, had the two of them stood firm and combined their efforts with Yang Jian's healing abilities, they might have held out long enough to rendezvous with Li Yuan's main force at the village entrance. Alas, reality was merciless, and in an instant, 6 lives were extinguished due to the betrayal of the Lu brothers. Shaking his head, Yang Jian turned away from Lu Zheng and his companion, charging forward. He refrained from delivering a fatal blow to either, for their continued existence could buy him precious time. Suddenly, a massive rhinoceros charged forth, crushing Lu Gang's skull in an instant before engaging Lu Zheng in a fierce battle. Yang Jian glanced back to witness Lu Zheng, despite exerting every ounce of strength, succumbing to the might of the rhinoceros, which impaled him through the chest with its horn. The rhinoceros let out a thunderous roar, raising its front hooves before crashing them down with earth-shaking force. It then pivoted, spotting the fleeing Yang Jian, and charged forward, carrying Lu Zhang's lifeless body with it. The speed of the rhinoceros was formidable, and realizing he could not evade it, Yang Jian decisively drew his sword and prepared to defend himself. Intermediate enchantment, weapon enhancement. A resounding clash echoed through the air. The horns of the mighty rhinoceros clashed with the golden sword, instantly unleashing a swirling gust of white energy. Despite the formidable hardness of the level 2 rhinoceros horn, Yang Jian's weapon, imbued with enchantments, doubled its attacking power, rendering the contest between them fiercely balanced. Mo! The giant rhinoceros roared in fury, confronted by a seemingly feeble human who dared to impede its advance. It thrust forward with its powerful hind legs, striving to overpower Yang Jian with sheer strength. Yet, Yang Jian merely chuckled coldly. With a surge of vitality, a wave of verdant healing energy coursed into the rhinoceros's body, momentarily halting its aggressive motion. The balance of effort and reward revealed itself. You have acquired the skill Mighty Enhancement LV1. Exactly this. Yang Jian's countenance brightened with joy. In the next instant, the Mighty Enhancement activated with sudden intensity. Mighty Enhancement temporarily amplifies one's physical strength by 1 to 3 times based on the fundamental strength value. Yang Jian's right arm bulged with muscle, the weight of the sword suddenly lessening. This was a threefold increase. Firmly gripping his sword with both hands, he exerted his newfound power to force the rhinoceros back, its hooves sinking into the sand, leaving behind trails as it was pushed along. The rhinoceros, flustered and enraged, could hardly fathom that such a robust beast would be bested in strength by a mere human. Yet the reality stood before it. This human was no ordinary foe. Die, little darling, Yang Jian sneered, exerting all his might as the luminous sword flashed through the air. The rhinoceros's head was severed cleanly, blood splattering across Yang Jian's face. A radiant white light erupted from the slain rhinoceros's body, merging seamlessly into Yang Jian. With a crisp sound, Yang Jian felt as though something within him had shattered, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of liberation. The player Yang Jian ascended to level 2, earning a reward of 1 free skill point. His proficiency in life essence currently stood at 30, meeting the requirements for advancement. He now faced the choice of either enhancing his life essence directly or amalgamating it with other skills for further enhancement. Note: the direct enhancement of life essence results in an increased basic health recovery, while the fusion effect varies depending on the attributes of the integrated skills. As Yang Jian reviewed his options, he found himself in a state of contemplation, pondering which skill among the plethora he possessed would be most advantageous to fuse. Chapter 5. Blue skills. The direct promotion of the life breath skill was not a consideration for Yang Jian. For him, the difference between restoring 1,000 points of health and 500 points of health was negligible. If given the choice, Yang Jian would prefer to merge and acquire some formidable skills instead. Currently, he possessed the following skills: Life Breath, Simple Shield, Blue Haze, Forward Barrier, Weapon Enchantment, Silver Bullets, and Brute Force Enhancement. Among these, the lower-tier skills included Simple Shield, Blue Haze, and Forward Barrier, while the intermediate skills comprised Weapon Enchantment, Silver Bullets, and Brute Force Enhancement. As Yang Jian ran, he pondered the implications of these skills. The effect of Silver Bullets was to transform the ammunition of the wielded firearm into silver bullets, inflicting an additional 30 damage to demonic and vampiric foes, and 10 extra damage to ordinary monsters. This skill had been acquired from Lu Gang. Yang Jian realized that by utilizing Life Breath on a target, he could siphon away their talents, even if it was merely to restore a single point of health. This had been confirmed with Lu Gang. At present, Yang Jian lacked any firearms, thus silver bullets were not a priority. Consequently, he was left with 2 options: Weapon Enchantment and Brute Force Enhancement. Wait a moment. Why was he in such a rush to make a choice? He could simply hold off until he obtained superior skills for merging. A sudden epiphany illuminated his thoughts. The amalgamation of primary skills was undoubtedly best when stronger. Although Weapon Enchantment and Brute Force Enhancement appeared potent, they were, in reality, merely average, as their skill levels were distinctly intermediate. In search of greater talent, such as Li Yuan, Yang Jian suddenly became enlightened. Currently, the most formidable talents known in the Novice Village, number 1124, are just 2, himself and Li Yuan. Li Yuan had already sent out a message in the chat, summoning everyone to gather at the village entrance. Consequently, nearly all players, including Lu Zheng and others from earlier, were making their way towards the entrance. With this thought in mind, Yang Jian promptly turned and sprinted towards the novice village's entrance. The map of the novice village is accessible to nearly all players via the attribute panel in the upper right corner, so Yang Jian need not worry about losing his way. However, the journey was not entirely smooth. He encountered 3 red-eyed giant wolves, which he dispatched one by one. Since his ascension to level 2, the once seemingly invincible level 2 wolves now appeared rather trivial. After all, Yang Jian possessed numerous skill enhancements, completely overpowering the same level wild creatures in terms of attack power, speed, and defense. Moreover, he had a skill that could restore half of his health, rendering the wild creatures incapable of defeating him. Were it not for the concern that lingering too long might attract the following horde of beasts, Yang Jian would have seriously contemplated slaying these wild creatures to level up quickly, given how effortlessly he was able to defeat them. Yet, caution prevailed. Excessive confidence in his own strength could prove detrimental. Although Yang Jian believed that his current combat prowess was unmatched by most players, he remained prudent. At last, the village entrance lay ahead. Yang Jian's gaze fixed upon a cluster of dozens of players gathered together, with one player seated on a stool, elevated high above the rest, wielding a blue magic wand, commanding the crowd like a sovereign. It was none other than Li Yuan. With a mere glance, Yang Jian immediately recognized the scene. Who else, aside from the S-class talent Li Yuan, could command such attention? Li Yuan stood confidently at the center, surrounded by a throng of supporters. In the front, 8 heavily armored shield bearers formed a barrier against a pack of ferocious giant wolves, while the short sword brigade held their ground in the middle. Behind them, the gunmen of the musket team were poised, accompanied by a contingent of long-range mages, and finally, Li Yuan's personal guard stood watch. Suddenly, 10 long-legged serpents lunged forward. These serpents, with their vibrant green bodies reminiscent of lizards, moved with astonishing speed, their tongues darting like blades. However, at Li Yuan's command, the short blade team surged into action, while the musket team and the mages unleashed a barrage of bullets, severely wounding the serpents. In that moment, Li Yuan brandished his wand and intoned the incantation, Burning Plains. Instantly, a sea of flames erupted beneath the serpents' feet. Those wounded serpents, with their health below 50%, were instantly incinerated. In the blink of an eye, dozens of long-legged serpents lay slain, and a substantial amount of experience points ascended, with the majority accruing to Li Yuan before being distributed among the rest of the team. A radiant glow enveloped Li Yuan. Excellent. After vanquishing 3 waves of creatures, he had finally leveled up twice. Relishing the surge of power within him, Li Yuan felt a surge of joy. Meanwhile, the others in his team remained at level 1. Their experience gains disappointingly meager. Though a sense of discontent lingered in their hearts, they refrained from voicing their grievances, recognizing that Li Yuan was the cornerstone of their team. Onward to the next wave, Li Yuan commanded, and the team set off once more in search of new prey. Yang Jian withdrew his gaze, initially intending to cast a healing spell on Li Yuan and subsequently seize his skills. However, it appeared that the opposing formation did not permit outsiders to approach. After a brief moment, he glanced aside. In addition to Li Yuan, there were several other groups at the village entrance, also battling against the surging horde of beasts, and they seemed to possess considerable strength. Behold, a thunderous roar erupted from the brute giant, as a bald man transformed into a towering figure, standing an impressive 2.5 meters tall. With bare hands, he tore apart a massive wolf and sent a giant horned rhinoceros flying with a kick. Remarkable. Is that the effect of the giant bloodline skill? I envy Lu Wei. How I wish I had that A-grade talent. Despite its immense power, the aftermath is quite significant. Just look at Lu Wei. After using the giant bloodline, he requires a 2-minute rest, during which he cannot move, and it places a substantial burden on his body. Observe, he is coughing up blood again. Yang Jian followed the source of the player's voice and saw Lu Wei, who had just exhibited tremendous strength, now retreating back to his original form, shielded within his team as he recovered, appearing rather feeble. The giant bloodline Yang Jian's eyes gleamed with determination as he dashed towards Lu Wei. When he was about 10 meters away, he made his move. A radiant aura of life emanated from his hands, transforming into a cascade of light that fell upon Lu Wei and his companions. Instantly, everyone in Lu Wei's team received the blessing of the radiance, restoring 50 points of health. What just happened? My health has been restored? I am alive again. Some expressed their gratitude with tears, as they had been clinging to the last vestiges of their life. Vivi, is this the effect of your healing technique? Almost the entire team led by Lu Wei turned their gaze towards the girl in the center. Su Weiwei appeared equally bewildered, uncertain of the situation. Indeed, she was the sole healer in the team, yet her ability to restore life was limited to a mere 50 points for a single individual, and she had just utilized it on Lu Wei, leaving her with a 1-minute cooldown. Could it be that I have triggered a hidden effect of the skill? Su Weiwei pondered to herself. In the distance, Yang Jian quietly observed the scene, noticing that they were oblivious to his presence, and he stealthily turned to leave. Just moments ago, he had acquired 8 additional skills. Chapter 6. The Struggle for Prey Lower Tier Talent. Life Restoration. Restores 50 health points to a unit within a 10-meter radius, with a cooldown of 1 minute. Lower Tier Talent. Unyielding Defense. Temporarily doubles your defense for a duration of 20 seconds, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Lower Tier Talent. Blade Dance. When wielding a knife or sword, enhances your wrist for 3 rapid slashes. This ability is usable until the enhancement charges are depleted, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Mid-tier talent, Swift March. After disengaging from combat for 10 seconds, your movement speed increases by 30. This effect ceases upon receiving or dealing damage, and once interrupted, it has a cooldown of 30 seconds. Mid-tier talent, Agile Strike. When equipped with a dagger, you can leap forward instantaneously for a distance of 5 meters, with your next attack against an enemy dealing a critical hit within 5 seconds, while reducing the target's additional armor by 30. Successfully landing the strike will return 50 of the cooldown, with a cooldown period of 20 seconds. Mid-tier talent, Perfect Counter. When an enemy is in an abnormal state, your attacks inflict an additional 30 damage. This is a passive skill that can trigger once within 10 seconds. Mid-tier talent, United We Stand. You can connect with allied units to share damage. This connection is severed when your health drops to 30. Passive skill, Blood and Flesh. Having survived countless battles, your health regeneration rate is enhanced, being twice that of ordinary characters. Upper tier talent, Bloodline of Giants. When life exceeds 50, this skill may be utilized, granting a cataclysmic surge in one's strength, size, speed, and defense. However, the damage inflicted upon you will be doubled, and passive pain decay will occur. In the giant state, your life force will deplete rapidly, and once it falls below 20, the transformation into a giant will cease, plunging you into a state of weakness where your speed, strength, and defense will be drastically diminished until your life force is restored to 50. Yang Jian's gaze lingered on the final aspect of the giant bloodline, and he was somewhat taken aback to discover that this giant bloodline skill actually reduces health. I possess the Life Breath skill, which allows me to recover 50 of my health at any moment. Thus, the effects of weakness are virtually negligible for me. This skill seems tailor-made for my needs. Yang Jian felt a surge of excitement. The drawbacks of the giant bloodline appear substantial. In a weakened state, one cannot move or engage in combat, and defense will be compromised, necessitating the presence of a guardian. Yet, as soon as life is restored to 50, the debuff of weakness will dissipate. Currently, Yang Jian's Life Breath can restore 500 health points, while he possesses only 860 health. A single healing spell would elevate him above 50, rendering the effects of weakness inconsequential. Truly a testament to the SSS level talent. Remarkable. Yang Jian now comprehends the formidable power of God-tier healing spells, while they may seem limited to mere healing effects. When combined with other ingenious skills, this healing spell becomes invincible. Should I merge with the giant bloodline? As he calmed his thoughts, Yang Jian began to ponder this question. The giant bloodline indeed possesses immense strength, yet its potential is clearly defined, rated as an A-level advanced talent. If given the opportunity, Yang Jian would prefer to amalgamate the S-class talent. His current combat capability suffices for the time being, and he is in no rush to merge. He shall wait until he acquires Li Yuan's talent. Li Yuan's Predator talent has been a long-cherished desire of his, a talent of the S-class that allows one to deliver a decisive blow directly to the health line, making monster hunting exceedingly convenient. Unfortunately, Li Yuan is currently encircled by a large group, making it challenging for anyone to approach him easily. Yang Jian also yearns to utilize his Radiant Rain to siphon skills, but regrettably, Li Yuan's team possesses a protective barrier that nullifies magical attacks, including Yang Jian's healing spells, courtesy of some prodigious talent within the group. Since Li Yuan is temporarily inaccessible, it is prudent to harvest the talents of others first. Given the multitude of players and the abundance of corpses in the vicinity, he is not concerned about the unavailability of talents. Yang Jian does not dwell on this issue. He is confident that Li Yuan's talent will ultimately become his own. Thus, it is time to commence leveling up. With a glint in his eye, Yang Jian focused on the distant battlefield. Players are banding together to combat wild creatures, engaged in fierce exchanges with significant casualties. Currently, most players are at level 1, unable to defeat the generally level 2 wild beasts in solitary combat. Hence, they must team up, but this results in a diminished share of experience, leading to slow progression. However, Yang Jian is different. His combat prowess utterly overwhelms those ordinary wild beasts, and by utilizing healing spells, he can also garner experience for himself. Through this accumulation, he has already surged ahead, attaining level 2. This area is not within the wild beast encirclement, making it the perfect opportunity for him to showcase his abilities. After a moment's contemplation, Yang Jian selected several practical talents from those he had recently acquired, familiarizing himself with them once more. Not all of the talents he had gathered were beneficial. For instance, the talent United We Stand, which allows one to take damage on behalf of others while accelerating their healing, proved to be rather superfluous. Additionally, there were talents with equipment restrictions, such as Agile Strike, which required a dagger, skills that Yang Jian was currently unable to utilize. Nevertheless, some talents were undeniably advantageous, such as Unyielding Defense, Swift Slaughter, and Rapid March, all of which would aid him in unleashing explosive power. It was time to commence the hunt. Yang Jian's gaze flickered as he glanced into the distance. A 5-member team was engaged in a fierce battle against a level 2 zebra bear, yet the situation appeared dire. The zebra bear was effortlessly fending off all 5 attackers. The sole reason Yang Jian was focused on this team was that all 5 members were women. Over time, he had observed that most women tended to awaken talents that were either supportive or magical in nature, making this melee team, armed with swords and knives, quite a rarity. Come on, sisters, don't give up. The zebra bear only has 200 health points left. Let us give it our all, shouted a tall, ponytailed woman, her fair midriff exposed as she wielded a sword and shield. The other women, bearing varying degrees of injury, immediately rallied their spirits and resumed their assault upon hearing her encouraging words. While their attacks were not particularly potent, when combined, even the smallest of creatures can fell a giant. At that moment, the zebra bear let out a thunderous roar, instantly stunning the 5 maidens before him, rendering them motionless. Seizing this opportunity, the zebra bear launched a ferocious attack, its massive paw descending menacingly towards the maiden with her hair tied up. Her eyes widened in terror as she attempted to resist, yet her body obstinately refused to obey. Just as the bear's claw was about to smash into her beautiful visage, turning it into a pulp, a voice echoed in her ear. What? Is that a paralysis skill? I'll take it. A radiant green light swept past her, striking the bear's enormous paw. The zebra bear paused momentarily, recovering a point of health. However, in the very next moment, its eyes bulged, and its head detached from its body. Blood gushed forth, painting the maiden's face a vivid crimson as the colossal bear's head thudded to the ground, rolling to her feet. A stream of white experience emanated from the bear's head, soaring towards Yang Jian. What? A bounty of 50 experience points? Not bad at all. He turned to the 5 maidens, still in shock, and flashed a grin, revealing his pearly white teeth. Chapter 7. Intentional Provocation. Yang Jian's gaze audaciously roamed over the 5 young women, although all were clad in novice attire of white tops and black trousers. The female characters' black trousers were notoriously short, revealing a distinct charm as they barely reached mid-thigh. Yang Jian meticulously observed the details. The girl with her hair tied back stood out as the most attractive among the 5, closely followed by a short-haired girl with an orange hairpin and glasses. Next was the one with the slimmest waist adorned with earrings, then a somewhat bashful student, and lastly, a girl exuding a rebellious spirit. In his mind, Yang Jian silently ranked the 5. Why did you steal our wild monster? Do you have any idea how hard we fought against that zebra bear? After a moment, the girl with her hair tied back was the first to regain her composure and voice her complaint. What do you mean I stole your wild monster? Yang Jian nonchalantly replied, digging into his ear. Wild monsters are fair game for anyone. Who decreed that what you hunt belongs solely to you? Furthermore, I just saved your lives. Instead of expressing gratitude, you choose to hurl insults at me. Is that reasonable? The girl with her hair tied back found herself momentarily speechless, taken aback by Yang Jian's pointed inquiries. Indeed, he spoke the truth. She had been paralyzed for a full 10 seconds. In that brief span, the zebra bear could have easily trampled all 5 of them. Had it not been for Yang Jian's timely intervention, they would undoubtedly have faced a game over. In other words, Yang Jian was their savior. Reflecting on her earlier tone, the girl with her hair tied up felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. My name is Yining. I am grateful for your assistance. I apologize for my earlier demeanor, and I sincerely wish to express my regret. An apology is unnecessary. Yang Jian interjected, cutting off Yining before she could finish her sentence. He took a step back, distancing himself from her and her companions to avoid any association. It is best to maintain a safe distance from such foolish individuals. I cannot be bothered to engage with you further. I am leaving, he declared, casting down a shower of healing light before turning away. Yining and her companions stood in a state of bewilderment, exchanging glances. At that moment, the bespectacled girl, Wang Yuan, leaned in and asked, "What should we do, Sister Ning? He has taken the experience from the zebra bear. We have essentially worked for him." "Indeed, Sister Ning. Our efforts were in vain. That person is infuriating. What are we to do?" The girls lamented, each voicing their grievances. However, Yining responded coldly, "Without his intervention, we would have been crushed by the zebra bear long ago, yet you blame him for seizing your experience." The group fell into a sudden silence. Unable to refute this undeniable truth, Yining surveyed their faces and continued, "Consider this. He could have easily waited for the zebra bear to eliminate us before taking action. He could still have vanquished the creature after our demise. Why did he choose not to?" The girls were struck by enlightenment, left momentarily speechless. Indeed, Yang Jian could have disregarded their lives entirely, even allowing the zebra bear to kill them before intervening. Yet, his timely action spoke volumes about his intent. Perhaps Yang Jian did not care about the zebra bear at all, or perhaps he never intended to compete for it with them from the very beginning. Upon this realization, a twinge of shame arose in the hearts of the four, though it was swiftly suppressed. Yining, observing the clarity in the thoughts of her companions, suddenly remarked with a smile, "Moreover, although that person has slain the zebra bear, he did not take the most precious thing. He left it for us. Look." Yining pointed to the headless carcass on the ground. The zebra bear's body weighed over 400 pounds, and being a rare wild creature, its meat far surpassed that of other beasts. This zebra bear would provide sustenance for Yining and her companions for quite some time. In truth, slaying a zebra bear did not guarantee that all 5 members of the team would level up. The crucial factor was obtaining the meat to survive. Did he intentionally leave the meat behind? Someone inquired, prompting the others to pause in astonishment. Regardless of whether it was intentional or not, "Let's divide and store the meat first," Yining proposed. The others agreed without objection. Pondering such matters was futile now, and they quickly set to work. Soon, the zebra bear had been skinned, dismembered, and divided into 5 portions. Meanwhile, Yang Jian was scouring the area for more prey. His speed unparalleled due to his swift march skill, so much so that even the long-legged serpent could not keep pace with him. Over this time, he had thoroughly discerned the skills of Yining and her 4 companions. Sword and shield transformation. When equipped with both a sword and a shield, one can convert the defensive prowess of the shield into additional offensive capability for the sword, or conversely, channel the sword's offensive strength into bolstering the shield's defense. This ability likely belongs to that ponytailed maiden. It embodies a harmonious balance of offense and defense. As for the other 4 maidens, they are all sword wielders, each possessing skills that are notably similar: sword thrust, sword strike, sword combination, and sword defense. Sword thrust. When wielding a sword, the damage dealt by thrusting attacks is augmented by 50. Sword strike. While equipped with a sword, the damage from successive strikes is enhanced by 30. Sword combination. When wielding a sword, attacks executed in conjunction with surrounding swordsmen amplify each participant's attack power by 50. Sword defense. This skill enhances the defense of nearby sword wielders, with one's own defense scaling according to the number of surrounding swordsmen, capped at 5. These 5 skills left Yang Jian in contemplation. Could it be mere coincidence that such similarly aligned skills have come together? Perhaps. It is precisely due to the resemblance of their abilities that they chose to form a team. Yang Jian mused, finding this notion plausible. After all, it is not uncommon for players to assemble in public lobbies. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought and directed his gaze towards the distant battlefield. Players, having transitioned from the initial chaos of being ambushed to now grasping the patterns of the wild creatures, engaged in combat with newfound proficiency. Boom, boom. 2 resounding thuds echoed as 2 crimson-eyed giants fell before Yang Jian, releasing 2 spheres of white experience energy that merged into his being. The 300 experience points required to reach level 3 still feel like a distant goal. Presently, these two remaining wild beasts, the giant wolves, are the only ones Yang Jian could find. Moreover, they have initiated the attack, while the other creatures have already been hunted down by players, leaving no opportunity for Yang Jian to intervene. He has contemplated the idea of seizing the kills from those players. Yet the reality is that his current skills are all melee-based, making it inevitable that he would be discovered. It is not fear of retribution that holds him back, but rather the futility of courting trouble over a mere handful of experience points. Once or twice might be manageable, but repeatedly doing so would only create enemies, which would be rather foolish. After collecting the corpses of the two giant wolves into his inventory, Yang Jian surveyed his surroundings and cast his gaze toward the area beyond the village. With the wild creatures in the novice village nearly exhausted, perhaps it would be wise to explore the outskirts? After pondering for a moment, Yang Jian resolutely turned and made his way toward the village's outskirts. Chapter 8. New Skills. Blood of Giants. As Yang Jian was poised to step out of novice village number 1124, the blessing of the Elven Guardian faded away. Outside the village, he could hunt wild creatures to gain a 10 increase in experience, but the territorial bonus of the novice village had vanished. Yang Jian stood before a white line, the very boundary of the novice village, mere inches from crossing it. However, he was interrupted by a system notification. Elven Guardian buff? He felt a moment of confusion and scrutinized his attribute bonuses once more, only to discover a crown-shaped icon nestled at the bottom. Elven Guardian, novice buff. Reduces damage taken by 10 within the confines of novice village. He paused, momentarily taken aback. Had he truly overlooked such a buff? Departing from the novice village would mean relinquishing that 10 damage reduction, yet he would gain a 10 experience boost in return. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Jian resolutely lifted his foot and stepped forward. The loss of a 10 damage reduction was inconsequential to him. It paled in comparison to the significance of the experience boost. Moreover, he would inevitably leave the novice village, and this was merely an early adaptation to the change. In a flash of light, Yang Jian found himself outside the novice village. Almost instantly, he sensed something amiss within his body. Clenching his fist, he took a moment to feel the absence. He realized it was his sense of touch. Within the protective confines of the novice village, he had been shielded from harm. Yet now, a chill breeze sweeps through, rendering the atmosphere all too tangible. Upon departing from the novice village, you have acquired a valorous buff, granting an additional 10 experience when vanquishing wild creatures. It is noteworthy that the beasts lurking beyond the village are significantly more formidable than those within. For the blessings of the spirits not only shield the players, but also somewhat diminish the strength of the creatures inside the village. Oh, the wild creatures have grown stronger? How intriguing. Yang Jian pondered, finding it quite reasonable. Undoubtedly, the monsters outside the village would possess greater power. However, this did not imply that Yang Jian felt fear. If he were afraid, he would not have ventured out. He hoped to encounter more formidable foes. At present, Yang Jian held a clear understanding of his own capabilities. Level 1 and 2 creatures were no match for him, while the only potential threat lay in those of levels 3 and 4. Should he indeed confront such creatures, he might have to flee. Yang Jian dashed swiftly, scanning his surroundings for targets. His gaze was primarily fixed upon the footprints on the ground. Suddenly, he halted. A multitude of disordered tracks appeared on the muddy path ahead. Has someone engaged in battle with the wild creatures here? Yang Jian was taken aback, as the footprints clearly bore signs of human tread, alongside the scent of scorched earth and blood. Someone, like him, had also ventured forth from the novice village. This revelation did not surprise Yang Jian. After all, the 1124th novice village boasted a plethora of players, numbering in the thousands. The individuals he had seen earlier in the village were far fewer than 1,000. Where had the others disappeared to? Now, Yang Jian had uncovered the answer. No corpses of wild monsters lay upon the ground. They must have been collected into inventory. Or perhaps the players failed to conquer the beasts and were instead devoured by them. The ferocity of these creatures typically surpasses that of ordinary players, rendering the possibility of being eaten not entirely far-fetched. Yang Jian decisively set forth, activating his rapid march skill. After traversing 500 or 600 meters, he suddenly halted, his gaze drawn to a nearby thicket. From within the foliage emerged a pair of eerie green eyes, followed by a towering green-eyed tiger, drooling as it approached. A level 2 green-eyed tiger? This is it. Yang Jian rejoiced, charging toward the massive feline. The green-eyed tiger appeared momentarily bewildered, as humans typically fled in its presence. Yet here was one approaching with an expression of delight, seemingly welcoming death. Did he not realize that it was the sovereign of this territory? The number of humans that had perished within its jaws had already reached a handful. Regardless, the green-eyed tiger was incensed. How dare this man disregard its royal might? It would ensure he learned to never underestimate a ruler. Roar! The green-eyed tiger bellowed, assuming an aggressive stance. Though merely a level 2 wild creature, its attributes far exceeded those of comparable foes, such as the red-eyed giant wolf and the horned rhinoceros, for it was an elite beast. With its claws embedded in the ground and its shoulders towering like pillars, it lunged at Yang Jian with astonishing speed, kicking up a cloud of dust in its wake. However, in the next moment, the tiger was met with darkness as an enormous fist, larger than a cooking pot, came crashing toward it. Bloodline of the Giant. Yang Jian harnessed the bloodline of giants, and in that moment, his stature had nearly doubled, surpassing the attributes of the green-eyed tiger in both attack and defense. Green-eyed tiger, LV, 2 attack power, 35 defense power, 35 creature type, elite with a resounding crash. The skull of the green-eyed tiger caved in beneath his fist. Its body propelled like a cannonball into the distant woods, colliding violently with a tree trunk. A plume of white experience surged forth, merging into Yang Jian's being. Having successfully vanquished the green-eyed tiger, he gained 45 experience points. The bloodline of giants proved formidable indeed. With a single strike, he had felled an elite creature. Yang Jian clenched his fists, reveling in the transformation of his body. In his giant form, not only had his size dramatically increased, but his skin had also taken on a smooth, reddish hue, exuding an overwhelming heat. Player, Yang Jian level, 2 attack power, 100 defense power, 110 speed, 30 health points, 760 850. Yang Jian observed the fluctuations in his health with each breath. His vitality diminished by 40 points, an inexorable decline. Estimating that his transformation would cease once his health dropped to 20. He calculated he had approximately 17 seconds left in this state. 17 seconds may seem brief, yet for a skill of such explosive nature, it was relatively ample. After activating the bloodline of giants, Yang Jian noted an increase of nearly 70 points in both attack and defense, along with a 10-point boost in speed. Let us set aside the matter of movement speed for the moment. However, the augmentation of both offensive and defensive capabilities is indeed substantial. It is noteworthy that Yang Jian's weapon enchantment only enhances his attack power by a mere 30 points. In stark contrast, the amplification provided by the giant bloodline can only be described as terrifying. In my current state, it is likely that very few could withstand a single strike from me, save for Lu Wei. Lu Wei also possesses the giant bloodline, and should he transform, both his strength and defense would significantly increase. Yet, this is predicated on the condition that Yang Jian does not employ any other skills. With a deep breath, Yang Jian exited the state of the giant bloodline and turned towards the lifeless form of the green-eyed tiger. The corpses of wild beasts are indeed treasures, capable of being exchanged for gold even at a store. As Yang Jian crouched down, preparing to collect the remains of the green-eyed tiger, he was suddenly taken aback by the appearance of a white object beside the creature's feet. Chapter 9. Mutual Cooperation. Yang Jian hesitated for a moment before picking up the white, tooth-like object lying next to the corpse of the green-eyed tiger. Instantly, relevant information materialized before his eyes. Green-eyed tiger's sharp fang, LV, 2. Basic material remarks. Weapon upgrade material acquisition method. Defeating elite green-eyed tiger's drop rate. 1A1 drop rate? Yang Jian's eyes sparkled with excitement. There was no doubt that the sharp fang of the green-eyed tiger was a prized find. He had fortuitously stumbled upon a treasure. He promptly accessed the upgrade directory for the green-eyed tiger's fang and, after reviewing it thoroughly, couldn't help but frown. It turned out that one needed to master the forging skill to utilize the fang for weapon upgrades. Other professions faced restrictions, or they could only use a forge. Furthermore, employing materials for weapon upgrades came with a certain probability of failure. Yang Jian was puzzled. Requiring the mastery of forging skills seemed excessively stringent. Where could he possibly find someone proficient in weapon forging? However, the stringent requirements did not imply that the green-eyed tiger's fang was a worthless material. On the contrary, it underscored its rarity. Just one fang could elevate a novice's initial weapon from level 1 to level 2, and 2 could advance it to level 3. After perusing the upgrade description, Yang Jian immediately recognized the fang's extraordinary value. The disparity between weapon levels was not trivial. He placed the green-eyed tiger's fang alongside his rusty iron sword, enabling him to examine the attributes post-upgrade. Refined Iron Sword, Preliminary, Level 2 Grade, Blue Attack Power, 20 Durability, 5090. The upgraded Refined Iron Sword boasts an astonishing attack power of 20, alongside a remarkable transformation in grade from white to blue, with its durability nearly doubling. The previously rusted Iron Sword would likely falter against even 2 strikes from the refined counterpart. Yang Jian contemplated this, increasingly aware of the terrifying enhancement of equipment. When weapons clash, it is their attack power and durability that are expended. The rusted Iron Sword possesses a mere 50 points of durability, while the refined Iron Sword wields an attack power of 20, coupled with the player's inherent attack bonuses. The rusted sword is destined for destruction after just a couple of blows. Alas, I have yet to acquire the forging skill, but it is only a matter of time. With so many players, a few will inevitably awaken the forging profession, and I shall seize it when the opportunity arises. Yang Jian schemed. His ambitions set on acquiring the skills of every player in the 1124 Novice Village. After admiring the pristine green-eyed tiger fang for a moment longer, he carefully stowed it along with the green-eyed tiger's corpse and set off towards another location. Boom. Outside the Novice Village lies a place known as the Horned Marsh Forest. A team of players is currently engaged in hunting a green-eyed tiger, with explosions ringing out in succession. Everyone keep it up. Just a little more effort, shouted the leader. A bombastic figure wielding lightning skills, as he hurled a lightning orb to repel the green-eyed tiger, rallying the others behind him. The squad consisted of 4 members. Aside from the explosive leader, there were 3 additional players, 2 men and 1 woman. However, upon examining their respective combat situations, it became evident that the prowess of these 3 players paled in comparison to that of the explosive-headed warrior. Even when united, they could barely withstand the onslaught of the emerald-eyed tiger. What should we do? This emerald-eyed tiger is an elite monster. It is remarkably resilient. We have underestimated its strength. One player, wielding a long staff, inquired anxiously. It has endured 3 of Leo's lightning projectiles and is still standing. Hold firm, withstand the emerald-eyed tiger's assault, and wait for my skill cooldown. Leo, the explosive-headed warrior, shouted, desperately dodging and weaving. His lightning projectile skill was formidable. Even the red-eyed giant wolf could not withstand 2 of his attacks. Yet, the emerald-eyed tiger possessed a hide too tough and a flesh too thick. It remained unscathed despite taking 3 hits. Moreover, it seemed incensed, its speed increasing dramatically, nearly claiming Leo's life on several occasions. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the other 3 team members, Leo would have already perished. Bang! The tiger's claw brushed perilously close to Leo's head, just 5 centimeters away, crashing into the ground and leaving an immense paw print. Leo's heart raced in terror. He was on the brink of meeting his demise. Strangely, it appeared as though the emerald-eyed tiger was solely fixated on him, ignoring the others, disregarding their skills, and zeroing in on Leo for the kill. Damn it! I will fight you to the bitter end. Taste my lightning projectile. As the emerald-eyed tiger lunged recklessly once more, Leo gritted his teeth in fury. He clenched his right hand, causing a baseball-sized, radiant lightning sphere to materialize in his palm, which he hurled at the emerald-eyed tiger. Bong! The lightning sphere struck the tiger squarely in the mouth, penetrating down its throat. With a resounding explosion, the green-eyed tiger was instantly obliterated, its body and blood splattering in all directions. A considerable amount of experience rained down upon the 4 members of the team, who collectively exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the ground. Yet, as they regained their composure, their expressions turned somber. The remains of the green-eyed tiger lay in ruins, and one among them remarked wryly at the sight of the bloodied remnants. Others shared a similar sentiment. The once formidable creature had been reduced to mere pulp, devoid of any value, rendering it impossible to exchange for gold at the system store. Leo, are you all right? The sole female combat technician of the team, Yansa, approached Leo with genuine concern. If it weren't for you, we would have been done for. You mustn't be hurt. With a gentle touch, she rested her hand on Leo's shoulder, her intentions unmistakably sincere. Yansa had awakened only a basic talent in martial arts, a skill that, while it could prove beneficial in the future, was exceedingly weak in its early stages. At present, her contributions paled in comparison to even a mere defensive boost. In contrast, Leo had awakened a superior and rare elemental skill, Thunderbolt, which had the potential to evolve into an advanced lightning technique, clearly establishing him as the cornerstone of the team. Thus, Yansa had sought to align herself with Liu early on, her intentions reaching beyond mere superficiality. Your finger is injured. Let me take a look. Yansa carefully grasped Liu's injured finger, tenderly bringing it to her lips. The remaining two members of the team observed with complex emotions. On one hand, they could empathize with Jiansha's actions. In such a brutal survival game, aligning oneself with the powerful was the choice of the weak. On the other hand, they felt a pang of envy towards Liu. Had they awakened to superior talent, it would have been they who enjoyed such privileges. As long as they could survive. Jiansha pondered. Before her transmigration, she had been a secretary at a publicly listed company, often at the behest of her boss. She lacked any other skills. Save for the ability to drink with men, and her sense of shame had long since dissipated. Had not the heavens bestowed upon her a striking appearance? Merely for her to exploit it? Surviving was paramount, far more important than anything else. Jiansha mused that previously. Enduring humiliation at the hands of others was merely a means to a better life. Now, the only change was the setting. The essence remained largely unchanged. After sucking for nearly 30 seconds, Jiansha finally released Liu's fingers. Liu cast a deep glance at Jiansha before clearing his throat and breaking the awkward silence. All right. Let us proceed to the next location. This time, let us seek out weaker monsters to battle. The others nodded in agreement. Having witnessed the formidable strength of the elite monsters, which had left them psychologically scarred, and they were utterly reluctant to encounter them again. The four took a moment to regroup before rising. They had not walked far when suddenly, an individual descended from the sky, landing before them. Chapter 10. As solid as a rock, a figure with flowing black hair and striking features descended gracefully before the departing Liu and his companions. This individual was none other than Yang Jian, who had hurriedly arrived upon hearing the commotion of battle. Is it over? He inquired, surveying the blood-soaked ground scattered with remnants of green eyeballs. Yang Jian quickly grasped the gravity of the situation and lamented inwardly for having missed the chance to encounter a green-eyed tiger. Had he arrived sooner, that formidable beast might have been his. With a swift gesture, he summoned a cascade of luminous rain. You have bestowed life essence upon Liu, granting you the advanced skill, primary lightning bolt. You have bestowed life essence upon Yansa, granting you the intermediate skill, heart of martial arts. You have bestowed life essence upon Wang Yang, granting you the basic skill, close-range block. You have bestowed life essence upon Sun Jian, granting you the basic skill, arm enhancement. For skills were thus acquired. An advanced skill? Yang Jian exclaimed in surprise. He had not anticipated such a fruitful outcome from his casual act of generosity. He raised his gaze towards the quartet, his eyes traversing their faces, ultimately resting on Liu. It seemed he was indeed the possessor of the advanced skill. As Liu's right hand shimmered with a white light, reminiscent of the description of the lightning bolt. After lingering on Liu for a few seconds, Yang Jian turned his attention to the lone woman in their midst. At that moment, Jiansha was also clad in novice attire, albeit distinct from her peers. Her top was a white crop top that hugged her form, while her bottoms consisted of black shorts that barely grazed her calves, showcasing her slender physique. Additionally, Jiansha sported an orange sports headband, her delicate features accentuated by a small mole at the corner of her mouth, lending her a mature and alluring presence. In a scoring system of 10, Yang Jian would rate Jiansha a 6, whereas He Ning, whom he had encountered earlier, deserved a 7. Who are you? Liu stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Jiansha, his voice low and commanding. Observing this scene, Wang Yang and Sun Jian also took a stand beside Liu, ready to confront Yang Jian. Liu regarded Yang Jian with a cold stare, uncertain of his intentions, feeling that such brazen scrutiny of Jiansha was rather disrespectful. Unfazed by Yang Jian, Liu felt fortified by the presence of his three companions. Although one among them was rather ineffectual, the support of Jiansha, Wang Yang, and Sun Jian bolstered his confidence. Who am I? In response, Yang Jian chuckled softly, momentarily at a loss for how to reply. Should he introduce himself as Yang Jian? Yet, who among them would recognize that name? After a brief contemplation, Yang Jian resolved to depart, feeling no need to squander time with them. Just then, the previously quiet Jiansha interjected. Are you interested in forming a team with us? Yang Jian was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and shook his head. In the next instant, he swayed and appeared dozens of meters away. This swift speed, akin to the wind, left Liu and the others momentarily dazed. As they regained their composure, their expressions darkened. Wang Yang reproached Jiansha, why did you invite that person to join our team? Is Leo not sufficient to protect you? Indeed, our team is not a place for just anyone. What purpose does inviting a useless individual serve? To share experience points? Sun Jian chimed in, possibly hinting at something more. Leo, too, felt a tinge of discontent, snorting, Jian Sha, if you find me inadequate, feel free to team up with him on your own. Jian Sha quickly waved her hands. No, Leo, your strength is beyond doubt. I have never questioned that. I merely thought that having one more person would contribute to our efforts. Enough said, let us move, Leo said, storming ahead. Wang Yang and Sun Jian hurried to catch up. Perhaps he truly possesses great strength? Jian Sha pondered, recalling Yang Jian's gaze from earlier, greedy, lustful, yet brimming with confidence. In her previous life as a secretary, she had encountered numerous such gazes. They belonged to successful individuals, akin to her former boss, emanating an aura of authority, confidence, control over all, the ability to manipulate circumstances at will, unashamedly revealing one's intentions. Such a gaze was foreign to Leo, who even hesitated to meet Jian Sha's eyes directly. Unlike Yang Jian, whose gaze is piercing and imbued with an undeniable aggression, determined to scrutinize every aspect of Jian Sha. She found herself overwhelmed by an unexpected pressure as he directed his attention toward her. Habitually, she felt inclined to submit. However, to her astonishment, Yang Jian disregarded her entirely and turned to leave. Perhaps you will come to regret this, Jian Sha murmured as she watched Leo's retreating figure. With a determined bite of her lip, she glanced once more in the direction Yang Jian had vanished and resolved to pursue Leo and the others. Meanwhile, in the dense underbrush, two short-nosed vipers suddenly lunged at Yang Jian with venomous intent. Startled, he instinctively invoked the bloodline of giants. In the following moment, one of the vipers struck his steel-like arm with a resounding snap. The sound echoed as one viper was crushed into a pulp beneath his fist, while he deftly seized the other. Wait, is that a player? A youthful voice emerged from the nearby foliage, halting Yang Jian in his tracks. He turned to see a girl, no older than 12 or 13, emerging from the thicket, adorned with a green straw hat and brandishing a stick. Her expression fierce as she glared at him. Return my little Huang, she demanded, standing at roughly 1 meter 40, barely reaching Yang Jian's waist. Little Huang? Upon hearing this, Yang Jian was momentarily taken aback. He then glanced at the short-nosed pit viper in his hand, its scales tinged with a dull yellow hue. Beginning to comprehend that this snake was named Xiao Huang, the girl, gritting her teeth, declared, its name is Xiao Huang. The one you just crushed is Xiao He. Oh, Xiao He? Yang Jian responded with a hint of surprise, then chuckled. This is merely a wild creature, not your beloved pet Xiao Huang or Xiao He. No, it is Xiao Huang. Release it at once, or I will take action. Sun Xiaoxiao threatened, gripping the wooden stick tightly in her hands. Is that so? Yang Jian chuckled incredulously. For the sake of caution, he surveyed the surroundings and found no hidden allies lying in wait. He then turned his attention back to Sun Xiaoxiao, teasingly asking, what kind of action do you intend to take? Come, let me see. Yang Jian elongated Xiao Huang, draping it over his shoulder like a scarf, and leisurely regarded Sun Xiaoxiao. Xiao Huang, you wicked fiend! Sun Xiaoxiao exclaimed in frustration, never expecting her cherished Xiao Huang and Xiao He to be so swiftly defeated. It was worth noting that they were elite-level wild creatures known for their speed, rarely allowing anyone to react during a surprise attack. Chapter 11. Simple, yet brutal however. At this very moment, Xiao Huang found himself absurdly suspended on someone's shoulder, stripped of all dignity befitting an elite creature. Xiao Huang, gather your strength and bite that detestable fellow. Sun Xiaoxiao cried out fervently. Yang Jian paid little heed to her exclamations, yet at that instant, he felt a sudden increase in pressure within his hands as the resistance from the short-nosed viper, Xiao Huang, significantly intensified. Wait, could it be? A thought emerged in Yang Jian's mind. Almost immediately, he waved his right hand, enveloping Sun Xiaoxiao in a healing light. You have healed Sun Xiaoxiao. You have acquired the intermediate talent, Serpent Domination. Serpent Domination. You can command serpents of a lower level than yourself. With the number of controlled serpents depending on your skill level, you can invigorate serpents, allowing them a brief surge of strength. As expected, upon witnessing the Serpent Domination skill he had just acquired from Sun Xiaoxiao, Yang Jian suddenly comprehended the source of Xiao Huang's unexpected surge of power. It was indeed bolstered by Sun Xiaoxiao's skill. How could this be? Seeing Xiao Huang's explosive strength still falter against him, Sun Xiaoxiao stood in utter astonishment. Young one, haven't your parents advised you against provoking strangers? Allow me to impart a lesson. Yang Jian sneered, removing the short-nosed viper from his shoulder, Then grasping its head and tail tightly, he forcefully twisted. Crack! A sharp sound resonated as the short-nosed viper was severed in two, its verdant blood splattering across Sun Xiaoxiao's face. You wretched scoundrel. Sun Xiaoxiao could no longer contain her emotions and burst into tears. Grabbing a wooden stick, she charged toward Yang Jian. However, before the stick could even reach him, a tremendous force struck her abdomen, and she was sent flying by a kick from Yang Jian, crashing heavily in the distance. Haha, I am indeed a scoundrel. What can you do about it? Not only am I a scoundrel, but now I intend to kill you too. Yang Jian sneered as he advanced menacingly towards Sun Xiaoxiao. What do you want? Sun Xiaoxiao's eyes were wide with fear, her body instinctively retreating. Now Xiaoqing, bite him. She shouted desperately, pointing in a direction. Yang Jian was momentarily startled and turned his gaze toward the sound, but there was no sign of Xiaoqing. When he turned back, he noticed that Sun Xiaoxiao had fled without a backward glance. Hey, you little brat, trying to escape? No way. Realizing he had been tricked, Yang Jian immediately sprinted after her. Sun Xiaoxiao, hearing his voice, felt an even greater surge of anxiety and unleashed an unprecedented speed as she dashed forward. After pursuing her for several hundred meters, Yang Jian halted, ceasing the chase, and observed her frantic flight from a distance, a smile creeping onto his face. This time, I shall let you off the hook. I merely intended to frighten you. I am not so bloodthirsty as to harm a mere girl of your age. Consider this a lesson to understand the cruelty of this world. Today, fortune favors you, but next time you encounter someone, it might not be someone as benevolent as I. Yang Jian murmured to himself, genuinely believing himself to be a good person. In this ruthless game of survival, where taking lives is a commonplace occurrence, there are few individuals as magnanimous as he. Subsequently, Yang Jian returned to the previous location to collect the spoils of war. The bodies of two short-nosed vipers were stored within his system space. Regrettably, these serpents yielded no valuable items, and the experience gained was dismally low, merely 20 points each, culminating in a total of 44 points when combined with the experience boost from the Valiant buff. The short-nosed viper is a level 1 elite monster, which explains Yang Jian's earlier decision to spare them. Had they dropped materials for leveling up, it would have been a tremendous windfall. Alas, fortune did not favor him, as neither of them dropped anything. It appears that acquiring upgrade materials is no simple feat. My obtaining the green-eyed tiger's fang was sheer luck, Yang Jian mused. In truth, his speculation was accurate. Rare upgrade materials like the green-eyed tiger's fang have a drop rate of less than 1 among elite groups, while even more advanced essence upgrade materials, such as the emerald diamond, boast a drop rate of less than 0.1. That he managed to slay a green-eyed tiger and obtain a drop was nothing short of extraordinary luck. He hoped to encounter more elite monsters, as not only would they potentially drop weapon upgrade materials, but the experience gained from defeating them would also be substantial, facilitating a quicker ascent in levels. Yang Jian murmured as he sprinted towards another direction. At the entrance of the novice village number 1124, a cacophony erupted. Gunfire roared, and a series of explosions resounded through the air. An elite wild wolf was sent flying amidst the dense barrage. Stand back. Allow me. As the wolf's health dwindled, Li Yuan, who had been observing from a distance, immediately commanded his subordinates to cease fire and rose from his seat. Water Spirit Blast. Li Yuan casually cast a spell, striking the elite wolf's forehead and obliterating it in an instant. At that moment, a beam of white light suddenly erupted from the corpse of the elite wolf, descending to the ground. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Then, someone shouted, "Did it drop equipment?" Realization dawned as a few individuals rushed to pick up the luminous item from the ground. Rare upgrade material, Elite Wolf Fang, drop rate, 0.1. One individual articulated the particulars of the item. "Let me see," Li Yuan said, his gaze flickering as he reached out towards Yue, who held the Elite Wolf Fang. Yue hesitated, glancing at the others around him before fixing his eyes on Li Yuan. Taking a deep breath, he proclaimed loudly, "Li Yuan, we jointly defeated this elite wolf. We all contributed significantly to the battle. Thus, we deserve our share of the Fang." Yue's stare was unwavering. "Indeed. Our efforts warrant a share of the Fang," echoed voices from the crowd. "We can relinquish the Fang, but you must provide adequate compensation," another player insisted. "Yes, we demand compensation." Protests arose in unison. Within the considerable group of over a dozen individuals, discontent had long simmered. Li Yuan had contributed the least, yet accumulated the most experience. Thus far, he was the only one in the party to reach level 2. Meanwhile, The others had toiled tirelessly against the monsters for the better part of the day, still languishing at level 1. Upon hearing the decision to divide the elite wolf Fong, Li Yuan's expression darkened, and he coldly remarked, "Do not forget, I am responsible for half of the wild wolf's health points. In terms of contribution, my efforts surpass the cumulative contributions of all of you." However, a voice quickly retorted, "But we have also exerted half of our strength, have we not?" Li Yuan turned his gaze towards the speaker, his expression menacing. "You merely rely on your predator's talent. Why should we toil so tirelessly?" Another voice chimed in quietly from the other side. "If you seek to monopolize everything, we shall not accompany you any longer. Look around. Our team is the slowest to level up. If it weren't for those auxiliary members siphoning off experience, we would have long since advanced." Finally, someone mentioned the female auxiliaries who served Li Yuan. There were 8 of them, most of whom he had recruited from the chat channel. For the majority of the time, they contributed little more than maintaining defensive skills, while the true combat was borne by Yu Wei and the other frontline tanks and marksmen. It was unnecessary to bring so many to share the experience, yet Li Yuan insisted on including them, under the pretense of enduring hardships together. He assumed the role of the benevolent leader, establishing a fade of righteousness, while the true burden fell upon Yu Wei and his comrades, who labored tirelessly without recompense. "Yu Wei, do not forget, we are a team. We are in this together." At this, one of the female auxiliaries could no longer restrain herself and spoke up. "Team, spare me. I would rather not have a teammate like you." Yu Wei snapped back immediately, his anger flaring as he regarded the female auxiliaries, who, instead of assisting during battles, merely stood by, laughing and watching from the sidelines. Regarding Wei, regardless of how good-natured he may be, it is intolerable to constantly receive criticism. "Wei, what harm is there in exerting a little more effort? Are we not also contributing? Who fortified the defenses surrounding you? Do our spells not deplete our magical energy?" Another female support chimed in, expressing her displeasure at Wei's condescension. "For heaven's sake, the haze does not stack. What difference does it make if 1 or 8 are cast?" A tank could no longer restrain himself. He, too, believed Wei's assertions held merit, deeming the female supports somewhat complacent, sitting idle while sharing in the experience. "It is not the scarcity that troubles us, but the inequality," he mused, feeling a sense of injustice. "Li Yuan, our team ought to be streamlined." At last, a voice emerged from the rifle squad. As primary damage dealers, their opinions carried weight. Fewer unrelated individuals would be preferable. Did we not form this team for a more leisurely approach to monster hunting? In this case, we might as well form our own parties. Indeed, perhaps we should organize ourselves into smaller groups. Instantly, a tank echoed this sentiment. Having battled monsters together, they trusted one another. Perhaps it could indeed work. Esteemed colleagues, allow me to speak. Li Yuan, observing the escalating tension, finally softened his previously rigid stance, advocating for unity. The founding principle of our mutual aid society was to assist one another, to huddle together for warmth. Stronger members should support the weaker, and together we shall overcome adversity. This is the very purpose of our association. We are all fragile. A single chopstick is easily broken, yet a bundle of chopsticks is resilient. Surely, this wisdom is not lost on you all? He surveyed the gathering crowd. No one responded to him, and the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Li Yuan could only brace himself and continue speaking. "As for the allocation of experience, I am powerless. It is all determined by the system. Everyone knows I lack the ability to manipulate the system." Still, no one spoke, their gazes coldly fixed upon him. Li Yuan felt a heaviness in his heart and then voiced, "Since everyone believes that someone is hindering the team, I propose that we establish a contribution leaderboard starting today. We can appoint someone to meticulously record each person's contributions in monster hunting, and the rewards earned will be uniformly stored for later distribution according to contributions. As for the specifics of the contribution distribution, we can discuss it together. Our team has indeed grown rather large. Perhaps we could consider streamlining our ranks." Upon hearing this, voices began to rise, but they were not from Yu Wei and his cohort. Rather, it was the female assistants who grew anxious. For Li Yuan's words undoubtedly threatened to sever the comfortable, idle existence they had enjoyed. "Brother Yuan, you promised to take good care of us. You cannot go back on your word. Please don't kick me out." The women pleaded in unison. Without Li Yuan, who would want them, given their lackluster abilities? What use are you? He thought bitterly. A mere group capable of causing trouble. You should reflect on your own capabilities. Li Yuan scoffed internally. In truth, He was somewhat displeased with the incessant chatter of the female assistants. However, since the experience was initially allocated to him before being distributed among everyone else, it did not impact him directly, which was why he had tolerated their presence. Had it affected his experience, he would have been the first to expel them, even before Yue could voice his dissent. As for his earlier remarks regarding mutual assistance, anyone who believes them is a fool. The gathering of that crowd was merely a momentary boast, a means to exploit them for his own leisurely advancement in battling and leveling up. With his thoughts tempered, Li Yuan solemnly declared, "Without rules, there can be no order. Let us all adhere to the regulations henceforth." Instantly, a chorus of lamentations arose from the women. Li Yuan paid them no heed. They could agree or disagree as they pleased, and if they chose not to comply, they were free to leave. The departure would undoubtedly simplify matters. Indeed, after contemplating the implications, none of the 8 female assistants contemplated abandoning him. For without Li Yuan, it was highly probable that no one would require their inferior support skills, which were constrained by their limited capabilities. If contributions were taken into account, perhaps there was merit in remaining. Within the team, some began to waver. Venturing outside would likely lead to unknown dangers, making it more advantageous to stay with Li Yuan. After all, the limitations of Li Yuan's predator skill equated to significantly less damage taken. However, not all chose to remain. Some had already conspired to form a party and leave, such as Yue. In the blink of an eye, the ranks of the riflemen and shield bearers had diminished considerably, with even the elite Wolf Fang being sold by Yue to the shop. The resulting gold being divided among the group, leaving the 8 female assistants with the least share. Chapter 12. The Dying Skill. Damn it. My elite Wolf Fang has been sold. Li Yuan gazed at the retreating figures of Yue and the others, gritting his teeth in frustration. In his hand, he clutched 20 gold coins, the share he received after Yue sold the elite Wolf Fang. The Fang had fetched over 50 gold coins in total, with the Yuan receiving a mere 20, while the remainder was evenly distributed among the others. The 8 female supporters each received a paltry sum of just 1 gold coin. A meager amount indeed. Li Yuan had contemplated seizing the Fang, yet due to various concerns, he ultimately refrained. Firstly, Yue and his group outnumbered him significantly. Secondly, Yue's swift actions had allowed him to sell the Fang to the shop before Li Yuan could react. What to do now? They've all left. Among the female supporters, one girl could no longer contain herself and spoke up. Yue had taken most of the team away, leaving behind only 2 gunmen, 2 tanks, and the 8 female supporters, a group now diminished by more than half. We can only recruit anew. Let us check the public screen for anyone still ungrouped. We need to find some damage dealers, Li Yuan said. This appeared to be the sole course of action. Relying solely on this group of female supporters for damage output would undoubtedly prove inadequate. They would inevitably hinder progress in combat. Yet, this would inevitably slow down his leveling efficiency. Recruiting would take time, and until suitable damage dealers were found, he was unlikely to engage the wild monsters, too great a risk. Reflecting on past experiences, in order to prevent a recurrence of such divisions within the team, we must henceforth adhere strictly to a system of reward distribution based on individual contributions, Li Yuan remarked, casting a glance at the women present. But one attempted to interject. There are no buts. Should you fail to comply with this rule, you are free to leave. The girl hesitated, her words stifled by Li Yuan's icy gaze. A heavy silence enveloped the group. How infuriating. My progress has fallen woefully behind. Li Yuan ground his teeth, surveying his surroundings. Several players had already ascended to level 2, placing them on equal footing with him. Over there, Lu Wei had been level 2 for quite some time, and some of his teammates had also achieved the same rank. Additionally, there were 2 other groups nearby, with their leaders and key members also having reached level 2. It was evident that the main contributors within the teams were leveling up the fastest, as they had invested the most effort, dealt the most damage to wild monsters, and consequently garnered the most experience. Die. At the edge of the jungle, Yang Jian delivered a powerful punch, shattering the skull of a level 2 elite wild bear. A cascade of luminous experience points rained down upon him. With a delicate sound, Yang Jian felt a surge of energy coursing through his body, and his face lit up with joy. Level 3. Excellent. He laughed heartily, bringing up his attribute panel. Yang Jian LV. 3 Strength 2030, Agility 1214. Base Health 850, 1220. After parting ways with Sun Xiaoxiao, he did not return to the novice village, but instead roamed the wilderness in search of wild monsters to hunt. His perseverance bore fruit, as after a lengthy search, he encountered 3 waves of wild creatures. 2, A, and A. To his delight, These 3 waves of wild creatures were all elite monsters, yielding substantial experience points upon defeat, each granting 80 points. After vanquishing these formidable foes, Yang Jian gained a clearer understanding of the general strength of elite monsters. They were, overall, significantly more powerful than ordinary creatures, possessing both tough skin and high attack power. The most notable distinction between them and their lesser counterparts lay in their death abilities, which Yang Jian recognized upon acquiring their skills. The so-called death abilities, as the name suggests, can only be activated when the creature is on the brink of death, and their potency far exceeds that of regular skills. Death ability, Death Poison Mist, triggered when health drops to 5. The creature automatically exhales a poisonous mist, inflicting a poisoning effect on surrounding targets, dealing 50 damage per second. Without a venom sac, the skill cannot unleash the poisonous mist. This skill originates from the death ability, Wolf Strategy, activated when health falls to 5. It removes all negative effects and increases speed and attack power by 30 for 20 seconds. This skill is derived from the death ability, Bear Domination, triggered when health reaches 5. It restores health and enhances defense by 50 for 10 seconds. This ability stems from the death ability, Tiger's Fighting Spirit, activated when health drops to 5. The next strike delivers a critical hit, increasing damage by 100. This skill comes from the All 4 skills are death abilities that Yang Jian has recently acquired from the wild creatures, sharing the commonality of activation when health is below 5. It seems that a life value dropping to 5% serves as an indicator of entering a near-death state, Yang Jian speculated. He meticulously examined the 4 skills once more and concluded that the least useful among them was the deathly miasma acquired from the 2-headed giant lizard, a skill that necessitated a venom sac for activation. However, where in the human body could one find such a venom sac? Thus, this skill was virtually worthless. Yet, in the grand tapestry of existence, perfection is an elusive concept. Yang Jian felt quite content with the acquisition of the other 3 skills. He shook his head, dismissing further thoughts, and with one hand hoisted the carcass of the wild bear, preparing to stow it away in his inventory. Just then, his nostrils flared, and his gaze shifted to the right. What a delightful aroma! Yang Jian detected a fragrant scent, rich and vibrant, reminiscent of a blend of osmanthus and pomelo leaves, yet significantly more potent. He inhaled deeply, confirming his instincts, and then turned to follow the alluring fragrance. The scent grew increasingly intoxicating. He was drawing closer. After walking several hundred meters, Yang Jian suddenly halted, his eyes wide open, fixated upon a pitch-black cave before him. What is this place? He murmured, leaning in to catch a whiff. The enticing aroma emanated from within the cave, rich and inviting. That is, a spark of realization ignited in his eyes as he noticed a glowing blue flower embedded in the stone wall deep within the cave, adorned with several mango-sized blue fruits. Exotic fruit. The term surfaced in his mind, and at that moment, it was the only thought that resonated with him. Could it truly be exotic fruit? How he wished he could access detailed information about it. Yang Jian pondered to himself. However, to his astonishment, as soon as a thought crossed his mind, information regarding the fruit materialized before his eyes. Blue velvet fruit, consumable item, rarity, rare. Consuming it can enhance physical attributes. A rare item. Yang Jian's gaze was almost transfixed upon the words denoting its rarity. He had not forgotten the previous rare item, the green-eye tiger tooth. Despite slaying 3 waves of elite monsters, he had yet to uncover another item of such rarity. This underscored the exceedingly low drop rate of rare items and the improbability of encountering them. Yet now, the rare-tier blue velvet fruit appeared right in front of him. Aside from feeling a tinge of disbelief, all that remained was sheer ecstasy. A fruit that could augment attributes. A fleeting thought crossed Yang Jian's mind. Good things often come with trials and tribulations. Without hesitation, he propelled himself towards the blue velvet fruit. Just then, a flicker of light suddenly illuminated the cave. Chapter 13. Almost a sudden rumble echoed through the cavern, causing the lights to flicker erratically. Something's amiss. Yang Jian paused abruptly, instinctively retreating. At that moment, a shadow darted past the blue velvet fruit, lunging towards him. Yang Jian's expression shifted dramatically, and he activated a series of defensive skills almost reflexively. Barrier of Advancement. Azure Mist. Basic Shield. In an instant, his defensive capabilities surged. Simultaneously, the shadow's assault was upon him. Bang! A dull thud resonated as a tremendous force struck his chest. The shadow's attack landed heavily, reducing his health by 50 points. Ugh. Not only was Yang Jian momentarily taken aback, but the shadow also hesitated, letting out a sound of surprise. However, Yang Jian quickly regained his composure. Reaching for his chest, swish, he grasped at nothing but air. Although the shadow had been startled by Yang Jian's defenses, it swiftly recovered, bending its form to evade his attack. With a powerful thrust of its legs, it executed a rapid series of aerial kicks before elegantly spinning in midair and landing with a graceful 360-degree turn. Is that it? Yang Jian mused, somewhat bewildered, as he touched his chest, feeling no pain. Initially, he had expected the shadow to be formidable, but it appeared to be rather unremarkable after all. Indeed, I have developed an array of defensive skills, and my defensive power has soared to over 150 points. Even the attacks from level 2 elite monsters, such as the aberrant wild wolves, cannot harm me. Previously, I had conducted a test. Startled, I exclaimed, "Look out." Regaining my composure, Yang Jian let out a cold laugh, transitioning from defense to offense as he lunged towards the shadow, eager to discern its origins. Bolstered by my defensive skills, I felt a surge of confidence. Bloodline of the giant, Yang Jian bellowed, transforming into a colossal state. Instantly, his speed surged, his footsteps resonating like thunder upon the ground. Within mere moments, he closed the distance to the shadow. Prepare to face my wrath. With a fierce determination, Yang Jian clenched his fist and delivered a powerful strike towards the shadow. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Gah! The shadow emitted a peculiar cry, and suddenly, a vast expanse of crystalline blue mist erupted beneath it, engulfing its form. Simultaneously, Yang Jian's fist crashed down upon the spot where the shadow had just been. In an instant, debris scattered in all directions. Did I miss? Yang Jian was taken aback, retracting his fist as the blue mist gradually dissipated, revealing a smoking pit the size of a stone pillar on the ground. Where did it go? Yang Jian scanned his surroundings. Wait. A chilling sensation crept up from behind him, striking with the swiftness of lightning. Yang Jian swiftly turned, only to face a massive blue fist hurtling towards him. Instinctively, he raised his arms in a crossguard. To his surprise, however, the enormous blue fist did not unleash the terrifying force he had anticipated. Upon making contact with Yang Jian's hands, it transformed into swirling wisps of blue mist, dissipating into the air. I've been deceived. Yang Jian momentarily froze, but quickly regained his composure and turned his gaze towards the blue velvet fruit. Indeed, a shadow was standing beside the fruit. A crystalline blue light illuminated the figure, revealing its true form, a blue marten with 2 tails, each adorned with a hint of green, reminiscent of leaves. A large yellow frame materialized above the marten's head. Blue marten LV. 3 type, elite exotic beast attack power, average speed, high defense, average a level 3 elite exotic beast. Yang Jian was momentarily taken aback as he absorbed the information within the frame above the marten. He could not discern the exact attack power, but only the evaluation. Remarkable. It was indeed a level 3 elite exotic beast. Upon realizing the marten's true identity, Yang Jian was momentarily stunned. However, this was swiftly followed by exhilaration. A level 3 elite wild creature, particularly of the exotic type, would surely yield substantial experience points upon defeat. Moreover, it might even drop rare items. The thought ignited a fervor within Yang Jian's heart. He hurriedly rushed to the cave entrance to block its escape. He could not afford to let such a valuable creature slip away. A level 3 elite exotic beast. I should be able to defeat it. Despite facing this formidable opponent, Yang Jian was confident that his strength would suffice to conquer it. After all, his current abilities were far from negligible. Upon catching sight of Yang Jian, the blue marten's eyes sparkled with surprise, momentarily causing it to doubt its own perception. However, its brow soon furrowed in indignation. How dare this man regard it with such disdain, perceiving it as mere prey? Clearly, he was oblivious to the current circumstances. It was time to demonstrate who the true hunter was. In a flash, the blue marten leaped forward, charging directly at Yang Jian. Though the events unfolded swiftly, it felt as though time had elongated. Simultaneously, Yang Jian sprang into action, hurtling toward the marten. Both seemed to share an unspoken understanding, each aiming to outpace the other in a race for dominance. Receive my punch, Yang Jian exclaimed as he launched himself into the air, delivering a powerful kick. The blue marten, intent on countering his fist, was suddenly confronted by a leg as massive as a pillar descending upon it. A wave of frustration swept through its mind. Wasn't it supposed to be a punch? How could he resort to such underhanded tactics? As an elite beast of its caliber, The Blue Marten had grasped some basic human language, making Yang Jian's unorthodox approach seem rather contemptible. Yet, despite its disdain, the Marten did not underestimate Yang Jian. Just as the giant limb was about to connect, it transformed into a shimmering bubble, vanishing from sight. This technique again? Yang Jian's expression shifted as he recalled that the Blue Marten had evaded his previous attack using this very maneuver. Now, employing the same tactic once more left him feeling somewhat exasperated. With a sudden flash, a swirl of blue mist appeared, and the Blue Marten re-emerged behind Yang Jian. In an instant, it struck. A sudden slap struck Yang Jian's nape unexpectedly. Under the assault of the Blue Marten, his health plummeted to 50. That hurts. Yang Jian cried out in pain, staggering forward a few steps, struggling to regain his balance. Observing this, the Blue Marten intensified its onslaught, and a fierce battle erupted in an instant. Although the Blue Marten possessed a shimmering mist for protection, it was not invincible. Its speed was not unparalleled. And Yang Jian seized several opportunities to strike at the creature. However, to his astonishment, the Blue Marten's defenses seemed far more formidable than he had anticipated. His attacks felt as though they were landing on a block of cotton, yielding little effect. Something's amiss. Yang Jian sensed the danger. He decisively withdrew, aiming to create distance between himself and the Blue Marten. Yet, in that moment of hasty retreat, he exposed an opening that the Blue Marten exploited mercilessly. With a swift kick, Yang Jian felt a sharp pain in his chest, stumbling backward a few paces. The system displayed a startling reduction of 200 health points, leaving him astounded, for he was clad in full armor, yet still sustained such a significant loss. It was evident how formidable the Blue Marten's attack truly was. Before Yang Jian could ponder further, the Blue Marten's next strike was upon him. It was no ordinary beast, endowed with its own intelligence. It seized the opportunity to launch a decisive offensive as Yang Jian found himself in a precarious position. With its agile legs, swift as the wind, Yang Jian attempted to catch its foot, but the creature's speed was overwhelming, rendering it elusive. With a resounding kick to his chest, Yang Jian was sent flying back several meters. Life points, 200. Damn it. Blood trickled from Yang Jian's mouth, his steps faltering. The Blue Weasel's attack was a singularly devastating move, one that Yang Jian found nearly impossible to counter. Simultaneously, his giant form began to waver. As his life points swiftly diminished, the time remaining to him grew perilously short. With a thunderous impact, yet another blow landed. Life points, 200. Yang Jian was abruptly reverted from his giant form, crashing violently against a distant stone wall. A shower of lime cascading around him as he coughed up a copious amount of blood. Gah! Sensing the opportune moment, the Blue Weasel let out a shrill cry. Leaping high into the air, executing a 360-degree flip before descending with its feet poised like blades, intending to deliver the final blow to Yang Jian. However, just then, a peculiar smile crept across Yang Jian's lips. You've fallen into my trap. The Blue Weasel paused momentarily, only to have a massive hand seize it in the next instant. Life energy, a terrifying vitality, surged through Feng Yi, instantly mending Yang Jian's wounds. At last, I have you. As the Blue Weasel stood in shock, Yang Jian's fist descended with formidable force, striking the creature's head and rendering it dazed. It hasn't perished? Truly a formidable level 3 elite beast. Yang Jian marveled. But in the next moment, a second punch followed. This time, the Blue Weasel was utterly devoid of life. You have slain the elite Blue Weasel, gaining 440 experience points, 10 valor bonus. Your level has risen to level 4. The system's voice momentarily stunned Yang Jian. He had anticipated the Blue Weasel would withstand a couple more blows, but it succumbed with such surprising ease. It appears that sheer vitality does not equate to formidable defense. Yang Jian possesses a clear understanding of his own strength. With a single punch, even a 2-tier elite wild bear cannot withstand his might. The fact that the Blue Marten could endure 2 of his strikes sufficiently attests to its superiority over the elite wild bear. Life force. Without hesitation. Seizing the opportunity while the corpse still radiated warmth, Yang Jian swiftly extracted the skill. Ding. You have attempted to heal the elite Blue Marten. The healing has failed. And you have acquired the skill Martentail Technique X1. Martentail Technique Defense. Depending on the enemy's level, it mitigates damage received from enemies, with a reduction of 10 plus an additional 10 for each level, up to a maximum reduction of 50. Martentail Technique Counterattack. Following a successful block of damage with the Martentail Technique, the attack power increases based on the damage mitigated. with an increment of 10 plus an additional 10 for each level, up to a maximum increase of 50. This defensive skill enhances attack power upon successfully blocking damage. Upon reviewing the skill, Yang Jian felt a mix of surprise and understanding. The previously troublesome attributes of the Blue Marten were suddenly elucidated. No wonder its strikes became increasingly painful, while his own inflicted diminishing damage. Reflecting on the recent battle, Yang Jian realized that the Martingale technique effectively provided a dual benefit of reducing damage while simultaneously amplifying his own. A delicate balance that explained the arduous nature of his combat. Chapter 14. The Dust. Fortunately, the dust has settled, and the Blue Marten has been vanquished. Ultimately, it was but a wild creature, devoid of human intellect. Yang Jian gazed at the lifeless body on the ground, reflecting that this Blue Marten had proven to be the most formidable wild beast he had encountered thus far. Although its strength paled in comparison to certain level 2 elite monsters, its defenses were nearly maximized. A surge of white energy emanated from the corpse, enveloping Yang Jian. Having slain the elite beast, the Blue Marten, he momentarily acquired the power of agility, enhancing his movement speed by 20 points. Yang Jian was taken aback, feeling a newfound lightness in his body, marveling at the prowess of a level 3 elite beast, along with the accompanying buff. However, Yang Jian was also aware that for a wild creature as challenging to defeat as the Blue Marten, the emergence of a buff was hardly surprising. His victory was solely attributed to his extraordinary talent, complemented by an array of skills. Had it been anyone else, they likely would not have withstood even 3 of the Blue Marten's attacks. Regrettably, there were no rare items to be found. Yang Jian meticulously searched the Blue Marten's remains but uncovered no rare artifacts, a source of disappointment for him. He had just obtained a weapon upgrade material from a level 2 green-eyed tiger. It was disheartening that this level 3 elite monster yielded nothing. It seemed the drop rate was indeed quite low. Shaking his head, he chose not to dwell on the matter further. He placed the Blue Marten's body into his inventory and promptly turned his attention toward the distant blue velvet fruit. For he had not forgotten about that rare and extraordinary fruit. The wondrous fruit capable of augmenting attributes with a single thought. Yang Jian reached out and plucked the sole blue velvet fruit from its stalk. Almost instantaneously, the plant withered and decayed at a visible pace, its branches and stems completely rotting away and falling to the ground. A truly remarkable sight. What attributes might it enhance? Yang Jian toyed with the blue, slightly cool and smooth fruit before finally taking a bite. A refreshing, crisp aroma flooded his mouth at once. As he had imagined, the blue velvet fruit was exceptionally delectable. Reminiscent of mango, yet the flesh was delightfully crunchy and sweet. With one bite, then two, Yang Jian voraciously devoured the fruit, soon consuming it entirely. Upon finishing the last morsel, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Jumping attribute permanently increased by 20 points. Note, the jumping attribute enhances leaping ability, making the body more agile and mitigating damage from high falls. Certain exclusive skills require a specified jumping ability to execute. A surge of jumping power. Yang Jian attempted a leap, and with a light push, he soared over a meter into the air, leaving him astounded. This enhancement significantly bolstered his agility. While he possessed ample strength, he lacked mobility. In his view, this attribute was exceedingly beneficial. Moreover, he discovered that the jumping ability had not been present on his original status panel, only manifesting after consuming the blue velvet fruit. This indicated that he might very well be the first player to possess such a jumping attribute. Is this the true purpose of the blue velvet fruit? Enhancing physical attributes. The addition of a new entry to the panel is truly remarkable. After thoroughly searching the cave and ensuring that no treasures were overlooked, Yang Jian turned to exit. He exerted himself to leap, ascending approximately 3.5 meters. This indicates that under maximum effort, his highest jump reaches 3.5 meters. Yang Jian now possesses a clearer understanding of his limits, a jumping height of 3.5 meters. Furthermore, this leap is not merely a skill, it is a tangible enhancement to his physical capabilities. This is the sensation of becoming stronger. Yang Jian felt a surge of exhilaration. Although a jump power of 20 may seem insignificant, he recognizes it as a unique advantage that belongs solely to him. His astonishing leaping ability can seamlessly complement other skills, yielding unexpected results. When facing adversaries, if they neglect this aspect, they could find themselves in grave peril. Yang Jian composed himself and gazed upward at the dimming sky. As twilight descended, it would not be long before nightfall. It would be prudent to return to the novice village as night approached. He had not forgotten the System-S warning to beginners: the ferocity of beasts escalates at night. Though Yang Jian's strength far exceeds that of other players at the same level, common level 3 monsters pose no challenge, while level 4 creatures can be contended with. However, one cannot discount the possibility of encountering level 5 or 6 monsters at night, which could spell disaster for him. Thus, for the sake of safety, it is wise to retreat to the novice village, where numerous players reside. Surely, it would be unlikely for them all to be eradicated at once. Resolute in his decision, Yang Jian hastened towards the novice village, undeterred by the encroaching darkness which rendered visibility troublesome and made hunting wild creatures impractical. Fortunately, he had recently attained level 4 and was not far from reaching level 5, which required 650 experience points. He currently stood at 180,650. With diligent effort in battling a few more waves of monsters tomorrow, he anticipated achieving level 5. Retracting his gaze, he surveyed his surroundings before swiftly turning on his heel, his footsteps echoing like whispers in the forest. In Novice Village 1124, a chilling howl reverberated from all directions. The wild wolves, still engaged in combat with players, began to retreat, hastening towards the outskirts of the village. Following suit, other creatures, such as the giant horned rhinoceros, also withdrew in succession. Despite the players' attacks landing upon them, the beasts remained singularly focused on their escape. As the first wave of the beast tide concluded, a system notification resonated within the hearts of every player. Upon hearing this sound, the realization dawned upon them that the beast tide had indeed come to an end. How infuriating! I barely had the chance to fight, lamented a group of players who had only just formed their team and were eager to showcase their prowess, only to be caught off guard by the abrupt conclusion of the beast tide. Conversely, some players sighed in relief, collapsing onto the ground to wipe the sweat from their brows. I'm utterly exhausted. It's finally over. At last, I can catch my breath. This latter sentiment reflected the majority of players, whose awakened talents were modest. They had exerted themselves to the utmost during the beast tide, valiantly fending off the onslaught of wild creatures. It has unexpectedly come to an end. Li Yuan gazed at the retreating horde of beasts, a frown creasing his brow. Beside him stood 4 newly recruited individuals. However, despite having successfully gathered these companions, they had scarcely encountered a few wild monsters before the wave concluded. Much to Li Yuan's dissatisfaction, he had made numerous concessions in terms of benefits, including resource allocation, to recruit these 4. Yet the outcome was far from what he had anticipated. He opened his panel. Li Yuan, Level 2, Skills, S-Rank Predator, Foresight. Currently, he had only reached Level 2 and had yet to attain Level 3. Leveling up to 2 had merely illuminated one skill. Nevertheless, his progress was significantly ahead of others, with the highest among them also at Level 2, and none had achieved Level 3. Li Yuan surveyed his surroundings, his gaze eventually resting on a bald giant not far away. Lu Wei, the possessor of the giant bloodline skill. This skill left a profound impression on Li Yuan, as Lu Wei's formidable explosive power had allowed him to slay numerous wild monsters with great flair. Yet, even Lu Wei remained at Level 2. Li Yuan felt a slight sense of reassurance. It seemed everyone was roughly at the same stage, stagnating at Level 2. My experience should surpass Lu Wei's, he mused, confident in the Predator's ability to seize experience, which was undeniably effective. Most of the experience from previous encounters had fallen into his hands, making his journey notably easier. Ding! The Novice Village ranking board is about to be unveiled, and the level standings will soon be announced. A voice once again drew everyone's attention back. Chapter 15. Rank Rewards. Almost all players simultaneously accessed the chat channel as the first wave of the beast tide concluded. The system announced rankings based on players' current levels and the number of creatures they had slain, distributing reward chests accordingly. The top 3 players would sequentially receive a golden chest, a silver chest, and a black iron chest. A striking message suddenly appeared on the panels of all players' level rankings. Additional rewards. Instantly, the player base erupted in excitement, each experiencing a myriad of emotions. Those who had vanquished numerous monsters, swiftly accumulating experience to level up, were filled with elation. Conversely, those who had yet to amass sufficient experience wore expressions of dismay, realizing that they would scarcely receive any valuable rewards, while their gap from others would only widen. It was indeed a rank-based reward. Li Yuan's gaze sparkled with delight. He was among the few who had advanced to Level 3 ahead of the others. His attention immediately fixated on the 3 chests within the chat channel. The golden chest radiated an extraordinary brilliance, appearing far more precious than the other 2. Its description read, Upon opening, there is a certain probability of obtaining a superb treasure with a minimum grade of high. This meant that one could at least secure a high-tier treasure. As for the other two chests, they offered similar chances of acquiring exceptional treasures, but without a guaranteed minimum. And the likelihood of obtaining high-tier treasures was significantly lower than that of the golden chest. Alas, there was no need for speculation. Li Yuan was undoubtedly in first place, having leveled up the fastest. The golden chest was rightfully his. I cannot say for certain. It seems Lu Wei has also reached level 3. Ultimately, it depends on who slays the most monsters. I find myself in despair. Why do such fortunate events elude me? Spare me the optimism when it comes to you. If it happens, you will certainly have your share. In the chat channel, others are engaged in fervent discussions, the messages flowing at an astonishing pace, making it impossible to keep up. Had I known there were settlement rewards, I would have certainly made an effort. Now, all that remains in their hearts is envy and jealousy. Brother Wei, what level are you now? Is there any chance of contending for the golden chest this time? Within a novice treehouse, four individuals sat around a flickering campfire. A girl with pink hair, dressed in a midriff-bearing outfit, inquired of the man seated across from her. Lu Wei, the man referred to as Brother Wei, shook his head and sighed. Alas, I am only at level 2, not as high as Li Yuan. The golden chest should rightfully belong to him. The distribution of chests is contingent upon player levels, and Lu Wei's assertion holds merit. In truth, their team lacks the numbers of Li Yuan's, resulting in fewer monster kills. The smaller group simply gains experience more rapidly due to the higher average distribution. Currently, aside from Lu Wei, who is just shy of leveling up to 3, the others hovered just above level 2, still a considerable distance from 3. Nevertheless, even at this stage, reaching level 2 surpasses the vast majority of players in the novice village, most of whom remain at level 1. Do not be too disheartened. While I may not secure the golden chest, there remains hope for the silver one. Let us not forget that aside from Li Yuan, we are the ones who have slain the most monsters. Casting a glance around at his somewhat despondent teammates, Lu Wei spoke up to offer consolation. Not necessarily. I just checked the channel chat, and it seems there is another player who has also reached level 3. One teammate hesitated for a moment before speaking. What? Besides Li Yuan and Lu Wei, there's a third individual in the 1124 novice village who has achieved level 3? The previously mentioned pink-haired woman, clad in a midriff-bearing purple outfit, exclaimed in astonishment. Who is it? Another robustly built teammate, with a slightly darker complexion, quickly inquired. I'm not sure. I stumbled upon a message that claimed someone witnessed a player single-handedly slay an elite-level green-eyed tiger. Single-handedly. The teammate had not finished speaking when he was interrupted by the purple-haired woman, who expressed incredulity. How could anyone possibly defeat a green-eyed tiger alone, especially an elite one? Single-handedly may be an exaggeration. Could there not be others lurking in the shadows providing assistance? The assembled group shared a collective skepticism regarding the existence of such a player. After all, they were familiar with the formidable nature of the green-eyed tiger, a level 3 creature. Moreover, it was an elite beast, significantly more challenging to vanquish than the ordinary monsters they had been battling. The notion that one person, and alone at that, could bring down an elite green-eyed tiger was something Lu Wei could not fathom, nor did he believe that anyone else could achieve such a feat. I was initially skeptical as well, but the one who mentioned it is a level 3 player. A level 3 player? The group exchanged glances, ultimately directing their attention toward the short-haired teammate who had made the statement. The team member, at a loss for how to explain the situation, simply pointed to the panel and displayed a message from someone on the screen for everyone to see. You can see for yourselves, she is still sending messages. Lu Wei and the others leaned in closely, fixated on the information on the team member's panel. Let me tell you, you must be cautious of that wicked villain. He just killed my little yellow today. Not only that, but I also witnessed him single-handedly take down a green-eyed tiger. I was right behind him, and I swear on my parents' graves that I am not lying. Those who doubt me can go to hell. What? You ask about his level? I have no idea, but I can assure you that he is definitely above level 3, possibly even reaching level 4. This golden treasure chest undoubtedly belongs to him. Whether you believe it or not, I have said my piece. Remember to keep your distance from that fearsome being. Otherwise, you may become the next victim. Furthermore, those who have been harmed by that demon should add each other as friends to offer mutual support. Let us seek revenge together. All these messages were sent from the same account, Sun Xiaoxiao. By the time Lu Wei and the others were observing, that account was still actively sending messages. You all see it. This is the situation. Wang Kai pointed at Sun Xiaoxiao's panel, where the prominent level 3 was clearly visible. It is her. She has reached level 3. She also mentioned another player who is leveling up rapidly, possibly beyond level 3. A profound silence enveloped the group. As previously mentioned by a teammate, this individual is indeed a level 3 player, on par with Lu Wei, and surpassing even those of the purple-haired group. After a considerable pause, Lu Wei sighed with a smile. There's nothing particularly surprising about it. There are always greater talents beyond the mountains. It's entirely normal for someone to level up faster than us. The key is that we must strive harder in the future. Indeed, what the esteemed leader Lu has stated is correct. The events have already transpired, and dwelling on them serves no purpose. We ought to focus on what lies ahead. The purple-haired woman remarked. Despite her words, the spirits of the group were inevitably dampened. The realization that someone had ascended to level 3 at such a rapid pace, and alone at that, raised numerous questions. Who is this individual? What extraordinary abilities do they possess? The uncertainty lingered in the minds of Lu Wei and his companions, proving difficult to dispel. As for Sun Xiaoxiao's suggestion of whether it might be a fabrication, they considered it plausible but deemed the likelihood to be minimal. Would a level 3 player go to such lengths to spread rumors? Surely, they must be more occupied with significant matters. I propose we add them as a friend and inquire about their circumstances. I concur. I as well. The purple-haired woman's suggestion garnered unanimous support from the group. Given the presence of such a formidable individual, it would not be unwise to gather some intelligence in advance. Resolute in their decision, Lu Wei promptly initiated the process of adding the individual as a friend. Chapter 16. The Earth Spirit Spring. Hello. May I ask if this is Sun Xiaoxiao? I am Lu Wei, a fellow level 3 player. I have some inquiries regarding the mysterious individual you just mentioned. Lu Wei exhaled and sent a message through the interface, then turned to his teammates, waiting patiently. After a while, a notification arrived. You have successfully added player Sun Xiaoxiao as a friend. Friend status, regular friend. Upon seeing the message on the panel, Lu Wei opened the chat window, ready to respond, when suddenly, a message from Sun Xiaoxiao appeared. Were you also bullied by that malevolent deity? Taken aback by this message, Lu Wei paused for a moment, contemplating his reply before responding. Is that malevolent deity the formidable, mysterious individual you referred to? Indeed, that is him. The very same fearsome and powerful villain with a wretched character. Have you encountered him as well? No. I added you as a friend to inquire about that person. You have been removed from the friend list by the other party and can no longer send messages. Just as Lu Wei completed his response of no, the remaining words were left untyped as he found himself abruptly removed from her friend list, leaving him momentarily stunned. What just happened? Did she remove you as a friend? The others, realizing the situation, exchanged peculiar glances. It was rather disrespectful to unceremoniously remove Lu Wei from her friends, as if she was unaware of his reputation. Never mind. Although Lu Wei felt a tinge of annoyance, he resigned himself to the situation. Through the interface, there was little he could do to confront Sun Xiaoxiao. Instead of wasting time pondering trivial matters, it would be more prudent to discuss tomorrow's agenda. Everyone has advanced to level 2, and level 3 is not far off. Our mission for tomorrow is to hunt wild creatures, ensuring that everyone reaches level 3, after which we shall challenge elite monsters. There are whispers in the chat that defeating elite monsters may yield rare items, proposed Lu Wei. Rare items. The eyes of the group sparkled with excitement. The system had previously indicated that items are categorized into ordinary, advanced, and rare. Each tier represents a significant qualitative leap in attributes. More importantly, the aforementioned rare items may include rare weapons. The power of rare weapons greatly enhances a player's strength. If we could obtain such weapons, future battles against wild creatures would become considerably less arduous. I have long grown weary of novice weapons. The group was invigorated, consumed by a fervent desire for rare weapons. Let us not rejoice too soon, cautioned Lu Wei. First, we must focus on leveling up. Self-preservation is paramount. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging that without survival, all else is meaningless. Lu Wei then outlined the battle plans for the following day before retiring for the night. In a hollow tree of the novice village, a young girl observed the glowing screen, her brow furrowing with impatience at the incessant messages. What a waste of my time. All this Lu Wei and Lu Ma nonsense. I've deleted them, yet they still keep adding me as a friend. Sun Xiaoxiao, frustrated by the incessant notifications, decisively clicked the block button. In an instant, the messages ceased, and tranquility enveloped her once more. Sun Xiaoxiao closed the panel and sat on the ground, a surge of resentment welling up within her as she recalled the recent events. Little Black and Little Yellow, how tragically you met your end. Little Black and Little Yellow were two snakes, and Sun Xiaoxiao's awakened skill was an A-grade snake control technique, enabling her to command ordinary serpentine creatures of a level slightly higher than her own. Thanks to this talent and a stroke of serendipity, Sun Xiaoxiao had managed to tame two level 2 flowery back snakes amidst the chaos of a beast tide assaulting the novice village, naming them Little Yellow and Little Black. Leveraging the high-level advantages of her serpentine companions, Sun Xiaoxiao swiftly hunted lower-tier wild beasts, rapidly ascending in levels. Moreover, during her journey of progression, she discovered that the snakes she had tamed through her snake control technique also garnered experience in proportion to her own gains. Thus, both she and her flowery back snakes experienced exponential growth. Sun Xiaoxiao had originally intended to cultivate her strength gradually through the advantages of her skill. But little did she expect to encounter a formidable adversary who, without uttering a word, struck down Little Yellow and Little Black in a surprise attack. It was then that Sun Xiaoxiao realized the existence of powers beyond her comprehension, although she remained oblivious to the reason why this formidable foe spared her life. Allowing her to escape a dire fate, she was left in a state of utter disarray, suffering significant losses. Just you wait. I will one day settle the score for Little Yellow and Little Black. Sun Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and, with a swift motion, hurled a wild boar leg from her side into the encroaching darkness. In the darkness, a fully pink, intricately patterned python slithered forth, opening its mouth to devour a pig's leg whole. Subsequently, it obediently crawled to Sun Xiaoxiao's feet, nudging her knee with its head. Go ahead, Little Pink. Eat well and grow strong. When the time comes, I shall rely on you for vengeance. Sun Xiaoxiao gently stroked the back of Little Pink, her expression tender. Little Pink was the third snake tamed by Sun Xiaoxiao, and the only one acquired after Yang Jian. Interestingly, it seemed that Sun Xiaoxiao's fortune was perpetually favorable, as she consistently encountered snakes of remarkable caliber, such as Little Pink. Though Little Pink was merely a level 2 creature, it belonged to a rare breed and had awakened the racial skill Venomous Mist, rendering it more formidable than the average level 3 wild beast. It was precisely due to Little Pink's Venomous Mist ability that Sun Xiaoxiao was able to swiftly hunt wild monsters, rapidly ascending to the rank of a level 3 expert. The effect of Venomous Mist is as follows. It releases a continuous cloud of toxic mist for 30 seconds, reducing the resistance of all living beings within its range and inducing a state of weakness, inflicting persistent poison damage that depletes health points each second. However, this skill has a notable drawback. After each use of the mist, Little Pink enters a state of weakness and requires a considerable period to recuperate. After all, snake venom is finite and necessitates time to accumulate. While its damage is substantial, its duration is brief, lasting only 30 seconds. Should the enemy not be vanquished within this time frame, they will recover, and the misfortune will befall Sun Xiaoxiao. Thus, Venomous Mist can be likened to a double-edged sword. Yet, when wielded with precision, it becomes an unequivocal weapon of destruction. Sun Xiaoxiao was well aware of this fact. Thus she had always exercised caution in her usage of this skill, rarely exposing it to others. Once her little companion reached level 5, she would venture to that location. Sun Xiaoxiao retrieved a piece of earthy yellow map fragment from her pocket, which she had obtained after defeating a level 2 wild wolf. The fragment, roughly the size of a tablet, had a certain weighty leather-like texture to it. However, it was merely a portion, as if an entire map had been divided into several pieces. The fragment in Sun Xiaoxiao's hand bore the name of only one location, Earth Spirit Spring. The minimum entry level was 5. Anyone below level 5 was barred from entry. By placing her finger on the 3 large characters of Earth Spirit Spring, relevant information could be revealed. Earth Spirit Spring, a habitat for fierce wild monsters, also the dwelling of Earth Spirits. Through trials set by the Earth Spirits, one could obtain rewards, including, but not limited to, extraordinary fruits that enhance attributes, rare weapons, and unique equipment blueprints. If I could acquire a weapon, it would significantly elevate my prowess. Sun Xiaoxiao's heart brimmed with anticipation. Locations like Earth Spirit Spring, shrouded in secrecy, harbored a high probability of treasure. Should she obtain a rare weapon, ascending to greatness would be within her grasp. Chapter 17. Serendipity Swish. A shadow darted through the woods with such velocity that even the slumbering birds perched in the trees failed to register its presence, merely sensing a gust of wind. Before long, the shadow came to a halt before a village monument. At last, I have returned, Yang Jian mused. The shadow was none other than himself. The familiar locale. The well-known monument of Novice Village 1124. Yang Jian mentally calculated that it took him less than 5 minutes to traverse from the forest back to Novice Village 1124 at full sprint. After all, he possessed the lightness buff acquired from defeating a blue marten, along with the intermediate talent of Swift March, a skill that significantly enhanced his mobility after disengaging from combat. Ding! You have entered Novice Village 1124. The heroic buff has dissipated, and you have gained the Blessing of the Elves, increasing your defense by 10. The Blessing of the Elves is a boon bestowed by the system upon every novice player, as long as one remains within the confines of the Novice Village. This protective blessing enhances defense. However, it becomes ineffective outside the boundaries of the village. Additionally, the heroic buff, which augmented experience gained from monster slaying, has vanished, signifying that Yang Jian would no longer acquire extra experience points from defeating monsters within the Novice Village. Yang Jian felt no regret regarding this. After all, perfection in this world is an elusive pursuit. The surroundings were notably tranquil. Yang Jian cast his gaze about, finding no signs of wild monsters. Still, he remained cautious, or perhaps hopeful, and conducted a thorough search. Yet he still encountered no traces of beasts, which confirmed his suspicion that the beast tide had indeed receded. The ground, however, was littered with blood, severed limbs, and shattered weapons. Evidently, a considerable number of players perished during this beastly onslaught. Yang Jian accessed the system panel and observed the number of survivors displayed in the upper right corner of the map. Presently, only 124 players remained, a staggering reduction of nearly 90 compared to the previous count exceeding 1,000. Most had succumbed to becoming mere fodder for the wild creatures. While the principles of survival of the fittest and natural selection govern the wild, such an outcome nonetheless sent a chill down Yang Jian's spine. In this harsh environment, strength alone guarantees survival, and Yang Jian recognized that his current capabilities were insufficient. Only with absolute power could one truly claim to possess safety. Ah, is that you? A melodious voice interrupted Yang Jian's contemplation. He turned to see a woman standing a few meters away, sword in hand, her expression revealing surprise as she gazed at him. Is it her? Yang Jian thought, somewhat taken aback. This was the member of the 5-person team he had encountered not long ago. The rather attractive girl with her hair tied back. Though he had forgotten her name, or perhaps had never bothered to remember it, her visage was certainly memorable. What brings you here? I'm He Ning. Do you recall me? We met during the hunt for the zebra bear. Upon recognizing Yang Jian, the girl visibly relaxed, sheathing her sword and approaching him. Instinctively, Yang Jian took 2 steps back. Please don't come too close. I am not fond of others invading my personal space. It makes me feel vulnerable. At this distance, an ambush was entirely plausible. One must remain cautious, for beauty should never engender complacency. Caution is the foundation of enduring safety. Yang Jian's performance momentarily left He Ning in a state of astonishment, and she soon lowered her head, her tone tinged with self-deprecation. Am I really that detestable? Detestable? Yang Jian found her remark rather absurd. What was there to find detestable? To be honest, the girl with her hair tied back was not unpleasant to look at. It was merely that he himself had always felt a lack of security, unable to feel at ease in any prolonged setting. Speak plainly. What do you want from me? Yang Jian queried, unconvinced that He Ning approached him merely for a casual reminiscence. What do I want from you? He Ning hesitated, realizing it was not as complex as Yang Jian presumed. The truth was, she had approached him simply because he was handsome and formidable, evoking an inexplicable sense of security that she could not resist. As for what she sought from him, she had not contemplated that at all. After a brief pause, recollecting a recent event, she took a deep breath and bowed slightly. Thank you for saving the 5 of us from the zebra bear before. Without your intervention, we might have met a tragic fate like those poor souls, perishing at the hands of wild creatures. Thank you. Her words were imbued with genuine heartfelt gratitude. Yang Jian was taken aback by her sincerity. He had not anticipated that she would remember the incident. No need for thanks. I merely had my sights set on that zebra bear. It was all just coincidence, he replied, nonchalantly clearing his ear. Although Yang Jian claimed it was not his concern, He Ning understood that he had acted from a place of genuine kindness. After all, he could have easily waited until the zebra bear had slain them all before making his move. For this reason alone, he deserved her gratitude. May I ask the name of my gallant benefactor? Yang Jian. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Jian decided to reveal his true name, deeming it inconsequential. Perhaps the other party would forget it in a few days. Yang Jian. He Ning softly murmured the name, committing it to memory, and then suggested, shall we add each other as friends? Adding friends was not an issue. Yang Jian was not socially anxious, and the act of adding a friend held no significant weight. He promptly opened the panel and sent a message. You have sent a friend request to player Hening, awaiting response. Player Hening has accepted your friend request. Now, let us exchange greetings. With a swift exchange, the friendship was established. However, Hening noticed that the friend permissions granted by Yang Jian were merely ordinary, which meant she could send him messages but was unable to view any of his space content or personal profile. This realization left her somewhat disheartened. It is worth noting that Hening had elevated Yang Jian to the status of a special friend, which conferred significantly greater access to private information. Unbeknownst to Yang Jian, Hening's thoughts wandered, and he was entirely unaware of the distinction between ordinary and special friends. He simply added her without much consideration. By the way, where had the other players in the novice village gone? Glancing around, Yang Jian inquired. Of course, his question was not born out of concern for the safety of the other players. He was not so altruistic. He asked because he needed to find others to continue acquiring skills. In response to Yang Jian's inquiry, Hening replied, the others have all returned to the Tree Hollow area. The Tree Hollow district serves as the birthplace for players like Yang Jian and his companions, where a row of trees stands tall, each stump acting as a hollow capable of accommodating 1 to 5 individuals. Indeed, Yang Jian nodded, a frown creasing his brow. If they were all hiding in the tree hollows, his plans to seize skills would have to wait until tomorrow. Alas, he had heard whispers of an upgrade reward tonight. He pondered who might be the fortunate recipient of the golden treasure chest. Hening suddenly let out a sigh, murmuring to himself, golden treasure chest? Yang Jian's ears perked up as he inquired, what golden treasure chest? Hening, taken aback, replied, you don't know? The system announcement stated that the top 3 players who level up on the first day will sequentially receive treasure chests. I haven't had the time to check the system panel, Yang Jian retorted, then proceeded to open the panel. Upon perusing the information regarding the upgrade treasure chests, he was struck with a mix of astonishment and delight. Chapter 18. Refusal. To Yang Jian's astonishment, there was a golden treasure chest. According to the description, the top 3 players who advanced the most on the first day would sequentially receive the chests, with the golden chest offering the most bountiful rewards, including rare items. Currently, he was at level 4, just shy of reaching level 5. However, it was likely that in the novice village 1124, no one else had a higher level than him. Yang Jian noted that the recipients of the reward chests were all players in novice village 1124, which meant that 3 players would be selected from the pool of over 1,000, though presently, there were only 100 or 200 survivors left. He felt a glimmer of hope that he might be the one chosen among the highest levels. Yang Jian, what is wrong? Hening remarked upon noticing the surprise etched on Yang Jian's face. Coupled with their earlier conversation about the treasure chests, a bold conjecture emerged in her mind. What level are you now? Yang Jian's level was concealed, known only to himself. Others could not see it. Just a bit over level 2, he replied with a smile, feigning nonchalance as Hening couldn't see his actual level. Why would she even ask if she couldn't see it? He chose to claim he was at level 2 simply to avoid unnecessary complications. Just over level 2? Hening clearly found this hard to believe. Given Yang Jian's ability to effortlessly defeat a zebra bear, could he really be leveling up so slowly? Are you truly only at level 2? She inquired again. What's so strange about that? Aren't you only at level 1? Yang Jian glanced at the level 1 emblem hovering above Hening's head, smirking as he spoke. It is quite different. The 5 of us have not hunted many wild creatures. Rather than saying we have not hunted much, it is more accurate to state that the 5 of them only managed to slay a single injured tailless mouse. And it took their combined efforts quite some time to do so. Oh, Yang Jian remarked nonchalantly, showing no real interest in how many levels Hening and her companions had achieved. Sighing, Hening reflected that this golden treasure chest should rightfully belong to Li Yuan. She suddenly expressed her envy, lamenting, how I wish I too could awaken an S-level skill. Li Yuan was in the limelight, well known among all 124 residents of the novice village as the only one to have awakened an S-level talent, oblivious to the fact that Yang Jian had awakened an SSS skill. As of now, Li Yuan's team was still broadcasting recruitment messages in the channel, seeking only the strong, not a large number, with contributions determining the distribution. And many were applying. Would my situation be different had I chosen to join Li Yuan's team? Hening regretted teaming up with the other 4. Their lack of combat prowess led to frustrating delays. Take the incident with the tailless mouse. Despite its low health, requiring only a finishing blow to end its life, they kept pushing each other, and it was ultimately Hening who had to step in to resolve the matter. reflecting on how they had boasted online about their prowess and fiercely criticized men, yet in actual combat, each one seemed more timid than the last. He Ning felt utterly exasperated with them. In just a single day, numerous conflicts arose among the 5 individuals. The girl with her hair tied up, Zhang Qian, proposed hunting more wild creatures before darkness descended. However, her suggestion was met with opposition from the others, who deemed it too exhausting and perilous. Reluctantly, Zhang Qian acquiesced, acknowledging that the majority's decision must prevail. Yet, when the experience rewards were announced, she was the first to voice her grievances, accusing the others of cowardice. Had they seized the opportunity to hunt more wild creatures earlier, they might have secured a reward chest. The other women, indignant, engaged in a heated argument with her. Unable to tolerate the discord, He Ning excused herself to fetch water, distancing herself from the quarrel. In less than a day, the team was subtly on the brink of disintegration, leaving He Ning in a predicament. However, with the current circumstances, there was little she could do. Li Yuan's team had high expectations, and other teams were not accepting new members at the moment. How long would it take for the 5 of them to level up while battling wild creatures? With this in mind, He Ning turned her gaze towards Yang Jian. He seemed formidable, capable of dispatching a zebra bear with a single strike. She wondered if he would consider teaming up. Indeed, He Ning had begun to contemplate abandoning the other 4 to form a duo with Yang Jian. In times of crisis, self-preservation took precedence. She did not perceive this as selfishness. Given the stark differences in their personalities, it would be prudent to part ways sooner rather than later, thus mitigating potential losses. The same would apply to the other 4. Why cling to a group when one could embrace a strong ally? Team up? Yang Jian glanced at He Ning. Grasping her intentions, she merely sought to latch onto a stronger partner. It seemed he had revealed too much of his capabilities, and he sighed inwardly. Having intended to quietly amass wealth without drawing attention, only to find himself under scrutiny. Nevertheless, there lies no alternative. Gold will inevitably shine, and exceptional individuals cannot remain concealed. Contemplating this, Yang Jian turned to He Ning and spoke. I am open to forming a team, but I will only accept those of equal strength. I shall not accommodate any burdens. Are you strong, or merely a burden? Can we perhaps lower the standards to align with your capabilities? Initially elated by Yang Jian's proposition, He Ning soon found herself in a quandary. Lowering standards might be feasible, yet it would depend on what one is willing to contribute. It is essential to remember that there are no free lunches in this world. If one seeks to cling to the strong, one must first reveal their own value. Yang Jian's words struck a chord, his gaze brazenly traversing He Ning's form, his eyes revealing no hints of concealment. Had it been anyone else casting such a look upon He Ning, she might have turned hostile on the spot. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, He Ning felt no aversion. Rather, an inexplicable sensation washed over her. After much contemplation, she surmised that perhaps it was due to Yang Jian's striking handsomeness. When a handsome man flirts, it transcends mere mischief. It becomes seduction. Indeed, He Ning was not surprised by Yang Jian's words. To claim there were no expectations would be disingenuous. In perilous circumstances, who would choose to carry a burden? Does one truly believe everyone possesses a saintly disposition? Presently, the only attributes that might catch his eye are likely limited to my physical appearance. Reflecting on this, He Ning felt a surge of confidence in her looks and figure. After all, she had always been the belle of the class throughout her life. In the game, He Ning's appearance bore a striking resemblance to her real-life self, as each individual's data was meticulously gathered from reality. However, what He Ning was oblivious to was that Yang Jian held no genuine interest in her. His words were merely a tactic to dissuade her. Although He Ning possessed a somewhat pleasing appearance, it was merely adequate. And Yang Jian's standards were far from being so low. My talent lies in sword and shield transformation, which can later evolve into a unified form, allowing me to combine the sword's offensive power with the shield's defensive capabilities, thus achieving a harmonious balance of offense and defense. He Ning blinked and spoke up, feigning ignorance. Yang Jian, of course, was fully aware of her ruse. This was convenient, as Yang Jian intended to decline her advances regardless. With that in mind, there was little left to discuss. I apologize, but your skills are insufficient. I do not require them at this time, Yang Jian stated. To his surprise, upon hearing these words, He Ning's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 19. Contribution. What does it mean to be weak? My skills are of a rank. Once I am allowed to develop, mastering swordsmanship will render me formidable. Upon hearing Yang Jian's disdain for her abilities, He Ning instantly felt displeased and retorted. Weakness is weakness. Even if, as you say, I develop and achieve a balance of offense and defense, I would still be weak. Yang Jian, disinclined to engage further with He Ning, recognized that she lacked an understanding of what true strength entails. Moreover, how long would it take for He Ning to reach such a level? In the meantime, would Yang Jian have to serve as her free bodyguard? Most crucially, teaming up with He Ning would mean sharing experience points, thereby hindering Yang Jian's leveling speed, an outcome he could not abide. I'm leaving. With no agreement in sight, there was little left for Yang Jian and He Ning to discuss, and he turned to depart. He sought other players in the Hollow Tree area to acquire skills from them, deeming it unnecessary to squander time. Hey, wait. He Ning wished to say more, but Yang Jian had already dashed away without looking back, leaving her to stare helplessly at his retreating figure, a look of resignation on her face. I wonder if other teams are still accepting members. I should try to assemble a strong group. Alternatively, I could recruit teammates on my own, eliminating the need to rely on others. Though she had missed the opportunity to team up with Yang Jian, He Ning quickly devised a solution. With this thought in mind, she promptly opened the system panel and entered her recruitment information, currently seeking 2 members for the team, 1 tank and 1 healer. Interviews and friend requests welcome. Requirements: obedience to arrangements. Do not disturb if disobedient. Note: females preferred. If possible, it would be preferable to find female team members, gentle, submissive, and easily influenced, while for the males, it is best to choose those who are honest. He Ning contemplated this, as her inherent belief still leaned towards female superiority and male subservience. After completing her tasks, He Ning paused momentarily before sending a message in the group of 5. I have decided to withdraw from this team and seek another. Her words were direct and unambiguous. The group had been silent, and after a brief pause, responses began to flow in. I have also decided to withdraw from the team. I've had enough. I too will leave. Me too. Soon after, notifications of withdrawals appeared. Zhang Qian had exited the Good Sisters group chat. Liang Shuangshuang had also left the Good Sisters group chat. In less than a moment, He Ning found herself the sole remaining member of the group she had created. Her expression remained impassive, and she felt no sense of regret or loss. If anything was regrettable, it was missing out on today's upgrade reward chest. The 5 of them had hindered each other, wasting a day's time, and the thought of it was infuriating. Ding. Player Zhang Qian requests to add you as a friend. Would you like to accept? Suddenly, a notification from the system chimed. It was Zhang Qian, wishing to add her as a friend to team up against monsters. Among the 5, Zhang Qian had the strongest temperament. Teaming up with her could be quite troublesome due to her assertiveness. After some contemplation, He Ning decisively chose to ignore the request. To establish a team, she needed to maintain her position at the center. Zhang Qian's words would only dilute her authority, undermining her leadership. What? Was I truly rejected? In a small hollow space within the Tree Hollow district, Zhang Qian, revealing her midriff with her hair tied up, gazed at the system panel, her brows furrowing in disbelief. Clearly, she never anticipated being denied a friend request by He Ning, nor could she fathom that such a rejection was possible. How could it be? Among the 4 of us, you were the one I held in some regard, yet you turned out to be this kind of person. I shall remember this grievance. 30 years of fortune in the east, 30 years of misfortune in the west. The humiliation seared into her heart as she clenched her teeth in anger. In the Tree Hollow district, hundreds of individuals gathered around a massive bonfire. The bonfire had been exchanged by Li Yuan with gold coins from the system's shop. By selling monster meat to the system, one could acquire system gold coins, which could then be used to exchange for various items. A large bonfire required 20 coins for a 7-day burn, providing warmth and warding off wolves, thus attracting many people. Li Yuan's lavish expenditure on the bonfire was not intended for the benefit of others. It was all part of a larger scheme. He aimed to establish his authority here. Displaying wealth and reliability would entice more individuals to join him, a principle that many capitalists had validated in previous lives. At that moment, Li Yuan sat upon the most prominent platform, closest to the bonfire, flanked by 2 newly recruited lackeys, one tall, named Dai Bao, and one short, named Sun Yuqing. Dai Bao, bending slightly, fanned Li Yuan while wearing an ingratiating expression. Brotherly, is it too hot? How's the breeze? Should I intensify it a bit? This time, Li Gu ascended to level 3, standing tall among his peers, with the golden treasure chest rightfully belonging to him. The attitudes of the 2 were notably humble, as their abilities were rather lacking. Dai Bao was merely an ordinary meat shield, his awakened skill being a mere D-grade emergency shield, capable of blocking a single normal attack within 30 seconds. Sun Yuqing, on the other hand, possessed the awakened skill of sword throwing, which doubled the throwing distance of his flying swords, rendering it rather ineffective. Both were elevated in rank, receiving experience points effortlessly within the team, thus showing utmost respect towards Li Yuan. I owe my elevation to level 3 largely to your experience fruits, Li Yuan remarked as he opened his eyes, rising slowly and smiling at the two. It turned out that Dai Bao and Sun Yuqing had joined Li Yuan's team and became his sycophants because they had contributed 2 experience fruits to him. These fruits had been discovered by chance when the two were chased by a herd of wild boars, ultimately leading them to a hot spring where a blue tree bore 4 fruits. Upon tasting them, they realized these fruits could enhance their leveling experience, bringing them great joy. After some deliberation, they decided to offer the remaining experience fruits to Li Yuan in exchange for a position within his team, where they could contribute without much effort. Upon receiving the experience fruits, Li Yuan was elated, as he had been troubled by the lack of experience needed to reach level 3. These fruits were indeed a timely boon. With the experience fruits in hand, his upgrade was practically assured. Thus, in front of everyone, Li Yuan officially took the two under his wing as his followers. It is precisely due to the fruits of experience that Dai Bao and Sun Yuqing have ascended rapidly. Otherwise, with their lackluster skills, how could they possibly persuade someone as opportunistic as Li Yuan to take them under his wing? As Li Gu reached level 3, the acquisition of the golden treasure chest seemed assured. Sun Yuqing, standing by, flattered him. Rest assured, once I obtain the golden chest, I shall not neglect either of you. Li Yuan chuckled, casting a glance at his status panel. The information about Lu Wei reflected in his eyes, revealing that the latter was merely at level 2. With Lu Wei only at level 2, he posed no real competition for me. Additionally, there is another player specializing in lightning, whose leveling speed is impressively swift and gaining notoriety. Li Yuan perused the profile of the other player, noting the striking appearance of the individual with the explosive hairstyle. Leo, possessor of the Thunderbomb skill. Thanks to the unique attributes of his lightning abilities, virtually all wild creatures are vulnerable to electricity, with the exception of the green-eyed tiger. Thus, Leo's Thunderbomb proves to be exceptionally effective, allowing for rapid monster hunting and leveling. Li Yuan had been quietly monitoring the developments surrounding Lu Wei and Leo. In his view, these two were the only worthy competitors. The data indicated that Leo was also at level 2. Gradually, Li Yuan's apprehensions began to dissipate. Being at level 2 signifies an inability to contend with him. The golden treasure chest is to be distributed uniformly at 8 o'clock sharp. And there are still 15 minutes to wait. Li Yuan contemplated this. For now, he need only await the release of the golden chest. Suddenly, the system panel flickered, and Leo's level abruptly surged to 3, leaving Li Yuan utterly astonished. Chapter 20. Acquiring the treasure chest, how could it suddenly rise to level 3? Li Yuan found himself perplexed, unable to believe his own eyes. He reopened Leo's profile to verify, and indeed, it still displayed level 3. Sending a chill through his heart. Was it truly level 3? How could it have escalated so unexpectedly? A flurry of thoughts raced through Li Yuan's mind. But soon his expression turned grave. Regardless of the reason, the fact that Leo had reached level 3 meant he could now contend for the golden treasure chest. A prospect Li Yuan could not tolerate. It seemed he could not afford to hold back. With a steely resolve, Li Yuan accessed his inventory. He retrieved a small green fruit, resting in his palm, about the size of his hand, glistening beautifully. It appeared he would have to sacrifice one experience fruit. Gazing at the shimmering fruit in his hand, Li Yuan decisively opened his mouth and took a bite. In just 2 bites, the juicy fruit vanished entirely. This fruit had no pit, yet was remarkably sweet. You have absorbed the experience fruit, increasing your experience by 10 and receiving a delicious buff, enhancing all sources of experience gained by 20 for 10 minutes. The familiar notification chimed once more, reminiscent of his first encounter with the experience fruit. His experience had indeed risen, though regrettably, the buff effect of the fruit had been wasted. Nonetheless, for the sake of the golden treasure chest, every sacrifice was worthwhile. There were only 2 experience fruits in total, one contributed by Dai Bao and the other by Sun Yuqing. Now that he had consumed the last, none remained, which was a source of regret for Li Yuan. The experience fruit is a rare treasure. Its value is considerable just by its effects alone. If it weren't for the golden treasure chest, I would truly hesitate to consume it. Li Yuan sighed. To be frank, he felt a twinge of wastefulness in his heart. Such a precious item as the experience fruit should ideally be consumed while hunting monsters, allowing one to gain the experience buff, putting it to its best use. He paused momentarily, then reopened the system panel, focusing on Leo's information. He had just reached level 3, and with my additional 15 experience, He should not be able to surpass me. Li Yuan was well aware that Leo had just leveled up, and that at the onset. The experience gained would be no more than 5. This thought momentarily eased Li Yuan's mind. Leo, here is an experience fruit. You should take it. Around a small campfire in the hollow of a tree, 4 individuals sat together. A girl gently extended a green fruit to the scruffy-haired boy opposite her, her expression tender. If you eat this, you can accumulate a bit more experience. Thank you, Jiansha. If I manage to secure the golden treasure chest this time, I won't forget your kindness. Leo replied with a simple courtesy, taking the experience fruit from Jiansha's hand and savoring it eagerly. It's so sweet. I can feel my experience rising, Leo exclaimed, casting a satisfied glance at his experience bar. Thank you, Jiansha. No need to thank me. The faster you grow stronger, the better it is for all of us. As she spoke, Jiansha leaned closer to Leo, resting her head gently against his shoulder. The other 2 team members observed this scene. Suddenly, understanding dawned upon him, and he cleared his throat, suggesting, the night is growing late. We should return to rest. Without awaiting a response from Leo, they both activated the interface and promptly exited the room, leaving only Leo and Yansa behind. Leo felt a tinge of shyness, uncertain of how to proceed, until Yansa took the initiative. Do not hold me accountable for what transpired at noon. My heart has solely belonged to you from the beginning. Yansa wrapped her arms around Leo, pressing against his chest as she began to help him tidy his attire. About noon, Leo felt a rush of warmth, suddenly recalling the incident involving Yang Jian. At that moment, Yansa had invited Yang Jian to form a team, igniting a spark of jealousy within Leo that compelled him to storm off. Reflecting on his own petulance, a wave of shame washed over him, and he quickly interjected. That is not true. How could I possibly blame you? I should not have scolded you at all. Well, it's a relief to hear, Yansa chuckled softly, suddenly releasing her embrace. But it's getting late. I shall return to rest. With that, she bestowed a gentle kiss on Leo's forehead before pressing the button to exit the room. Wait, Yansa, we haven't. Leo exclaimed to the empty air, only realizing her departure after she had left. We haven't reached that point yet. Feeling a pang of disappointment, he lamented, wishing he had been more assertive. Perhaps he would have held her close by now. Alas, with Yansa gone, it was too late. Should he send her a message to invite her back? Leo suddenly pondered, but quickly shook his head, feeling too embarrassed to lower himself. Furthermore, Jiansha had just bestowed upon him the experience fruit, aiding him in his quest for the golden treasure chest. Was it not a tad too beastly to impose such an excessive request? He sat in place, unable to calm his tumultuous thoughts for a long while. Suddenly, he unleashed a barrage of thunderbolts, striking the surrounding tree hollow. The air crackled with the ferocity of a tempest, thunder roaring as lightning surged outward, vanishing into the walls of the hollow as if absorbing the very essence of the storm. Having vented his pent-up emotions, Leo was left utterly drained. His body drenched in sweat, sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. I truly envy Leo. Jiansha is so beautiful. If only she were that kind to me. Wang Yang and Sun Jian lamented, standing together outside the tree hollow, their voices tinged with jealousy. If only we possessed superior talents like Leo's extraordinary lightning affinity. How splendid that would be, Sun Jian said, shaking his head dismissively. Their talents could not be compared to Leo's. One must choose wisely where to roost. Especially as a human. At this moment, they must be reveling in their excitement, for Jiansha certainly did not seem like a novice. At this juncture, the two exchanged knowing smiles, the unspoken meaning palpable between them. By the way, do you think Leo will manage to secure the golden treasure chest this time? Who knows? In any case, we certainly won't. However, in just 5 minutes, we'll find out. Indeed, only 30 seconds remained. The final 10 seconds. Only 10 seconds remain until the distribution of the reward chests in the chat channel is already in a frenzy. Simultaneously, everyone turns their gaze towards the system panel. Li Yuan's face is a mixture of tension and excitement. His fists clenched tightly, nearly sweating from the grip. It's coming. 3, 2, 1. It's mine. Ding. You have received a black iron chest in this upgrade reward settlement. The reward has been allocated to your inventory. Upon reading the system notification, Li Yuan is momentarily taken aback. His eyes widen in disbelief, and his expression becomes frantic. How could it only be a black iron chest? Where is my golden chest? My golden chest. His outburst draws the attention of nearly everyone around him, who now realize he has received a black iron chest. No way. Did Li Yuan only get a black iron chest? Is there someone who upgraded faster than Li Yuan? Dai Bao and Sun Yuqing are equally astonished and approach to inquire about the situation. Brotherly, you just received a black iron chest? Could it be a mistake by the system? Dai Bao asks cautiously. Li Yuan, already fuming, is provoked further by the mention of black iron chest and shoves Dai Bao to the ground. Get lost. Don't bother me. Dai Bao, taken aback, dares not retaliate and, after forcing a few laughs, leaves with Sun Yuqing in a dejected manner. The other players witnessing this scene wear expressions of schadenfreude. A dog-eat-dog situation. Indeed. Look closely. This is the fate of being a lackey. Heh, Li Yuan only received a black iron chest. That brings me some comfort. Previously, Li Yuan boasted about acquiring the golden treasure chest, exuding an air of confidence that suggested it was as good as his. Now, however, he finds himself thoroughly embarrassed. The sound of slaps echoing against his face, a sight that invokes laughter from onlookers. It is indeed ironic. One might have thought him truly formidable. How satisfying it is to witness such a turn of events. Other players, not aligned with Li Yuan's faction, naturally offered him no quarter. Their laughter and derisive jeers resonating around the campfire, while the phrase "how satisfying" flooded the public chat. Even those within Li Yuan's own faction secretly chuckled. For it is a shared human flaw to revel in the misfortune of others, compounded by Li Yuan's unpopular demeanor. Faced with this ridicule, Li Yuan felt a vexing itch in his chest, yet found himself powerless to change the situation. Aware that remaining on stage would only render him a laughingstock, he decided to withdraw, gesturing grandly before retreating to his hollow beneath the tree. Who could it be that seized the golden treasure chest? Back in his hollow, Li Yuan continued to ponder this mystery, reflecting on his recent defeat. He had only secured a black iron chest, signifying that two others had outpaced him. Who were these individuals? To what level had they ascended? What treasures lay within the golden chest? All of this remained shrouded in uncertainty, and for the first time, the self-proclaimed prodigy experienced the stinging sensations of defeat and humiliation. Meanwhile, in the western section of the hollow, Yang Jian, racing forward, suddenly came to a halt. Gazing at his inventory where a newly acquired golden chest awaited him. He had it. The golden treasure chest. Yang Jian exhaled in relief. A blend of disbelief and an understanding that this outcome was indeed fitting. Having ascended to level 4, it was reasonable to assume that no one would surpass his rank. However, the notion that there are always those beyond one's comprehension lingered in his mind. Thus, until the very last moment, Yang Jian harbored the possibility of being overturned. But now, with the dust settled, Yang Jian had successfully acquired the golden treasure chest. Open the golden treasure chest, he silently intoned. In a mere second, a radiant golden light flickered before him, only to swiftly dissipate. You have unlocked the golden treasure chest. You have obtained the rare weapon, Blade of Greed. You have acquired 3 golden fruits. You have received the advanced armor, Withered Breastplate. You have obtained a fragment of the map, Reverse Cold River. The notifications continued to cascade in, and as he absorbed the information regarding these items, Yang Jian was suddenly overwhelmed with joy. Chapter 21. All Rewards Blade of the Greed. Type: Weapon Rarity, Rare Attack Power, 105 Durability, 100 Passive Greed. When slaying monsters with the Blade of Greed, gain an additional 10 gold and experience. Inflicts an extra 10 damage to monsters below level 10, while dealing 100 reduced damage to monsters above level 10. Passive Doom. Each monster killed reduces durability by 1 point and grants a layer of doom, which can stack up to 100 layers. Upon reaching maximum layers, the Blade of Greed automatically disintegrates, inflicting double damage to the wielder. Note: the final strike of the greed will be directed towards oneself. Golden Fruit. Type: Consumable Rarity, Rare Function. Upon consumption, grants random permanent attributes, a brief increase in attack power and movement speed, and boosts experience gain by 30 during its effect duration. Note: once flourishing on the golden tree, these fruits have now perished along with the tree itself. But how did this come to be? Withered Chestplate. Rarity, Advanced Type, Armor Magical Defense, 15 Durability, 30 Note, crafted from the bark of withered trees. This armor was made by the dwarven artisans of the Forest Clan. Fragment of the map, Reverse Cold River. Rarity, Low Type, Map Fragment Note, a fragment of a map, possibly once part of a larger expanse. Emits a guiding light when approached near the Reverse Cold River. This concludes the contents of the golden treasure chest. Yang Jian stared blankly, realizing just how bountiful the rewards from the golden treasure chest truly were, without mentioning the excessively high attributes of the greedy blade and the withered chest plate. The mere presence of the golden fruit dazzles him. A rare fruit. Consuming it randomly enhances permanent attribute points. The properties of the golden fruit feel all too familiar. Rare. Augmenting attribute points, so reminiscent of the blue velvet fruit he had painstakingly acquired earlier. The blue velvet fruit enhances jump ability, with its effects being random, also providing a slight boost to attack power and movement speed, as well as a temporary increase in experience gained. While other attributes may be overlooked, the boost to experience is undeniable. It implies a time-limited enhancement. He can save the golden fruit for tomorrow when he faces wild monsters, thereby maximizing his experience gain. Carefully storing the golden fruit, Yang Jian silently intones, "Summon the greedy blade." In the next instant, a purple radiance swept before his eyes, and he found himself holding a purple short dagger. The greedy blade. Contrary to Yang Jian's expectations, the greedy blade is a short dagger, crescent-shaped, approximately 50 centimeters long, with a razor-sharp edge and its hilt and blade adorned with a purple gemstone, the source of the purple glow. Quite well balanced, he muses, weighing it in his right hand. It feels slightly over 2 pounds, somewhat hefty, yet manageable. The greedy blade boasts an attack power of 105, nearly 10 times greater than that of his novice weapon. Yang Jian took out his novice weapon, the rusted iron sword, and compared it with the blade of greed. The rusted iron sword boasted an attack power of 15 and a durability of 50, while the blade of greed had an impressive attack power of 105 and a durability of 100. In every aspect, the blade of greed far surpassed the novice weapon. Additionally, the blade of greed possessed a unique effect absent in the rusted iron sword, dealing an extra 10 damage to monsters below level 10. This meant that when wielding the blade of greed against such creatures, the damage inflicted would significantly exceed 105. Moreover, there was the withered chestplate, another commendable item. Although the withered chestplate was merely of high quality and its attributes did not shine as brightly as those of the blade of greed, it offered a substantial defensive effect with a magical defense power of 50. The effect of magical defense is to mitigate magical damage, which is particularly relevant against spells like Snowball and Magic Orb, both of which inflict magical harm. Overall, the practicality of the withered chestplate was commendable. Equipping the withered chestplate, Yang Jian silently declared within his mind. Almost instantly, he felt a lightness upon his shoulders. Without the need to reach out, a layer of blue open-fronted tunic enveloped him, emanating a faint ethereal glow. The chest area of the tunic bore the image of a gnarled tree stump, exuding an aura of age. This was indeed the withered chestplate. After donning the withered chestplate, Yang Jian jumped lightly, not feeling any heaviness, merely as if he had put on an additional layer of clothing, which in no way hindered his movements. It was truly remarkable. At last, there lay a fragment of a map, originating from the reverse cold river. Yang Jian carefully extracted the piece, cradling it in his hands for a moment. To his astonishment, this fragment was crafted from bone, roughly the size of a palm, and exhibited a coarse texture in a pale gray hue. As Yang Jian scrutinized the markings upon the bone, his expression gradually transformed into one of uncontainable delight. Various nests of wild creatures were distinctly imprinted upon the surface. Indeed, this was a map detailing the locations of these creatures. A silvery line traversed the entirety of the map, representing the reverse cold river. This location appeared to correspond to the novice village 1124. After observing the fragment for a while, Yang Jian noted a small black dot, akin to a bean, positioned at the lower right corner of the reverse cold river, accompanied by the inscription 1124. Following the path from the novice village 1124 upwards, he discerned a forest and a structure marked by the symbol of a wooden house. This must be the forest I recently visited, Monster's Lair Forest. Why is there a wooden house here? Yang Jian furrowed his brow in contemplation. The map fragment indicated that to the north of the Monster's Lair Forest, there was indeed a wooden house. Beyond it, continuing northward, lay the reverse cold river. Could this wooden house harbor treasures? Yang Jian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Those familiar with games understand that locations marked on maps often conceal hidden treasures. Yet, it is also plausible that it is merely an ordinary wooden house, and perhaps Yang Jian was indulging in flights of fancy. Whether treasures exist or not could be easily discerned. A visit would unveil the truth. However, at this hour, venturing out is unwise. The night has fallen, and the wild creatures have retreated into the wilderness, lurking in the shadows. To step outside now would be tantamount to courting death. After a prolonged contemplation, Yang Jian carefully stowed away the fragments of the map. Just then, he was suddenly taken aback, turning to frown at a distant silhouette. Who goes there? Oh, have I been discovered? A voice, tinged with surprise, emerged from the darkness, followed by the emergence of two figures from the shadows. Chapter 22. Ambush. There were two individuals approaching, One donned a black trench coat and windproof goggles, standing at approximately the same height as Yang Jian, around 1 meter 80. The other was clad in a t-shirt paired with black jeans, possessing a lean physique. A bandage adorned the right side of his face, and he sported a thick beard, trailing behind the figure in the trench coat. "Kid, I didn't expect you to discover us." "Quite intriguing," remarked the one in the black coat, surveying Yang Jian from head to toe. "Is it so surprising that I noticed you? I'm not deaf. Your footsteps are as loud as thunder. If I hadn't noticed, it would indeed be a miracle," Yang Jian retorted, a smirk playing on his lips. "Ben, it seems we came to the right place this time. Just look at this kid's gear," the bearded man exclaimed, pointing at the wilted chest armor adorning Yang Jian. "I see it. I can't believe you possess such high-grade equipment. Where did you acquire it, kid?" inquired the figure in the trench coat, his eyes narrowing, greed flickering within them as he scrutinized Yang Jian's upper body. "Do you believe me if I say I stumbled upon it?" Yang Jian replied with a chuckle. "Stumbled upon it? Where exactly?" The man in black appeared momentarily taken aback before pressing on with his inquiry. "I found it amidst some ruins," Yang Jian fabricated nonchalantly. "Ruins?" The trench coat wearer furrowed his brow. "Ben, can't you tell? This guy is just toying with us," the bearded man interjected. Having realized the ruse before the man in black did, Shenbin seemed to finally grasp the situation, shooting an annoyed glance at the bearded man. "Of course. I know he is jesting. Was it necessary for you to point that out?" The burly man was momentarily taken aback, pouting without uttering a word. "Humph," Shenbin scoffed, retracting his gaze to focus on Yang Jian, and slowly articulated, "Kid, I do not care what sheer luck led you to acquire that advanced armor. I present you with two options. First, obediently remove the armor from your person and kneel, addressing me as Brother Chun. In that case, I may consider sparing your life. Alternatively, we could eliminate you and strip you of your armor. Which will you choose?" "What? So you are here to rob me?" Yang Jian's expression shifted dramatically as he took a step back. Naturally, who would come out at night for a friendly chat? Observing Yang Jian's cowardice, the burly man felt a surge of confidence and stepped forward. "But consider yourself fortunate to have crossed paths with Brother Ben. He is a man of principles. As long as you willingly surrender that advanced armor, I assure you that no harm will come to you." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the burly man struck. With a swift flick of his right hand, several throwing darts materialized seemingly from thin air, hurtling towards Yang Jian. His pupils constricted in shock. He had not expected such a treacherous assault. Fortunately, he had remained vigilant, instinctively employing the weasel-tail defense technique. In a mere second, he twisted his body, evading to the right like a wraith. The darts grazed past his face, embedding themselves deeply into the ground, leaving only the red tails exposed. Witnessing the immense power of the darts, Yang Jian felt a surge of relief for his quick reflexes that had saved him from peril. Yet an overwhelming fury began to swell within him. The opponent unexpectedly launched a surprise attack while he was caught off guard, demonstrating a level of cunning that surpassed even his own. How could he possibly tolerate such treachery? Opposite him, the bearded man wore an expression of mild astonishment. He had not anticipated that his darts would be evaded. With a soft chuckle, he gestured with his right hand, causing the darts embedded in the ground to instantly return to his grasp. This spectacle caused Yang Jian to raise an eyebrow in curiosity. "What kind of skill is this?" he inquired. Yet, the bearded man offered no reply, sneering, "Why on earth would I divulge my skills to you? Do you take me for a fool?" Yang Jian found himself momentarily speechless. Indeed, who would be foolish enough to reveal their trump cards to an adversary? "Speed type," Chunbin interjected, approaching and analyzing Yang Jian's capabilities. "However, it appears his speed is not as swift as that of the individual we previously hunted." Indeed, the two exchanged a few words, seemingly dissecting Yang Jian's abilities thoroughly. While Yang Jian's ability to evade the darts had indeed taken them by surprise, it was still a modest accomplishment, as they were all players of the second tier. In light of this, it was time to employ that precious item. "Precisely my intention," Chun Bin and the bearded man discussed openly in front of Yang Jian, showing no regard for his presence, which ignited a flicker of indignation within him, as if he were being underestimated. In the next moment, Chun Bin retrieved a black armband from his pocket, adorning his arm with it. He then shouted, "Release, darkness." Instantly, the black armband unleashed a dense cloud of dark mist, surging forth like gas, enveloping the three of them in an ominous shroud. Yang Jian immediately heightened his vigilance. As he gazed into the distance, Chin Bin and the bearded man had long vanished, swallowed by the inky black mist. The surroundings were a formless abyss, shrouded in darkness, obscuring all visibility. After a moment's contemplation, Yang Jian resolutely rose to his feet, propelling himself forward to the right, striving to escape the clutches of the murky fog. However, after running for several paces, he sensed something amiss. Logically, after such a prolonged sprint, he should have long since exited the confines of the mist. Yet, why did it still envelop him? It was futile. Once the domain of the black mist was established, unless the wielder retracted it voluntarily. Those ensnared within could never hope to escape. The bearded man's voice echoed through the murk. A flicker of purple light danced within Yang Jian's grasp as he lunged toward the source of the sound. With a swift thrust, he pierced through the veil of darkness. Striking true, with a sound akin to a thunderclap, his blade penetrated the shoulder, causing a torrent of crimson to erupt forth. A visage emerged from the mist. Etched with shock and terror, it was the bearded man, the very one who had been wounded. Yang Jian, equally astounded, had not anticipated that his casual strike would connect with the bearded man. Regaining his composure, a steely resolve settled upon his features. And the avaricious one swung his blade once more, aiming for the opponent's throat. The bearded man's pupils dilated in alarm, perhaps sensing the imminent peril to his life. He unleashed a thunderous cry, "Scatter!" In an instant, his form began to dissolve like a mirage, swiftly becoming transparent, narrowly evading the fate of a severed throat. Concurrently, the surrounding black mist appeared to lose its grip, dissipating gradually like smoke. This unforeseen turn left Yang Jian momentarily taken aback. Without hesitation, he retreated 2 steps, creating distance between himself and the enigmatic foe. Meanwhile, the surrounding black mist gradually dissipated, revealing the silhouettes of 2 individuals across the way. Liang Feng, what is happening? Why has the black mist dispersed? Chun Bin, standing at a distance, appeared astonished, a flickering black light emanating from his hand as he seemed to be conjuring a spell. Perplexed by the vanishing mist, his expression shifted dramatically upon noticing Liang Feng nearby. Liang Feng, what has happened to you? What is wrong with your hand? Liang Feng offered no response, clutching his shoulder wound with one hand, his gaze filled with trepidation as he regarded Yang Jian. Be careful. Do you see the sword in his hand? At Liang Feng's warning, Chen Bin's attention was drawn to Yang Jian's weapon, and his countenance paled in shock. A rare purple weapon. How could he possess such an extraordinary item? Even for someone as seasoned as Chen Bin, the sight left him momentarily stunned. A rare weapon. The one in Yang Jian's possession was undeniably a rare artifact, its acquisition significantly more challenging than that of a high-level weapon. How had he come by it? Chen Bin and his companion had exerted considerable effort, eliminating numerous players, only to acquire a single high-level black bracer. The existence of a rare piece of equipment in Yang Jian's hands was nothing short of astonishing. After the initial shock, the expressions of Chun Bin and his companion transformed into unrestrained joy. Let us take him down. That rare weapon will be ours. Indeed. However, this fellow is not to be underestimated. It seems we must resort to that item. Liang Feng nodded in agreement. For the sake of that rare weapon, it appears we have no choice but to use it. He then retrieved a red object from within his cloak. Chapter 23. The harvest. The crimson object resembled a wooden plaque, emanating a potent aura of red as soon as it was unveiled, causing Yang Jian to involuntarily narrow his pupils. Undoubtedly, this was a piece of high-grade equipment. It was also the source of confidence for Chen Bin and Liang Feng. Let us make our move. All right. The red charcoal talisman could only bolster the body's strength 3 times. However, it was more than sufficient to deal with him. Almost as soon as the words were spoken, Liang Feng activated the red charcoal talisman, offering Yang Jian no opportunity to react. Immediately, the talisman shook, and a circle of red light enveloped Liang Feng, swiftly shrouding him entirely. It seemed to ignite a transformation within him, causing his body to swell, his arm muscles bursting through his shirt, and a red glow igniting in his eyes. I feel an overwhelming surge of power, Yang Feng exclaimed, his strength and speed attributes having risen dramatically by 15 points. He exhaled white mist from his mouth and nose, his expression brimming with excitement. Indeed, this was a high-grade item. Chun Bin echoed his astonishment. No one understood the power of the red charcoal talisman better than him. Earlier that morning, during their hunt, it was a player wielding the red charcoal talisman who had given Liang Feng and the others a hard time. The enhancement from the red charcoal talisman was immense, especially since we were both at level 2. Even if he possessed rare weaponry, he could not possibly contend with us. Exactly. This was a sheer display of dominance. Chun Bin seized the thrown red charcoal talisman and activated it, instantly feeling his strength surge as confidence surged within him. On the opposite side, Yang Jian felt as though he was facing a formidable foe, his expression gravely serious. Brute force enhancement. Bloodline of the giant. Ferret-tailed defense technique. Yang Jian silently urged various skills, fervently stacking buffs, sensing that this would be his most arduous battle yet. Die. A thunderous roar pierced the heavens as he unleashed a lethal strike. In the pitch-black night sky, it appeared as if a red lightning bolt had torn through the darkness. That was Liang Feng making his move. He swung his fists with astonishing speed, darting toward Yang Jian like a bolt of lightning. With unwavering focus, Yang Jian instinctively raised his right fist. A resounding thud echoed, reminiscent of bone shattering. Liang Feng, who had been grinning menacingly, suddenly felt a searing pain in his hand. Before he could comprehend the situation, a crushing blow struck his forehead, sending him hurtling backward, crashing heavily onto the ground, rendered unconscious. This scene left the onlookers, including Yang Jian, utterly astounded. He had not anticipated that Liang Feng's ferocious attack would be so feeble. Remarkably, he had exerted little effort. A mere flick of his fist had sent his opponent flying. Is that all? Yang Jian could think of nothing but those two words. After all that time, and with the aid of the red charcoal talisman, how could Liang Feng prove to be so vulnerable? This made Yang Jian wonder if his adversary had been feigning weakness all along. Had he truly dispatched Liang Feng in an instant? Qin Bin was engulfed in disbelief. Only he understood the sheer strength of the enhanced Liang Feng. With the amplification from the red charcoal talisman, coupled with his own ultimate skills, his power had reached a terrifying level, capable of vanquishing a level 2 elite monster in direct combat. Yet now, under such formidable enhancement, he had been eliminated by Yang Jian in mere moments. How could Qin Bin not feel a profound shock in his heart? What manner of monster is he? A cold sweat broke out on Qin Bin's brow, and almost instinctively, he felt the urge to flee. The opponent was undoubtedly beyond his capacity to confront. However, just as Qin Bin shifted his feet, a chilling sensation enveloped him, as if he were ensnared by a pair of piercing eyes. Where do you think you're going? Yang Jian appeared behind him. Wait, it's all a misunderstanding. Before he could finish his sentence, a dull thud resonated at the back of his head, causing Qin Bin's eyes to bulge in shock as he collapsed to the ground. What a fright. After dispatching the two, Yang Jian exhaled deeply. The entire ordeal had unfolded in less than a dozen breaths, so abruptly that he found it hard to believe. It seems I have underestimated my own strength. Or perhaps I have overestimated the capabilities of these two. From the outset, Yang Jian had regarded Qin Bin and his companion with utmost seriousness. Yet it appeared that they were rather feeble. Life essence after inspecting the bodies and confirming that both Qin Bin and his companion were deceased. Yang Jian extended his right hand, casting a verdant glow over them. Immediately thereafter, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding. You have applied life essence to Qin Bin. Life recovery increased by 1. You have acquired keratin mutation. When utilizing skills, a certain part of your body becomes keratinized, enhancing defensive capabilities. Ding. You have utilized Liang Feng's life essence, restoring 1 point of vitality and gaining a lethal strike, which temporarily enhances your attack power and inflicts an additional 1 to 20% damage on targets with lower health than yours, reaching its maximum when the health difference is 30. After reviewing the skills, Yang Jian felt somewhat disheartened. These two abilities could only be described as unremarkable. He then turned his attention to the two individuals lying on the ground. Bending down, he began to search their corpses. Soon, he stood up, clutching 3 pieces of equipment and a small pouch of coins. Shadow Mist Bracer's attributes, advanced effect, emits a wide area of black mist that automatically tracks and reduces the target's field of vision. Description: bracers worn by dark minions, renowned for their element of surprise. Crimson Ember Amulet attributes, advanced effect, temporarily enhances strength and speed. Remaining uses: 1-3. Description: an amulet that can only be worn by the elite of the Crimson Ember tribe, symbolizing enduring courage and strength, can be re-empowered at the Elven Totem. Returning Throwing Dagger attributes, low-level throwing item effect, thrown in a swift motion, inflicting piercing damage on the target, can be recalled repeatedly. Description: a metal dart with an exceptionally sharp tip, capable of easily penetrating wooden boards. It turns out that what he had just used was not a skill, but rather a throwing dagger. As he contemplated the description of the returning throwing dagger, Yang Jian recalled the dart Liang Feng had previously thrown, which had embedded itself into the ground, leaving a profound impression with its formidable power. Furthermore, the Shadow Mist Bracers, being an advanced item and functional, truly took Yang Jian by surprise. Black Mist. Yang Jian gently murmured as he directed the red dot on his wrist towards the lifeless body of Liang Feng lying on the ground. Instantly, clusters of dark mist began to rise from the red, enveloping the latter in an eerie shroud. Dissipate, Yang Jian silently commanded in his mind. The black mist then gradually dispersed upwards as if it had lost control. Not bad, Yang Jian mused, a contemplative expression crossing his face. He then carefully stored away the black mist wrist accessory and picked up the red charcoal talisman, examining it with a look of astonishment. Chapter 24. The treasure chest reward. To his astonishment, Yang Jian discovered that the crimson carbon amulet was, in fact, a rechargeable item. After perusing the amulet's description, he could hardly contain his surprise. A rechargeable item refers to one that can be utilized multiple times through recharging, in contrast to a disposable item, which is rendered unusable once depleted. Currently, it can only be employed once, but upon locating the spirit totem, it can be recharged, restoring its usability to 3 times. Furthermore, this amulet boasts the remarkable effect of enhancing attack power by a significant 15 points. An increase of 15 points is quite substantial, especially considering that the Azure Velvet Fruit only enhances jump attributes by 20 points. Nevertheless, that mere 20-point enhancement had proven immensely beneficial. At present, Yang Jian was at level 4, with a base attack power of 23, and the Crimson Carbon Amulet would elevate this figure by an impressive 15 points, signifying that this amulet could more than double his base attack power. Additionally, base attack power can augment skills. For instance, the Giant Bloodline skill fundamentally multiplies base attack power, health, and size. It was no wonder he had exuded such confidence moments prior. Glancing at the lifeless body of Liang Feng on the ground and recalling the latter's earlier self-assured demeanor, a smile crept across Yang Jian's face. Indeed, with an increase of over 100 in strength, anyone would be brimming with confidence. Alas, he had encountered Yang Jian. Had it been an ordinary player, they might have triumphed. But I am not like them, Yang Jian mused with a smirk. Subsequently, he surveyed the 2 corpses strewn on the ground, shook his head, and turned to proceed towards the grove of trees. In the secluded area of the tree hollow, within an inconspicuous purple tree cavity, Sun Xiaoxiao found herself momentarily transfixed by the treasure chest before her. Just moments ago, she had received the system's ranking reward, securing the 2nd place, which entitled her to a silver treasure chest. Without hesitation, she issued the command to open it. Ding! You have unlocked the silver treasure chest. You have received 3 great food fruits, a silver bracelet of the beast tamer, and 50 silver coins. Great food fruit attributes, advanced consumable effects, restores a moderate amount of health and mana upon use. Description. The fruit born of the great food flower possesses miraculous restorative properties, particularly effective when applied to exotic beasts. Silver bracelet of the beast tamer attributes, advanced weapon bonus, aura enhancement. Increases the attack power and aggressiveness of exotic beasts within a 10-meter radius. Description. Its surface is remarkably smooth, suggesting frequent polishing, and it augments the attack strength of wild creatures. Advanced equipment. Sun Xiaoxiao exclaimed in excitement as she reviewed the contents of the treasure chest, for the rewards far exceeded her expectations. Particularly, the silver bracelet of the beast tamer was a perfect fit for her. The aura it emitted would amplify the attack power of the exotic beasts around her. Sun Xiaoxiao's skill, Serpent Mastery, allowed her to control serpentine creatures. And with the enhancement provided by this silver bracelet, the attack capabilities of her commanded serpents would multiply. Eagerly, she adorned her wrist with the beast tamer's bracelet and subsequently summoned Little Pink. Use. As the 2 words fell, the beast tamer's bracelet emitted a soft, luminous tremor, as if an invisible force surged forth, spreading into the surroundings. Immediately, Xiaofan appeared to be stimulated. Her originally light brown eyes suddenly transformed into a deep crimson, her serpentine mouth gaping open as she expelled a core, producing a dull sound. Her attack power surged by a remarkable 30 points. Through the exclusive skill panel, Sun Xiaoxiao observed that Xiaofan's current attack power had escalated from 30 to 60, and her desire to attack had significantly intensified. The entire serpent seemed to have undergone a transformation. This was indeed terrifying, considering it was still in a regular state. Once Sun Xiaoxiao activated the Beast Master's encouragement effect, this attack power would soar even higher. Xiaofan, you could probably take on 3 at once now, right? Sun Xiaoxiao gently stroked Xiaofan's forehead as she spoke. Xiaofan was no ordinary snake. She was a mutated serpent, inherently possessing strength comparable to a level 3 wild creature. coupled with the enhancements from the Beast Tamer's bracelet and the Beast Control skills. Defeating 3 of the same level was surely within her capabilities. As if comprehending Sun Xiaoxiao's words, Xiaofan nodded and then crawled back into Sun Xiaoxiao's embrace, nuzzling against her thigh. Don't rush. Once dawn breaks, we shall venture out for a hunt. You can have whatever you desire then, Sun Xiaoxiao reassured her. Upon hearing this, Xiaofan indeed quieted down considerably, glanced around, and then nestled back in. You have opened the black iron chest and received 3 honey fruits, a damaged staff, and 10 silver coins. In the heart of the tree hollow area, Li Yuan gazed at the items he had just acquired, his brows furrowing in discontent. 3 honey fruits, a damaged staff, and 10 silver coins. Was this truly the entirety of the black iron chest's bounty? Honey fruit attributes, low-level consumable effect. Consuming it grants a slight increase in resilience, which can diminish the duration of abnormal states. Description: ripened upon the honey tree. This fruit is favored by bear-like creatures and is relatively common in the forest. Damaged staff attributes, common weapon effect, enhances spell damage slightly. Description: a staff abandoned by a novice magician, once renowned for its durability, now lies in a state of disrepair. Its complete shattering a matter of time. Silver coins. Description: can be exchanged for items in the system shop and serves as the universal currency within the forest. Li Yuan clenched his teeth in frustration. In his pursuit of the golden chest, he had consumed 2 experience fruits. Yet not only did he fail to obtain the coveted golden chest, but he also missed out on the silver chest. More importantly, he had expended a considerable sum to summon numerous players to this campfire, intending to establish his reputation, only to be met with such a humiliating outcome. Was this truly a reward? To think that not a single high-tier item was included. Was this not a blatant mockery? Gazing at the damaged staff in his hands, Li Yuan's anger surged anew. What sort of black iron chest was this? The absence of even a single high-level item felt like nothing short of sheer bullying. Who could it be that has taken away my golden treasure chest? Do not make me uncover your identity. I shall ensure you face the consequences. Li Yuan's gaze pierced through the window, penetrating the sea of heads below. What is currently known is that the individual who possesses the golden treasure chest resides within the novice village number 1124. The treasure chests are distributed sequentially to the individuals ranked highest within the village. As for the exact identity of the culprit, Li Yuan remains in the dark. But one thing is certain, that person is among them. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, an urgent series of knocks echoed from the door. Who is it? Li Yuan snapped back to reality, shouting towards the entrance. It is I, Yang Jian, came the response from outside, as Yang Jian held a fruit in his hand, calling out from the threshold. Chapter 25. The arrival of Yang Jian. Upon hearing the visitor outside announce his identity, Li Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He had never encountered this name before, which piqued his curiosity. Is there something you need? Li Yuan inquired as he opened the door, only to be greeted by a rather radiant face that made his heart skip a beat. The striking handsomeness of the individual was undeniably captivating. You must be Li Yuan. After cross-referencing the photograph on the system panel and confirming Li Yuan's identity, a joyful smile spread across Yang Jian's face. However, upon witnessing this smile, an inexplicable sense of foreboding washed over Li Yuan. My name is Yang Jian, and I have just discovered this fruit, he said, extending his hand to reveal a green fruit resembling a mango. What is this? Li Yuan exclaimed, raising an eyebrow as he swiftly took the fruit from Yang Jian's hand. Upon examining its attributes, a flicker of surprise crossed his face, quickly followed by a composed demeanor. Very well, speak your mind. What do you desire? Yang Jian had been eagerly awaiting this prompt and promptly replied, I am a healer, and I wish to join your team. A healer? Li Yuan's expression shifted to one of slight hesitation, as their team already boasted several healers. Noticing Li Yuan's apprehensive demeanor, Yang Jian's face grew anxious. Please, do not dismiss me just yet. Allow me to demonstrate my abilities, and you can make your decision afterward. Very well, Li Yuan conceded, promptly deactivating the protective shield that had been cast by a support member of the team, which could absorb one skill attack. It is precisely due to this protective shield that Yang Jiankai finds himself at a loss. Otherwise, had it been possible, he would have already employed his life breath skill to launch a stealthy attack. Life breath, Yang Jiankai murmurs, as he extends his right hand towards Li Yuan, showering him with a cascade of radiant light. Subsequently, Li Yuan is enveloped in a green glow, feeling a comforting warmth throughout his body. Simultaneously, a message appears on his panel. Life restoration 100 points, increasing his health by 100. Li Yuan's expression remains impassive. For this modest restoration of 100 points feels rather insignificant. Any random support character within his team could easily restore 100 health points, with a select few even capable of providing 150. Is your skill single target or AoE? He inquires. AoE. Anyone within the range can benefit from the restorative effects, comes the reply. I see. Li Yuan ponders thoughtfully, stroking his chin, while Li Yuan remains in contemplation. Yang Jiankai, on the opposite side, is filled with elation. You have utilized Life Breath on Li Yuan, restoring 100 points of health. You have acquired the skill Predator. Against units with health below 50 and a level not exceeding yours by 1, a direct execution effect is applied. At last, he has captured his quarry. Yang Jiankai can hardly contain his excitement. He has long coveted this S-grade skill, and now it is finally his. Truly, it befits its S-grade classification, capable of executing wild creatures. Indeed, formidable. Although the description reveals that Predator may not possess the sheer transcendence of his SSS-grade divine healing art, its power undeniably qualifies it as an S-grade skill. This skill can directly eliminate wild creatures. You should come tomorrow. Our fourth squad is in need of a healer. Li Yuan's voice pulled Yang Jian back from his excitement. Huh? The fourth squad? Yang Jian was momentarily taken aback. Li Yuan clarified, the first main team, which is my squad, is already at full capacity. Your skills are rather basic, so you cannot join our main team. However, there are numerous applicants. And in consideration of them, and to ensure that no potential damage output is wasted, our organization has decided to establish subteams. Each subteam must adhere to the commands of my main team, with intelligence shared among all squads. Additionally, a team of 5 is deemed most appropriate, 2 primary damage dealers, 1 tank, 1 scout, and 1 healer. You will be joining the fourth squad, which is currently lacking a healer. Do you understand? I understand, Yang Jian nodded. He had initially intended to leave, but upon hearing the mention of shared intelligence, he altered his decision. It is worth noting that Yang Jian currently lacks knowledge regarding intelligence. He only possesses a fragment of a map, and that fragment is incomplete, containing very little useful information. Therefore, upon learning about the intelligence sharing, he immediately resolved to stay. After all, many hands make light work, and acquiring more intelligence would be beneficial for his monster slaying and leveling up. Meet tomorrow by the large tree in the eastern part of the novice village, Li Yuan instructed before ushering him out. If there's nothing else, you may return now. Remember to arrive on time. Otherwise, I will consider your absence as a forfeiture. With that, he closed the door with a decisive thud, regardless of whether Yang Jian had absorbed his words. In response, Yang Jian remained unfazed, for he had already achieved his purpose. Predator. Upon leaving Li Yuan's hollow tree, Yang Jian could hardly contain his excitement. He was now eager to encounter a wild creature to test the prowess of the Predator. Alas, darkness had fallen, and all he could do was await the morrow. Nightfall brought with it myriad dangers, as all wild creatures retreated into the forest, rendering the venture into the woods far more perilous than during the day, where any moment could herald an ambush by a horde of beasts. Gurgle. His stomach emitted a sound, followed by an undeniable pang of hunger. He had yet to dine. After a day spent hunting wild creatures, the weariness now weighed heavily upon him. Yang Jian activated the system panel and accessed the item exchange section, meticulously perusing the available items. The items were broadly categorized into 2 types: everyday necessities such as food, clothing, and bedding, and the other being weapons and armor. Yang Jian scanned through the armaments, shaking his head upon completion. The attributes of these weapons were disappointingly subpar, yet they bore exorbitant price tags. For instance, a common longsword offered attributes comparable to a complementary novice weapon, yet its cost soared to a staggering 100 silver coins, an amount no sensible individual would part with. However, there existed an exception. Yang Jian noted a set of high-grade armor for sale, the Resilient Warrior set. This ensemble comprised 6 components: shoulder guards, leg armor, wrist guards, chest plate, helmet, and boots, each possessing rather mediocre attributes. Yet, the set bonus was noteworthy when all 6 pieces were donned. It granted a 10 increase in defense and a 10 boost to health. Currently, each piece of the Resilient Warrior equipment is priced at approximately 500 silver coins, with the helmet costing 800 silver coins, while other components are set at 500 silver coins each. It can be said that the Resilient Warrior set is the finest equipment available for exchange in the system shop at present. The total cost amounts to 3,300 silver coins. After some contemplation, Yang Jian opened the selling interface and decided to sell the corpses of the wild creatures he had slain that morning to the system. You sold 3 green-eyed tiger corpses to the system, earning 300 silver coins. You sold 2 red-eyed giant wolf corpses to the system, earning 100 silver coins. You sold 1 blue ferret corpse to the system, earning 300 silver coins. Upon viewing the notification for selling the blue ferret corpse, Yang Jian was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the blue ferret's corpse would be so valuable. However, upon reflection, it made sense. For the blue ferret was significantly stronger than the other wild creatures he had defeated, existing in an entirely different league. Chapter 26. Water level. All items have been sold, yielding a total of 870 silver coins. As Yang Jian gazed at the additional 870 silver coins displayed on the system panel, a contemplative expression crossed his face. This sum represented the proceeds from the sale of all the monster corpses he had collected. Of course, he still possessed some items yet to be sold, such as the Blade of Greed and the golden fruit obtained from treasure chests. The Blade of Greed commanded a selling price of 200 silver coins, surpassing the total from selling all the monster corpses combined. However, Yang Jian could not part with it, as it was his sole rare weapon, one he hoped to rely on for future battles. As for the golden fruit, there was no necessity to sell it. Such supplies could prove invaluable later on, potentially saving his life in critical moments. Thus, the only asset he could currently liquidate was the monster corpses. Fortunately, he had slain a sufficient number of monsters, resulting in a respectable income. Yang Jian began to peruse the system's exchange section, searching for practical items he could acquire. Small campfire effect, sustained combustion purpose, to ward off wild beasts and provide warmth price. 10 silver coins. Processed beef steak. Description: a steak, expertly sliced by a chef with impeccable knife skills, can be consumed directly after a brief heating. Purpose: alleviates hunger and slightly restores stamina. Price: 10 silver coins. Velvet mattress. Description: a soft mattress that promises utmost comfort when reclined upon. Price: 10 silver coins. Goose down pillow. Description: a pillow crafted from goose down, offering a level of softness and comfort unmatched by ordinary pillows. Price: 10 silver coins. Yang Jian casually glanced over the array of everyday items, noting their remarkable variety and affordability. Aside from the goose down pillow, there were even slippers available for a mere 5 silver coins. After several minutes, his footsteps halted before a tree hollow. Yang Jian raised his gaze at the modest opening and placed his hand upon its door. Almost instantaneously, the door shimmered and transformed into a transparent veil. With a decisive step, he entered, and as he did, the door rippled once more before reverting to its original form. Inside the room, an expanse of emptiness greeted him. There was no furniture to be found. "This is it," he muttered. After a lengthy contemplation, Yang Jian finally resolved to proceed and pressed the purchase button. Approximately 2 seconds later, a voice from the system echoed, "You have successfully purchased the beginner's room renovation package. The total expenditure is 540 silver coins." As the voice faded, a flash of light enveloped Yang Jian, revealing a series of white cubes rising around the room. The automated construction of the bed is underway, with progress at 1.5. The fireplace is also being constructed, with progress at 1.5. The waterproof flooring is in the process of being built, with progress at 1.5. The white blocks appear and dissipate with remarkable speed. In mere seconds, as all the white blocks vanish, Yang Jian is greeted by the sight of various completed furnishings. Ding! The automated construction is complete. As the system's voice fades, Yang Jian surveys the domestic scene before him. A pristine white mattress rests atop a light yellow floor, with a fireplace snugly positioned against the wall, complemented by an array of neatly arranged furniture. In an instant, Yang Jian feels as though he has returned to a modern home. Beginner's room renovation package. Description: a one-time consumable that, when activated, will initiate construction based on the designated area. Contents: includes a fireplace, cabinets, a bathroom, a bed, for tables and chairs, and a beginner's carpet. Quite satisfactory. Having spent merely 540 silver coins, he no longer needs to ponder over lodging conditions, which seems undeniably worthwhile. In fact, the results of this package exceed his expectations significantly. Exchanging for cooked steak x3. Rubbing his slightly empty stomach, Yang Jian once again accesses the system store for the exchange. The transaction is successful, consuming a total of 30 silver coins. Yang Jian glances at his inventory, where 3 portions of cooked beef now prominently reside. Extract. He retrieves the 3 portions of cooked beef before closing the system panel. Yang Jian glanced at the steak in his hand, which was approximately the same size as those served in fine dining establishments, roughly the size of a palm. A mere morsel commanded a price of 10 silver coins. Shaking his head, he took a gentle bite of the steak, and in an instant, the juices burst forth, filling his mouth and nose with the rich aroma of beef, far surpassing any he had savored before. After finishing the first piece, he quickly devoured the remaining 2. With 3 steaks consumed, his hunger was finally quelled. Having addressed his basic needs, drowsiness began to creep in. It was time for a bath. The newly constructed space boasted facilities including a bathroom and a bathtub. Although he was uncertain where the pipes on the wall led, turning on the shower resulted in a cascade of warm water. Ah, delightful. The warmth enveloped his body, evoking a feeling akin to being at home. Meanwhile, as Yang Jian indulged in his soothing bath, the majority of individuals in the hollowed-out tree area were preoccupied with thoughts of how to satisfy their hunger. I am so hungry. Does anyone have food? Someone inquired in the chat channel, igniting a fervent discussion. There is nothing to eat. I'm starving. I haven't eaten in a day. Where can I find sustenance? Upstairs, check the System S exchange store. There are provisions available for trade. I observed the situation. However, I possess merely 5 silver coins, insufficient to exchange for more than a single compressed biscuit, which hardly suffices for sustenance. I share your plight. In the channel, a chorus of lamentations resounds. For the majority of players can only hunt low-level beasts, which yield a paltry amount of silver coins, not to mention the necessity of sharing with teammates. Those like Yang Jian, who are free from concerns about food and shelter, remain a rarity. Nevertheless, exceptions do exist, such as Li Yuan, who is actively recruiting for his guild, the Yuan Guild, calling for elite members to join and ensuring they need not worry about their provisions. Li Yuan broadcasted messages in the public chat, accompanied by several enticing images of barbecued meat, seizing the opportunity for promotion. In truth, Li Yuan is not alone in this endeavor. Other smaller organizations are also fervently seeking recruits, albeit with less fanfare than Li Yuan's efforts. Following Li Yuan promises an abundance of rewards. Moreover, members of Li Yuan's team joined in the chant, their slogans remarkably rhythmic. Heed Yuan's command, and victory shall be ours. The Yuan Guild is the future. The spamming of messages proceeded seamlessly, and soon players began to privately message Li Yuan. A player from the old continent, known as 66, inquired, "Could you take in my brother?" "We do not accept the inept," came the blunt and straightforward response from the other end. The individual was instantly doused with a cold reality, his expression betraying discomfort and a simmering indignation at feeling belittled. However, should you possess additional contributions to offer, there remains a possibility for your inclusion. Li Yuan continued, "If you can procure rare-grade materials or equipment, I could arrange for you to join a secondary team. If one could discover items of rare grade or higher, there would be an opportunity for a bonus dive." Chapter 27. The display. Li Yuan's message was unequivocal. To join his ranks, one must either possess sufficient strength or offer him a bribe in exchange for favors. He could arrange for one to be placed in other minor squads to bide time. Otherwise, one should seek alternative paths. Those who could locate Li Yuan were evidently lacking in prowess. If one were truly capable, would there be a need for a team? Solo play would suffice, rendering the search for allies unnecessary. Thus, when Su Kangyuan beheld Li Yuan's reply, he was instantly beset by a dilemma. Firstly, he genuinely lacked any significant abilities, having only awakened a rudimentary C-level defensive skill, which hardly constituted a formidable asset. Secondly, he did indeed possess a rare item, one he fortuitously acquired earlier that day after being chased down a hill by a wild boar. Should he offer it to Li Yuan? Su Kangyuan wrestled with his thoughts. He had not slain a single monster all day, remaining at level 1. If this continued, the gap between him and others would only widen. He had witnessed the terrifying nature of monsters, which were utterly devoid of humanity. If he were to encounter a few more tomorrow, given his current strength, the consequences would be dire. Preserving his life was paramount. After much contemplation, Su Kangyuan concluded that his survival took precedence. Even with that rare item, what good would it do if he had no life to enjoy it? "Brother Yuan, I possess a treasure and wonder if it could secure me a spot to bide my time." Su Kangyuan sent the details of the item he had obtained. Meanwhile, Li Yuan was preoccupied with responding to others, just as he had anticipated. His promotional efforts had borne fruit, and many were eager to form a team, prompting Li Yuan to lay out his terms. Suddenly, he noticed a message from Su Kangyuan, and upon opening it, his eyes lit up. Hypnosis Staff. Hypnosis Staff Rarity. Rare required level. Level 5 effect. When attacking targets below level 5, there is a certain probability of inducing a sleep state in the opponent. Description: ding ding ding, the bells chime merrily. After reviewing all the information, Li Yuan's expression brightened. It was indeed a rare weapon. The difficulty of acquiring rare weapons is beyond dispute, and until now, he had hardly seen anyone possessing one. Li Yuan did not expect that his broad net had truly caught a big fish. Immediately, he replied to Su Kongyuan, "This weapon is passable. I can offer you a spot as a team member." Upon reading Li Yuan's response, Su Kongyuan felt a surge of indignation. What did he mean by passable? This was a rare weapon. Moreover, it was a rare weapon that could only be wielded at level 5. Did he think it was a common trinket found on every street corner? However, he dared not voice these thoughts, fearing to offend Li Yuan. He could only silently berate Li Yuan's shamelessness. Subsequently, he replied, "Thank you, brotherly. I will send the weapon to you right away." The postal system is a unique feature available to every player, allowing them to send items with only a minimal service fee. Su Kongyuan was not worried about Li Yuan pulling any tricks. He had the chat records as evidence. If Li Yuan dared to play him for a fool, he would expose the conversation and see who would dare to team up with Li Yuan in the future. Before long, Li Yuan received the hypnosis staff, overwhelmed with joy. "Excellent. Our 4th squad is still missing one member. Please gather promptly at the great tree at the village entrance by 7 tomorrow morning. Remember to perform well, after all. You gained entry through connections." Yes. Thank you, brotherly." With Li Yuan's words, Su Kongyuan finally felt a sense of relief. However, what exactly is this 4th squad? Could it be that Li Yuan's team is so formidable that it has expanded to 4 divisions? If that is the case, it truly is impressive. Su Kongyuan drifted off to sleep with a contented thought. The night passed uneventfully. On the following morning, sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the hollow of the tree. How delightful. Rising early, Yang Jian washed up and exchanged for breakfast at the system store. After finishing his meal, he stepped outside. According to the agreement, he made his way to the great tree at the village entrance. There, he encountered a small team of 3 individuals, 2 men and 1 woman. Yang Jian noticed the heavy dark circles under their eyes, suggesting they had pulled an all-nighter, perhaps due to a restless sleep the previous night. The moment Yang Jian appeared, the trio turned their heads towards him, their expressions revealing a sense of caution. "Hello, I am Yang Jian, introduced by Li Yuan. Are you the 4th squad?" Yang Jian chuckled as he introduced himself. Upon hearing Li Yuan's name, the trio's vigilance noticeably eased. "Indeed, this is Li Yuan's 4th division. Greetings, I am Su Kongyuan. I look forward to working together." One of the men, clad in a brown coat, was the first to rise and extend a greeting to Yang Jian. Yang Jian responded politely. "Hello, I am Yang Jian, and I am a healer. Therapist." Upon hearing Yang Jian introduce his profession, Su Kang's expression momentarily faltered, and the warmth in his eyes significantly diminished. "My skill is emergency defense, which can temporarily enhance a portion of group defense. I am Zhao Xiaoyu. My ability is the Sacred Light Shield, a defensive type." At that moment, another woman clad in red approached to introduce herself. Yang Jian glanced at her, and his eyes brightened. Zhao Xiaoyu, adorned in a striking red outfit that accentuated her exquisite figure, had fair skin and remarkably delicate features. There was a hint of melancholy in her gaze, exuding a peculiar aura, her overall score surpassing an A, second only to He Ning. Hello, I am Yang Jian. I look forward to your guidance." Yang Jian greeted her warmly, extending his hand for a shake. Zhao Xiaoyu, taken aback, appeared somewhat flustered. Fortunately, Yang Jian released her hand in a timely manner, preventing any misunderstanding. "This gentleman is..." Yang Jian turned to look at the bearded man who had been sitting with his eyes closed in the distance, silent until now. "Wu Biao. You may call me Biao Gu. I am the sole damage dealer of this team." At this moment, the bearded man opened his eyes. His gaze filled with a menacing intensity that swept over Yang Jian. "To clarify, I do not appreciate encumbrances. I hope you all can prove yourselves useful," Wu Biao stated. Yang Jian could not help but roll his eyes inwardly. He had not anticipated such arrogance from the other party, as if proclaiming his worth without having demonstrated any capability. Had it been in the past, Yang Jian might have resorted to a confrontation. However, he merely nodded indifferently, reminding himself that he was not here to engage in a battle of wills with Wu Biao, as Yang Jian disregarded him. A flicker of anger flashed in Wu Biao's eyes, though it quickly subsided. He then gathered the 4 individuals together. "Let us each demonstrate our skills to facilitate our tactical coordination," he proposed. With that, he raised his fists and declared, "My skill is Triple Frenzy, allowing me to enhance my punches threefold. My skill is the Sacred Light Shield, capable of withstanding 3 attacks of under 100 points. My skill is Emergency Defense, which increases the defense of all within range by 10 upon receiving an attack. The others followed suit, showcasing their abilities. When it was Yang Jian's turn, Wu Biao and the others turned their gazes towards him. With a smile, Yang Jian slowly revealed, "My skill is Life Restoration, capable of recovering 100 points of health." Upon finishing, a cascade of luminous rain descended, enveloping Wu Biao and the others. Chapter 28. Interesting individuals upon receiving treatment. Your health is restored by 100 points. 3 distinct voices resonated in the hearts of Wu Biao and his companions. Health restored by 100 points. Wu Biao was utterly astonished. After all, at level 2, he possessed merely 250 health points. Yang Jian's ability could restore 100 health points, equivalent to nearly half of his total vitality. Instantly, Wu Biao's gaze towards Yang Jian transformed. It was no longer one of disdain, but rather imbued with respect. "Why didn't you mention your skill was so formidable earlier?" Wu Biao inquired. "Is it truly powerful?" Yang Jian thought to himself, somewhat speechless. In reality, he had deliberately limited the health restoration to 100 points. Were he to unleash his full potential, he could restore 800 health points to each individual, enough to revive Wu Biao thrice over. Of course, Yang Jian refrained from divulging this information. Instead, he remarked, "Although it may seem impressive to restore 100 health points, my skill has a lengthy cooldown of 30 minutes before it can be used again." 30 minutes. Wu Biao's expression of surprise dissipated instantly. A 30-minute cooldown seemed excessively long. Even if it could restore a substantial amount of health, such an extended cooldown rendered it impractical. Consequently, his regard for Yang Jian shifted once more, the initial enthusiasm fading away. Yang Jian was left speechless. Wu Biao's realism was rather disheartening, his gaze revealing no attempt to conceal his disappointment. Nevertheless, Yang Jian was indifferent to Wu Biao's opinion, as they were clearly not of the same ilk. "You have utilized Life Essence on Wu Biao, and as a result, you have acquired the skill Triple Strike. You have also applied Life Essence on Zhao Xiaoyu, granting you the skill Holy Light Shield." In a brief moment, 3 skills were obtained. After reviewing the descriptions of the skills, Yang Jian could not help but shake his head, as none of these skills were particularly formidable. Only Wu Biao's Triple Strike was somewhat noteworthy, dealing a total percentage of damage, 1, 3, 5, across 3 attacks. However, Yang Jian had not harbored high hopes, so there was little room for disappointment. "Wu team, where are we headed next?" Zhao Xiaoyu suddenly inquired. Li Yuan has categorized the Novice Forest into ordinary, patrol, and dangerous zones. Which area shall we venture into today? This question instantly captured everyone's attention. The Novice Forest? Yang Jian expressed curiosity, wondering if the Novice Forest mentioned by Zhao Xiaoyu referred to the region encompassing the Novice Village number 1124. Given our strengths, we should naturally proceed to the ordinary zone. The monsters there are generally level 12, while those in the patrol zone range from levels 3 to 4, and in the dangerous zone, all monsters are above level 5. Encountering even one there could spell disaster, Wu Biao replied. Su Kongyuan nodded in agreement, acknowledging that venturing into the dangerous zone at level 1 would indeed be tantamount to courting death. "I will send you the map. Please be cautious not to get lost." Wu Biao generously opened the interface and shared the map information he had obtained from Li Yuan with Yang Jian and the others. Certainly, his actions were not motivated by benevolence. Rather, he simply wished to avoid being hampered by Yang Jian and the others. Before long, Yang Jian received the map transmitted by Wu Biao. Upon examination, his eyes lit up with excitement. Remarkably, the danger zone was located near the Reverse Cold River. The map contained minimal information, yet the names inscribed were distinctly clear. Yang Jian immediately noticed the prominently displayed characters for the Reverse Cold River. To the east of the Reverse Cold River lay the Forest of Peculiar Habitats, which was also marked as a danger zone. The area designated as a patrol zone was familiar to Yang Jian. It appeared to be the very forest where he had slain numerous elite monsters the previous day, known as the Horn Marsh Forest. As for the ordinary zone depicted on the map, it referred to the vicinity of the Novice Village, where Li Yuan and his companions had been active the day prior. With this map in hand, the surrounding routes were finally elucidated. Yang Jian reflected that this journey had not been in vain, as he had acquired invaluable information. Yesterday, during my reconnaissance, I discovered a solitary level 3 giant antlered deer. Our objective now is to hunt that creature, Wu Biao stated once more. The mention of the level 3 giant antlered deer caused Su Kongyuan's expression to shift. There is no need for concern. That giant antlered deer has already sustained injuries. When I spotted it yesterday, it was lingering near the lakeside. Rest assured, the giant antlered deer is merely a rather ordinary level 3 monster, with a relatively low level of aggression, Wu Biao explained, seemingly perceiving the worries of the group. Indeed, had it not been for his inadequate strength to slay the mighty antlered deer alone, he would have undoubtedly chosen to seize the experience for himself rather than relinquishing it to Su Kanyuan and the others. Alas, engaging solo was fraught with peril. The unknown variables were too numerous, and a moment's carelessness could lead to disastrous consequences. One should not underestimate the antlered deer. Any creature facing existential threats can unleash astonishing power. Wu Biao declared, "Allow me to outline the strategy. Xiaoyu, you shall first cast a sacred light shield on Su Kanyuan to draw the antlered deer's initial assault. I will then seek an opportunity to strike. While Yang Jian remains in the rear, poised to provide us with healing, I am to attract the antlered deer?" Su Kangyuan's discontent was palpable upon hearing this, as Wu Biao had effectively designated him to the most perilous position, treating him as a mere shield. "Isn't it only natural for you to serve as a shield?" Wu Biao furrowed his brow, irritated. "You possess no formidable skills, and yet are unwilling to contribute. If you are dissatisfied, you may withdraw. I shall find someone else." "I am not dissatisfied. I accept my role as a shield." Upon hearing Wu Biao's intent to replace him, Su Kangyuan's heart sank, and he hastily responded, "It would be folly to withdraw now. That would render my level 5 staff worthless." "Humph." Wu Biao's tone was icy as he fixed his gaze on Su Kangyuan. "Must I reprimand you to ensure compliance? Are you not aware of your own capabilities?" Though Su Kangyuan harbored grievances, he dared not voice them. Wu Biao withdrew his gaze and stated, "If there are no further objections, we shall depart together shortly." Suddenly, Yang Jian interjected, "I just remembered that I have something to attend to. You may proceed without me." Wu Biao and the others all stared at him, their expressions peculiar. "Are you suggesting you wish to withdraw?" Wu Biao inquired, uncertainty lacing his voice. "Indeed," Yang Jian replied, "if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." To be frank, he had little interest in hunting the level 3 giant horned deer. As for ordinary level 3 monsters, he couldn't muster the energy to even glance at them. The thought of teaming up with them and sharing experience points felt like a sheer waste of time. "Remarkable. It is my first encounter with someone so intriguing," Wu Biao remarked coldly, a smirk playing on his lips. "If you choose not to participate, there are plenty who will. This place is devoid of low-level support, but once you withdraw, you cannot rejoin us. Have you made your decision?" "I have," Yang Jian responded with a slight smile. "I wish you all success in your endeavors." With that, he turned and departed, indifferent to the reactions of the group. Chapter 29 Cooperation. The departure of Yang Jian undoubtedly struck Wu Biao like a slap in the face, his expression and tone suggesting a blatant disregard. "Humph, such an arrogant fellow. You will regret this in due time." Wu Biao's demeanor turned cold as he glanced back at Zhao Xiaoyu and Su Kanyuan. "Are you two also planning to leave?" The duo quickly shook their heads. "At least you recognize value," Wu Biao mused inwardly, the anger sparked by Yang Jian subsiding somewhat. He then spoke, "I will now recruit a support player in the channel. You two stay put. We will set off together once everyone is gathered." Meanwhile, in the shadowed forest, Yang Jian sprinted through the trees, his swift movements stirring the wind and causing the leaves to rustle. With the skill of rapid march, his speed increased by 30% upon disengaging from battle. Utilizing this ability, Yang Jian traversed the terrain as if he were soaring. Almost there, according to the map. The reverse cold river lies ahead. After running for about 5 minutes, Yang Jian suddenly focused intently, his body twisting sharply to the right to evade. A piercing whistle sliced through the air, as an arrow whizzed past his left cheek, striking a distant tree and exploding upon impact, leaving a gaping, bull-sized fracture in the trunk. "Gilly Gulu?" A voice emerged from the shadows, tinged with disbelief. Yang Jian's gaze hardened, an uncontrollable fury brewing within him. Had he not reacted swiftly, he might well have met his demise. With a swift motion, the right hand revealed a black dart, previously confiscated from Liang Feng's, and hurled it towards the rustling bushes from which the sound emanated. Screech! A loud cry erupted from the foliage, followed by the unmistakable sound of metal clashing against armor. Before silence enveloped the scene, Yang Jian furrowed his brow, producing 2 more spinning darts from his right hand, poised to launch them once again at the underbrush when suddenly a tremor was felt within the thicket. Before Yang Jian could react, a dark figure darted from the bushes, racing into the distance. Trying to escape? His gaze turned icy, and an unparalleled speed surged beneath his feet. Titan's bloodline, he bellowed. In the next moment, a massive shadow loomed overhead, casting a formidable presence. Take this punch. With a resounding crash, the dark figure was thrown into disarray. Before Yang Jian could complete his declaration, a fist the size of a cauldron descended. Just as calamity seemed imminent, a green-topped cloak suddenly swelled from the back of the shadow, intercepting Yang Jian's strike. With a thud, Yang Jian felt as though his fist had collided with iron, the recoil jarring his arm. What on earth? He thought, astonished. Seizing the moment of Yang Jian's distraction, the shadow swiftly darted away, covering dozens of meters. Nowhere to run, Yang Jian gritted his teeth, pursuing closely behind. After sprinting several hundred meters, the shadow suddenly pivoted and plunged into a nearby thicket, from which a green light burst forth. Just as the green light flickered and began to fade, several darts spiraled through the air, plunging directly into the thicket. To his surprise, however, the darts struck nothing but air, severing a cluster of grass before embedding themselves deeply into the earth. Retrieve, Yang Jian commanded as he drew back the darts and advanced to part the underbrush. Only to find it utterly devoid of any presence, the shadow had long since vanished. Did it escape? Yang Jian pondered, recalling that fleeting green light, which seemed to signify some form of teleportation. That figure hardly resembled a human. He recalled the swift punch he had thrown, which had nearly connected with the shadow. At the crucial moment, an object resembling a tortoise shell had unexpectedly sprouted from its back, effectively blocking his strike. Had it not been for that, with Yang Jian's strength, he surely could have subdued the shadow effortlessly. Moreover, the shadow had not uttered a single word throughout the encounter. Instead, it emitted a series of incoherent sounds. Could it possibly be some form of wild creature? Regretfully, it had escaped. Yang Jian sighed inwardly. It was likely a creature of the wild. Capturing or defeating it would have undoubtedly granted him a substantial amount of experience. After calming his emotions, Yang Jian began to survey his surroundings. He had pursued the shadow and, unbeknownst to him, had traversed a considerable distance. After taking a few more steps forward, a wide river, spanning several dozen meters, suddenly came into view. The water flowed with remarkable ferocity, shimmering under the light. Yet it flowed not from high to low, but rather from a lower slope to a higher one. This must be the reverse cold river, Yang Jian mused. Suddenly, the system panel vibrated. He hastily opened it, and in the inventory, a piece of white bone was trembling. Is it? The fragments of the map of the reverse cold river. Upon extracting the fragments of the reverse cold river map, an intensified tremor coursed through it, emanating a vibrant red glow. Grasping it in his hand, one could distinctly perceive an unusual magnetic pull. The reverse cold river map fragment, a shard of a map, perhaps once a part of a larger cartographic entity, which produces a guiding light when approached. Yang Jian, in a moment of curiosity, relinquished his grip, allowing the fragment to float freely in the air. Released from Yang Jian's restraining force, the fragment commenced a 360-degree rotation in midair. However, this rotation lasted but a mere few seconds before the fragment quivered, radiating a rainbow-like guiding light that extended forward. Yang Jian's eyes brightened as he seized the fragment. Turning his body towards the beacon of light, the guiding light pointed towards the opposite bank of the river. Yang Jian's expression turned contemplative. In the next moment, he leaped into the air, plunging himself into the river. The turbulent waters surged from downstream, swiftly engulfing his knees. Not deep, Yang Jian concluded. He lifted his foot, intending to wade across the river, but as soon as he took his initial step, an overwhelming chill surged from his feet, rapidly enveloping his entire being, as if he had been transported back to a frigid winter landscape, resembling a prisoner in an ice cellar. So cold, Yang Jian instinctively recoiled. Yet, the moment his leg retreated, that penetrating cold abruptly transformed into an intense heat, swiftly engulfing him. Just a heartbeat ago, he had felt as if he were amidst snow. Now he found himself plunged into a boiling cauldron, the searing heat scorching his foot. So hot. Yang Jian's expression turned to one of alarm as he hastily leapt from the river, taking 2 steps at a time. How audacious it was for someone to dare to intrude upon the treacherous reverse cold river. It was truly a reckless act. Suddenly, an unexpected voice echoed through the air. Who goes there? Yang Jian exclaimed, spinning around abruptly. Not far behind him stood a man clad in pink attire and white trousers, adorned with a pendant at his chest. His striking red hair complemented by glasses, observing him with arms crossed in a leisurely manner. A player? Yang Jian squinted, scrutinizing the mysterious figure that had materialized before him. Simultaneously, the red-haired man raised his gaze to appraise Yang Jian, assessing his strength. After a brief moment, the red-haired man shook his head and sighed. speaking with a calm demeanor. I harbor no ill intentions. Like you, I seek passage across the reverse cold river. Would you be interested in collaborating? Chapter 30. The choice of cooperation. Yang Jian expressed his surprise as he regarded the other individual. Like him, the stranger concealed his level. Clearly not as simple as he appeared. Do you know how to cross the reverse cold river? Yang Jian inquired. Given the current circumstances, attempting to forge a crossing was out of the question. There were no bridges nearby, and Yang Jian possessed neither flying skills nor the extraordinary leaping ability required to jump several meters to the opposite bank. Thus, he resolved to test the waters with the red-haired man. Of course, I know how to cross the river, came the expected reply from the red-haired man. In truth, had it not been for the necessity of crossing the reverse cold river, he would have had little inclination to engage in idle chatter with Yang Jian. Follow me, and you shall see shortly. With that, the red-haired man turned and walked into the woods. Yang Jian hesitated for a moment before following suit. The two maintained a respectful distance from one another. The red-haired man was fully aware of this, but chose not to acknowledge it. Before long, they emerged from the trees into a clearing. Upon observing the scattered wooden stakes and frame models on the ground, Yang Jian instantly grasped the man's intentions. A raft, he exclaimed. You intend to construct a raft to cross the river. Indeed, the red-haired man affirmed with a nod. I have verified that the reverse property of the reverse cold river only affects living beings. It has no effect on inanimate objects such as wood or stone. Furthermore, as you can see, building a raft alone is too time-consuming. It requires chopping down trees and securing the materials, which is why I sought a companion. So, what do you say? Would you like to join me? Together, we can construct the raft and cross the river. That seems feasible. After observing the rudimentary raft on the ground, Yang Jian hesitated momentarily before consenting. Indeed, constructing a raft to cross the river was a commendable solution. If he were to undertake the task alone, it would consume a significant amount of time, thus collaboration seemed more prudent. Sensing Yang Jian's agreement, the red-haired man felt a palpable sense of relief and subsequently inquired, By the way, may I ask your name? I am Yang Jian. I am Su Kongming. But you may also refer to me as Old Su. Greetings, Old Su. After exchanging pleasantries, Yang Jian intended to commence chopping wood when Su Kongming unexpectedly handed him a saw, saying, Let us saw the tree together. There is no need for such inconvenience. Yang Jian replied, waving his hand dismissively. He then turned and approached a tree. The trunk was nearly as thick as a bowl, and with his right hand clenched into a fist, he concentrated briefly before delivering a powerful blow to the tree's trunk. With a resounding thud, the entire tree appeared to splinter as if made of paper, severing at the base. This astonishing spectacle left Su Kongming utterly speechless. Yang Jian, you. Is there a problem? Yang Jian queried, casting a puzzled glance back at Su Kongming. It took Su Kongming a considerable time to recover from his astonishment, pondering inwardly. How is this fellow so strong? I just attempted to saw this tree, and even with the saw, it was exceedingly difficult to cut through. Yet he shattered it with a single punch. Could he possibly be of the strength type? If so, that would indeed make sense. With just a single punch, he felled the tree, a display of strength that was nothing short of terrifying, surpassing even the A-level strength awakeners I had encountered. Yang Jian, unaware of the thoughts swirling in the mind of his companion, questioned if he had made an error in his actions, inquiring, Is there an issue? Are there any strict requirements for the wood? Su Kongming, daunted by the prospect of admitting a flaw, promptly replied, No. Please continue your work. Just 5 or 6 more trees like this should suffice. Yang Jian shrugged and turned to seek out more trees of a similar nature. In truth, bolstered by his giant bloodline, his strength had increased significantly. Felling a tree with a single punch was effortless, even while he was holding back. The true extent of his power was far from being revealed, for now, he could easily dispatch an elite tiger with a mere fist. Thud after thud, trees toppled around him, the sound reverberating like a hammer striking relentlessly at Su Kongming's heart. It was at this moment that Su Kongming realized the magnitude of the monster he had recruited. This individual was not to be trifled with. He resolved silently within himself. Not only was his awakened talent not of the strength category, even if it were, he would certainly not stand a chance against Yang Jian. A single punch would suffice to obliterate me, Su Kongming mused with a wry smile. Before long, Yang Jian had completed his task, gathering 5 tree trunks that were similar in appearance and size. Leave the rest to me, Su Kongming said as he stepped forward, crouching down. His right hand S4 fingers extended and quietly activated his skill. Windblade. Suddenly, Su Kongming's fingers coalesced into a blade of wind. slicing through the tree trunk with deliberate precision. His movements were slow, yet his hand remained steady. As the wind blade passed, the branches were severed, and the trunk was neatly split in two. Before long, 6 trunks had been cut into uniform sizes. Su Kongning then retrieved nails and ropes exchanged from the system's shop to secure the wooden stakes. After approximately an hour and a half of labor, a rudimentary raft was completed. That's about it, he mused. It was now time for a test. The 2 men pushed the raft into the frigid waters of the reverse cold river. To their relief, the raft floated effortlessly, prompting a sigh of relief from both. Thank you. Without you, I would have likely needed another day or 2 to finish this raft, Su Kongning expressed sincerely. Yang Jian replied, not at all. It's merely mutual assistance. By the way, once we cross the reverse cold river, where do you intend to go? Su Kongning hesitated. Well, it's a secret, isn't it? No need to share. I understand. In truth, I have my own secrets. Everyone possesses them to varying degrees, Yang Jian remarked knowingly. Su Kongning felt a sense of relief. He was somewhat apprehensive that Yang Jian might press him for details. He had unexpectedly come into possession of a treasure map. But the treasure's location lay on the other side of the reverse cold river, which was precisely why he was so determined to cross. This was something he could not reveal under any circumstances. Next came the time to row across the river. Su Kongning's raft was of commendable quality, providing stable support as the 2 men made their way to the opposite bank. If I could fly, it would spare me such trouble. Yang Jian mused as he glanced back at the white river waters and pushed the raft to the shore. Yet, where could one acquire the skill of flight? A sense of frustration washed over him. Parting is inevitable after a journey of 1,000 miles. This is where it ends, Su Kongning remarked, gazing at Yang Jian. Yang Jian sensed the other's apprehension but was indifferent. He had never been one to instigate trouble. As long as others did not provoke him, he would not seek to trouble them. Farewell, Su Kongning said, turning away. No sooner had his words left his lips than a cascade of green light rained down from above. Su Kongning paused, looking skyward, as the shimmering rain descended precisely upon him. You have been healed, health restored by 1. Healing? Su Kongning halted momentarily, then turned back. Yang Jian had already distanced himself, leaving only his silhouette visible. Su Kongning pondered for a moment, feeling an oddity he could not quite articulate. After a brief contemplation, he dismissed his thoughts and continued on his way into the distance. Chapter 31. The Dusky Forest. You have utilized the life essence of Su Kongning. Acquiring the skill Wind Blade. Wind Blade, when activated, it continuously consumes mana, 30 mana per second, forming a sharp wind blade in the palm of your hand. Should your mana prove insufficient, it will instead deplete your life force. This skill is rather commonplace, with a straightforward description. Yang Jian endeavored to activate the Wind Blade skill and easily sliced into the tree trunk. Even the stones on the ground were effortlessly cleaved in half, as if they were mere clay. His actions were not merely for amusement. Rather, they were to familiarize himself with the skill. Typically, upon acquiring a new skill, he would first experiment with its application. If it proved effective, he would practice diligently. If not, it would be set aside for the time being. Overall, the Wind Blade skill is quite useful, albeit with significant limitations. It is rather short-range, categorizing it as a melee ability. Moreover, from a practical standpoint, its cutting properties are more suited for auxiliary functions. Not bad, Yang Jian mused, finding the skill somewhat beneficial. That being said, Su Kongning was no simple character. The visage of Su Kongning emerged in Yang Jian's mind. What kind of person would dare to venture into the Hornmarsh Forest? Was he unaware of the perils that lay therein, or did he possess sufficient strength to confront them? According to the map provided by Li Yuan and the others, the area from Hornmarsh Forest to the reverse cold river was designated as a danger zone. Did Su Kongning come here knowing this, or was he entirely oblivious? Shaking his head, Yang Jian concluded that it was unnecessary to concern himself with someone he had only encountered once. Whether that individual lived or perished was ultimately of no consequence to him. What truly mattered now was the treasure. Yang Jian retrieved the fragment of the reverse cold river map from the system panel. Even while it resided in the system bar moments ago, the fragment had begun to tremble with anticipation. Upon extraction, the reverse cold river fragment soared into the air with a whoosh, emanating a guiding light reminiscent of a rainbow, directing him forward. Over there, Yang Jian gazed at the shadowy forest ahead, a flicker of hesitation stirring within him. The luminous guidance pointed to an uncharted woodland, a region marked as hazardous by Li Yuan and his companions on the map. Standing still for a moment, Yang Jian pondered, ultimately shaking his head. One cannot hope to seize the tiger's cubs without venturing into the tiger's den. If he failed to confront the dangers, how could he expect to discover treasures? Resolutely, he stowed the reverse cold river fragment and followed the guiding light into the forest. As he stepped into the woods, a dense fog enveloped him, accompanied by the ominous chime of the system's alert. You are now outside the novice protection zone. The protection has dissipated, and wild creatures will inflict full damage upon you. You are shrouded in darkness, and your visibility has decreased by 30. Due to the attributes of this area, you gain a dark amplification, increasing damage from stealth-related skills by 50. You also acquire dark erosion, resulting in a 50 increase in damage received from dark attribute attacks. Warning: the dark forest conceals unknown creatures. Defeating them may yield substantial experience points and a chance to obtain high-level items with special attributes. However, be wary of their formidable attack power. Yang Jian's expression turned grave. As the system had indicated, the surroundings were shrouded in an impenetrable darkness. Visibility diminished significantly, rendering him as if he were traversing a moonless night without light. In such circumstances, the perilousness undoubtedly multiplied. Yang Jian glanced back hesitantly, contemplating whether to first vanquish a few wild creatures to elevate his level before daring to venture into the shadowy forest. However, at that moment, a mass of black mist suddenly surged toward him from the right. Without a moment's thought, he instinctively sidestepped. The mist struck nothing but air and then erupted violently, emitting a piercing shriek reminiscent of a woman's wail. In an instant, as if ignited, the forest reverberated with similar cries echoing ominously, sending shivers down his spine and enveloping the woods in an eerie atmosphere. Yang Jian furrowed his brow. This forest was indeed more complex than he had anticipated. Instantly, he felt the urge to retreat. This place was decidedly peculiar. A wise person does not stand against a perilous wall, and it is prudent to avoid unnecessary risks. Resolving this in his mind, he turned and hastened back toward the entrance from whence he came. Yet, at that moment, as if sensing his desire to flee, several more wisps of black mist surged forth, obstructing his path. Before he could react, these mists erupted violently before him, the shockwave knocking him to the ground. That hurts, Yang Jian exclaimed, clutching his chest, having sustained injury from the explosive aftermath of the black mist. You have suffered 100 plus 150 points of dark attribute damage, with health reduced by 150 points. Even with the protection of the withered chest armor, he was still injured, causing his expression to grow increasingly grave. Do you wish to prevent my escape? Yang Jian rose from the ground, casting a glance at the black mist barring his way, a surge of fury igniting within him. If you wish for me to stay, so be it. With that, I deftly flicked my wrist, and the greed materialized in my hand. Without hesitation, I swung it downwards towards the clusters of swirling black mist before me. The black mist neither flinched nor retreated, and at the moment of impact, it erupted violently. The shockwaves of the explosion radiated outward. You suffered 130 points of dark attribute damage, losing 130 health points. You have vanquished a shadow insect and earned 30 plus 3 from a 10 bonus experience points. Greed. You have acquired a layer of the passive skill Annihilation, current status 100. Simultaneously, 3 pieces of information appeared on the system panel. Yang Jian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It turned out that these black mists were shadow insects, and they were wild monsters that could be slain for experience. Now Yang Jian understood. They were merely a group of self-destructive creatures. Since they were monsters, it would be manageable, and moreover, defeating them yielded experience. Yang Jian licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Slaying a cluster of shadow insects grants 33 experience points. With an initial 30 points and an additional 3 points derived from the 10 experience bonus of greed. To receive 33 experience points in one fell swoop was nearly on par with that of an elite green-eyed tiger. It is worth noting that previously, Yang Jian only earned 45 experience points from dispatching a green-eyed tiger, while now he could acquire 33 experience points with a mere light strike, and without much effort. Overwhelmed with exhilaration, Yang Jian perceived these explosive shadow insects as walking experience bags. The only downside was that defeating the shadow insects would trigger an explosion, and the damage from that explosion was not insignificant. Even clad in withered armor and endowed with formidable magical defenses, Yang Jian still suffered a loss of 30 to 40 health points. However, with the life breath skill at his disposal, capable of restoring a substantial portion of his health, he remained unperturbed by the damage taken. Everything else paled in comparison. The SSS level healing skill represented Yang Jian's greatest assurance. Had it been anyone else encountering these shadow worms, They would likely have succumbed to despair. Striking was futile, yet abstaining would result in self-detonation, inflicting significant harm. A single explosion from a cluster of shadow worms could easily spell doom. Yang Jian pondered this deeply. An ordinary level 3 player typically possessed around 1,000 health points. When he himself was at level 3, his health was 1,220 points, and now at level 4, it had risen to 1,470 points. It was reasonable to assume that other players were either comparable or even less robust than he. Now, a mere explosion from a group of shadow worms could inflict over 100 points of damage, and should several groups detonate. It was uncertain if anyone could withstand such an onslaught. Bang! Yang Jian effortlessly dispatched 2 floating shadow worms before him, only to be met with the backlash of the explosion. Ashen remnants fell to the ground, and as he observed the blackened debris, a spark of inspiration ignited within him, leading him to a decisive conclusion. Chapter 32. Fusion Technique Life Essence. Yang Jian cast a skill upon the ashes of the shadow worm lying on the ground. You attempted to heal the shadow worm, but the healing failed, and you acquired the skill Night Vision. You attempted to heal the shadow worm, but the healing failed, and you acquire the skill Self-Detonation. Night Vision, effective in darkness, granting you an enhanced field of vision. Self-Detonation, you can actively activate this skill, causing an explosion that inflicts damage on nearby enemies. It will automatically trigger upon your health reaching 0. The first skill was acceptable, but upon reading the description of the second skill, Self-Detonation, Yang Jian was utterly astonished. Self-Detonation? What in the world? Yang Jian felt a surge of frustration. It seemed this skill was a monumental trap. Who would willingly self-destruct? Was he that tantamount to courting death? However, considering it was a skill of the shadow worm, it did make some sense. Strangely, Yang Jian felt an ache in his jaw. If his health were to reach 0, would this skill disregard his will and detonate regardless? Would he be left with nothing? What a trap! Yang Jian lamented, regretting the decision to acquire this skill. Not only did he gain no enhancement, but it felt as though he had acquired a ticking time bomb. This was utterly absurd. How could such a useless skill exist? Yang Jian was at a loss for words. It was his first experience of gaining nothing beneficial. Jia jia jia. In the distance, the sound of the shadow worm echoed. Soon after, swarms of shadow worms appeared, surrounding Yang Jian in the blink of an eye. Yang Jian's expression was devoid of emotion. He had already experienced the formidable power of these shadow worms, each capable of inflicting a minimum of 130 points of damage. Prepare yourself. The boomerang was released, soaring towards the shadow insects, striking 2 of them and triggering a violent explosion that reduced the boomerang to ashes. However, this was accompanied by a tremendous shockwave from the explosion. Other shadow insects were caught in this wave, their bodies seemingly undergoing a chain reaction, leading to their simultaneous detonation. In an instant, Yang Jian found himself engulfed by a series of explosions. You have slain Shadow Insect X9, earning 297 experience points. You have sustained 1170 points of dark attribute damage, leaving you with 270 health points. Cough, that really hurts. Yang Jian coughed as he rose from the ground, shaking off a considerable amount of black smoke. The earlier blast had inflicted severe damage, nearly depleting his health. Vital Breath. Without hesitation, Yang Jian decisively healed himself. You have used Vital Breath on yourself, restoring 500 health points. Upon seeing his health bar rise by less than half, Yang Jian couldn't help but frown. The amount of health regained felt insufficient. His current health was 1,470 points, and Vital Breath could restore 500 points. In the past, when he was still at level 1, 500 points would have been more than sufficient to fully replenish his health, but now he felt it was lacking. It was crucial to recover his health to a safe threshold in a timely manner, as failure to do so could prove fatal. Very well. Let us proceed with skill advancement, Yang Jian remarked with a smile. Upon reaching each subsequent level, the system bestows a single point of free skill points. Yang Jian, now at level 4, possesses 3 such points, which may be allocated to enhance his life essence or to merge with other abilities. I shall utilize 2 points to elevate my life essence, commanded Yang Jian. In an instant, a gentle radiance enveloped his entire being. You have upgraded your life essence, enhancing health recovery to 500-1000, with a reduction in cooldown time from 30s to 20s. You have further enhanced your life essence, increasing health recovery to 1000 to 1500, and reducing cooldown time from 20s to 10s. Now this is splendid. The life essence can now restore 1500 health points at once, with a mere cooldown of 10 seconds remaining. With 1 free skill point left, he pondered which skill to merge. Upon reviewing the descriptions, He realized that free skill points could only be used to elevate or merge his innate talents, with each point permitting a single enhancement. Yang Jian possessed an array of skills, ranging from A to D grades, with some even an S grade, yet he remained indecisive regarding which skill to merge. In terms of potency, it was only logical to select the most formidable skill for fusion, but enhancing his survivability was equally appealing. After much contemplation, Yang Jian ultimately resolved. I shall merge with you. System, I hereby expend one free skill point to amalgamate Predator with Life Essence. The command has been received, and the fusion is underway. Yang Jian gazed at his palm, where a gentle green luminescence was swirling. Suddenly, a surge of crimson energy melded into it, radiating a brilliant glow. Fusion successful. Your Life Essence has acquired the attribute of Life Drain. Life Drain, passive skill. Your attacks directly execute units with health below 50 and of a lower level than yours, restoring half of the slain foe's health to you. Life Drain. Yang Jian's face brightened with joy. Simultaneously, the dazzling light in his palm gradually faded, revealing a pattern resembling green leaves, akin to a flickering will-o'-the-wisp. The tips of the leaves glimmered with a ring of red-black fluorescence, appearing almost lifelike. This was Yang Jian's inaugural experience with skill fusion, and he had gained the additional attribute of Life Drain. It was a skill that harmonized both offense and survival. The ability to restore health upon slaying monsters with Life Drain was a prospect Yang Jian had not dared to imagine. With this, he need not fear an abundance of monsters any longer. Moreover, he could concentrate his energies on battle without the frequent necessity of healing. At once, Yang Jian sought a monster to experiment with. He surveyed his surroundings and fixated once more on the shadowy spectral worm lurking in the darkness. There were plenty of them, and they were quite bothersome. Yet now, Yang Jian felt no trepidation at all. Come on, let us engage. With a determined step, Yang Jian activated his Life Essence, restoring his health to full. Meanwhile, it seemed that the shadow insects were also provoked by Yang Jian's words, emitting a chilling, feminine wail. Pairs of oily green eyes illuminated the darkness, hurtling towards Yang Jian in numbers exceeding 50. With the power to siphon life, Yang Jian felt a surge of confidence. Yet, to err on the side of caution, he activated his defensive skills. He summoned the skill Blue Mist, invoked the simple shield, and initiated the advancing barrier. A multitude of defensive techniques surged forth, instantly elevating Yang Jian's defenses to a formidable level. However, such a degree of protection was still insufficient to withstand the self-detonation of 50 shadow insects, and Yang Jian had no intention of enduring it. He aimed to strike first, forcing these shadow insects to explode. Returning darts. Yang Jian hurled a flurry of darts directly at the shadow insects. Just then, the swarm of shadow insects erupted into chaos, screeching and scattering in all directions. While Yang Jian was perplexed, a powerful presence suddenly materialized before him. Chapter 33. Darkness. A sinister aura surged forth with a shroud of black mist, enveloping Yang Jian with astonishing swiftness, leaving him no time to react. In the next instant, a towering shadowy figure resembling a deer materialized before him, its eyes radiating an eerie green luminescence, fixating intently upon Yang Jian. Under such a gaze, he felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. To his astonishment, he discovered that his entire body had become immobile. It was as though an inexplicable force had shackled his limbs, and his life essence was dwindling at an alarming rate. You have gazed upon the embodiment of darkness. Your life is being eroded. You have gazed upon the embodiment of darkness. Your abilities are temporarily suspended. Note, the embodiment of darkness is a unique entity that wanders the shadowy forest. Those who possess darkness within them may receive blessings by gazing upon it. Conversely, they are subjected to the curse of erosion. Yang Jian's eyes widened in disbelief. Just moments ago, he realized that he was utterly incapable of utilizing any skills. Not only were the skills he had plundered rendered useless, but even his innate skill, Life Essence, was similarly ensnared, as if bound by an unseen force. Gazing upon the embodiment of darkness has temporarily suspended your abilities. Yang Jian gritted his teeth, acutely aware that his life force was rapidly depleting. Each passing second saw a loss of 50 points of health. A profound sense of helplessness washed over him. Am I truly destined to perish? Indeed. I have underestimated my own frailty, failing to recognize the perils of the shadowy forest. I never anticipated the presence of such a terrifying entity here. A wave of regret engulfed Yang Jian. Had he known, he would have waited until he had grown stronger before daring to explore this treacherous realm. Warning. Your remaining health is at 500. Danger imminent. Warning. Your health is at a precarious 450. Danger looms. Every second, the system's announcement reverberates, and after merely a few breaths, Yang Jian feels an overwhelming fatigue enveloping him, the specter of death hovering nearby. I cannot endure this. I refuse to succumb. Suddenly, a black sleeve bracelet slips from his grasp and rolls to the feet of the Dark Avatar. The Dark Avatar halts abruptly, lowering its gaze to the bracelet at its feet. A flicker of clarity seems to cross its oil-green eyes before it bends down to retrieve the accessory. In an instant, Yang Jian feels a release within his body, as the force that had bound his limbs dissipates, allowing his thoughts to flow freely once more. Though the circumstances remain unclear, Yang Jian swiftly regains his composure, channeling life energy to restore his health, then leaping back to a safe distance of 10 meters from the Dark Avatar. Meanwhile, the Dark Avatar appears oblivious to Yang Jian's presence, or perhaps it simply deems him unworthy of attention, remaining fixated on the black sleeve bracelet in its grasp. Moments later, it turns away, clutching the bracelet, and begins to depart. You have offered tribute to the darkness. The Dark Avatar has disregarded you, the system's voice announces. It is that very object. Yang Jian fixates on the item the Dark Avatar clutches, an accessory he had recently obtained from Liang Feng, capable of unleashing a dark mist. I have offered tribute to darkness. Does darkness refer to that black sleeve bracelet? Yang Jian ponders, realizing that this conclusion aligns perfectly with the current events. That was indeed the Dark Avatar. In the dimly lit forest, a peculiar presence lingered. As Yang Jian recalled the recent events, a chill coursed through him. He had felt utterly powerless in the face of the dark embodiment. This was the first time since entering the game that he had experienced such profound insignificance. In truth, as he made his escape, he had briefly contemplated turning back to confront the dark figure, yet reason prevailed, urging him to remain composed. Firstly, he lacked the absolute strength to overcome that ominous manifestation. Secondly, should he provoke it recklessly, the consequences could be dire. Thus, after weighing his options, Yang Jian refrained from taking action. The dark embodiment seemed to be searching for something, prompting him to follow discreetly. Noticing that the figure had not strayed far, an unexpected thought surged within him, startling even himself. Was there truly someone who would encounter the dark embodiment, and instead of fleeing, choose to pursue it? Was that not courting death? Yet, Yang Jian was not of such reckless disposition. He cherished his life. Logically, he should retreat. But an instinct whispered that retreat was not an option, if he could not uncover the origins of the dark embodiment. How could he ever dare to venture into the shadowy woods again? Keeping a safe distance seemed prudent, despite the potential peril of curiosity leading to his demise. Yang Jian resolutely set forth, determined to unveil the true nature of this dark entity. A chill breeze brushed against his cheek as he silently trailed behind the dark embodiment. They maintained a considerable distance, ensuring that should he be discovered, he could make a swift escape. Fortunately, the dark incarnation seemingly failed to notice that Yang Jian had followed closely behind. The stag-headed entity surveyed its surroundings, seemingly in search of something elusive. Wherever it traversed, it left behind a large pool of a viscous black substance that emitted a shimmering luminescence, only to dissipate shortly thereafter. Suddenly, a swarm of shadow insects darted toward the dark incarnation. However, to Yang Jian's astonishment, the stag-headed creature opened its massive jaws and swallowed the shadow insects whole. A series of explosions erupted within its mouth, leaving Yang Jian dumbfounded. Indeed, this creature possessed formidable power. Those shadow insects were known to explode upon detonation, and yet it had dared to consume them directly, though puzzled by the fact that the dark incarnation seemed entirely unscathed by the explosions. This did nothing to diminish Yang Jian's wariness. He became even more cautious in his movements. Shortly thereafter, he witnessed a squadron of night bats approach, their eyes glowing a sinister red. Nightbat LV. 5. Attributes: Dark, Elite Beast. From a distance, Yang Jian discerned the attributes of the night bats. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, they were a more advanced entity than the shadow insects. Yet again, the dark incarnation opened its maw, and the ferocious night bats were effortlessly drawn in, silenced in an instant. The sight sent shivers down Yang Jian's spine. A level 5 beast consumed without a moment's hesitation. Yang Jian believed he could easily eliminate beasts of levels 2 or 3, but he had no confidence in dispatching a level 5 creature so nonchalantly. This demonstrated that the strength of the Dark Incarnation far surpassed his own. As Yang Jian followed the Dark Incarnation onward, it moved like a reaper, leaving a barren wasteland in its wake. After walking for approximately 10 minutes, the Dark Avatar arrived before a grand palace. Flanking the entrance stood 2 towering stone pillars adorned with grotesque faces, each reaching an impressive height of about 10 meters. To Yang Jian's astonishment, a palace existed here. His eyes sparkled with excitement, for he sensed that treasures might very well be hidden within this majestic structure. In the distance, the dark avatar suddenly knelt, raising high the black armband obtained from Yang Jian. A low, muffled sound emanated from his mouth, as if he were reciting an incantation or performing a form of ritual. Before long, the eyes of the stone pillars flared to life simultaneously, emitting a dark, eerie mist that enveloped both the dark avatar and the black armband. With a resounding crash, Yang Jian witnessed the armband swiftly dissolve into shimmering specks of light, seemingly disintegrated by an unseen force. Simultaneously, the dark avatar convulsed violently, letting out a guttural roar as dark energy was drawn from his being. The pillars were siphoning the power from the dark avatar. Stunned by the actions of the grotesque pillars, Yang Jian could hardly believe his eyes. In the next moment, a voice whispered in his ear, "Young man, have you seen enough?" Chapter 34. The advanced being. The voice emerged with a jarring abruptness, sending a chill down Yang Jian's spine. In the next instant, without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled. "Ha ha, young man, do you think you can escape?" The voice echoed from behind, laced with a hint of mockery. And Yang Jian felt his body freeze as if under some spell. "You have succumbed to the darkness, temporarily losing your ability to move. Not this trick again." Yang Jian gritted his teeth, recalling how he had been ensnared by this very tactic of the dark entity moments ago. "Why do you run, young man? Encountering me is a tremendous fortune. Heh. The voice continued its taunts. "Fortune my foot. Do you truly believe me to be a child?" Yang Jian screamed inwardly. He yearned to curse, yet the words remained trapped within his throat, unable to escape. Behind him, footsteps began to draw nearer. TSK. I never expected to encounter a living soul here. The dark entity approached, its massive deer head nearly pressing against Yang Jian's face. Though the appearance of the deer head was not markedly different from before, Yang Jian noted that its eyes now shimmered with a purple hue, having previously been green. And there seemed to be a glimmer of clarity within them. It has been an eternity, 10 years, perhaps 20. I have forgotten. At last, I have awaited a living being. My resurrection is within reach. The voice suddenly erupted in laughter, speaking to itself. This accursed shadowy forest, devoid of life, has compelled me to siphon the darkness from mere fawns and insects to amass dark energy, these creatures lacking any semblance of consciousness. Without the manipulation of consciousness, one would be lost and unaware of their surroundings. After accumulating power for so long, I have only managed to restore less than 20% of my strength. However, the situation has changed. With him, I can corrupt him to become my puppet, controlling him to gather dark energy on my behalf, enabling my swift recovery. When the time comes, I shall ascend once more to the Linglong realm, a place whose secrets only I possess. That artifact is destined to be mine. Ha ha. As he spoke, the dark incarnation suddenly burst into laughter, a sound that echoed freely around him. Abruptly, the laughter ceased, and he fixed a chilling gaze upon Yang Jian, saying, "Boy, do you comprehend why I am divulging this information to you?" "I do not know." Yang Jian managed to utter, astonished to find himself able to speak. "Humph. Whether you know or not is of no consequence. You cannot escape my grasp." The dark incarnation scoffed, his tone brimming with confidence. "Moreover, I have not conversed with anyone for nearly 20 years. It seemed that this latter statement held greater truth. Who exactly are you?" Yang Jian inquired, still oblivious to the identity of his enigmatic counterpart, feeling immensely unfortunate to have encountered such a being. "Who am I?" The dark incarnation momentarily paused, and after a prolonged silence, he spoke in a desolate tone. "My moniker is Anya, and I am an advanced being." "What constitutes an advanced being?" Yang Jian's curiosity was piqued, prompting him to ask further. The term advanced beings, as the name suggests, refers to entities that far surpass the likes of you, a mere assembly of novice players. We, the novice players, stand in awe as Yang Jian contemplates this revelation. The mention of novice players implies that the speaker is also a player. Otherwise, how would they be familiar with such terminology? Once you ascend to a certain level, complete your physical transformation through the acquisition of recorded artifacts, and awaken your innate sigils, you will truly comprehend what it means to be an advanced being. It is no exaggeration to assert that for you lowly players, an advanced being is akin to a nightmare. A single advanced being can effortlessly annihilate hundreds, if not thousands, of novices. Dark Knight gazes at Yang Jian with a hint of pity. He too once believed himself invincible until he encountered an advanced being from the Linglong realm, whose strength was beyond imagination, sweeping through adversaries with ease. Subsequently, he ascended to the rank of an advanced being, only then realizing that the chasm between their power and that of novices was vast and insurmountable. Eventually, he found himself competing for opportunities, only to fall into misfortune, surviving by the slimmest of margins within the temple to this day. As he reminisces, the memories flood back vividly, as if they were etched in his mind. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian's expression grows increasingly bitter. The terror of an advanced being is palpable, and it seems he is fated to encounter one at such an inopportune moment. Indeed, one might say that misfortune has befallen him. What, then, is the Linglong realm? It is a domain where advanced beings vie for dominance, a place where the resources and wild creatures far exceed those found in our current ordinary realm, by thousands or even tens of thousands. There, the strong abound, and opportunities are as plentiful as the stars in the night sky. However, the perilous nature of this situation is beyond words, with threats lurking in every corner. Even the most formidable beings find themselves merely at the threshold of the Linglong domain. To truly enter, one must first discover. Just as this was being articulated, the voice of An Yue abruptly ceased, pausing momentarily as if lost in contemplation. The Linglong domain is rife with opportunities. Yang Jian's expression was one of yearning. Should such a place truly exist, he would undoubtedly shine brilliantly. Alas! Having absorbed all that was necessary, An Yue inquired, "Do you have any final words?" As if regaining his focus, he posed the question, "Is there any way to spare my life?" Yang Jian lamented the squandered opportunity for a parting remark. An Yue shook his head. In the next instant, his palm surged with force, and wispy, claw-like nails emanated a wave of dark energy, enveloping Yang Jian's form. Dark invasion. Once again, the same maneuver. Yang Jian gritted his teeth, feeling them nearly shatter. It is often said that one should not stumble twice in the same place. Yet Yang Jian found himself ensnared in this predicament once more, not by choice, but by sheer misfortune. You are undergoing dark invasion. Life points at 50, remaining life points 1340. You are undergoing dark invasion. Life points at 50, remaining life points 1290. The same narrative unfolded yet again. The only difference being the absence of a dark object to save Yang Jian's life this time. Moreover, the An Yue before him was far less gullible than the previous incarnation. Am I destined to perish? A profound sense of impending doom enveloped his heart. Relax, I shall leave you with a fragment of your sanity, allowing you to become my dark avatar, to plunder the shadows on my behalf. Once I restore my essence, I shall lead you to the glimmering domain, where you will once again bear witness to my resplendence. Dark Night comforted, asserting that suffering is but a fleeting moment, while eternal darkness prevails. You are succumbing to the encroachment of darkness, vitality at 50, remaining life force at 150. You are succumbing to the encroachment of darkness, vitality at 50, remaining life force at 100. The system's voice echoed in his ears. Simultaneously, Yang Jian's form underwent a violent transformation, his skin deepened to a shade of dark purple. Crimson veins coursed across his arms, and animal-like horns sprouted from his head. The muscles above his abdomen began to swell at an alarming rate. A profound chill permeated his entire being, leaving Yang Jian to feel as though his consciousness was slipping into a hazy abyss. Chapter 35. The End of Desperation. Is it about to end? Yang Jian's gaze was vacant, and in that fleeting moment, time seemed to stretch interminably. Memories flickered before him like a revolving lantern. Yang Jian, have you gathered your things? To treat your mother and settle her affairs. My family has lent you a full 100,000. This house is now collateral. The young Yang Jian stood at the door, staring blankly at his aunt inside. Yang Jian, you're incapable. With your grades, you want to even make it to high school. Your only option is a vocational college. The teacher, disillusioned, slammed the exam paper onto the desk, shaking his head. You should know that the cutoff scores in rural areas differ from those in the city, so you must strive harder than others. Yang Jian did not argue. He quietly took the exam paper and left, realizing, as the teacher suggested, that perhaps he was not cut out for academia. After dropping out and entering society, he faced constant reprimands. Yang Jian, you're late again today. You won't be receiving your salary this month. The team leader's harsh words echoed in his ears. Yang Jian, this afternoon, Mr. Li is coming. You'll be on drinking duty. Don't bother me with your nonsense. What else can you do besides drink? Yang Jian, do you dare to insult me? Do you believe I wouldn't find someone to end your life? Yang Jian, as his life teetered on the brink, all memories felt starkly insipid. In a mere few years, not a single moment worthy of remembrance had graced his existence. A fleeting life was drawing to a close. A dark force relentlessly consumed him, staining his once bright eyes with inky despair. No, I am not dead yet. I cannot surrender. If I give in here, it will truly be the end. I still have a vibrant life to live. The last flicker of willpower awakened my final reason. In the next moment, a fierce crimson light flickered within Yang Jian's eyes. An inexplicable surge of strength suddenly infused his limbs, empowering him to shatter all bindings. Die! His fist, as large as a sandbag, surged toward the startled gazes of the knight, striking the deer's head with unparalleled speed, creating a deep pit in the ground and sending up billowing clouds of smoke. Wolf's tenacity, death trigger activated when health drops to 5, removing all negative effects and increasing speed and attack power by 30. Bear's dominance, death trigger activated when health drops to 5, restoring health and enhancing defense by 50 for 10 seconds. Tiger's fighting spirit, death trigger activated when health drops to 5, the next strike delivers a critical hit, increasing damage by 100. 3 beams of light encircled Yang Jian, 1 red, 1 yellow, and 1 green, emanating from his 3 death-triggered abilities. In that instant, Yang Jian's power and speed surged to a terrifying level. Die! Yang Jian did not hold back. With colossal force, he rained down blows upon the deer's head. 2 punches. For punches, 8 punches. Within just a few dozen seconds, Yang Jian unleashed over 100 punches, each one fueled by nearly all his strength. The deer's flesh was shattered, and the ground trembled under the impact, every blow striking with ferocity, cleaving the earth with hundreds of cracks. Suddenly, a dark light erupted from the deer's body, violently forcing Yang Jian back. You have underestimated me. And Yi slowly rose to his feet. Though he was left with only half a head, his antlers long severed, with mere strands of flesh still clinging to the remnants. His chest was indented, and his right hand was on the verge of shattering. Yet, despite his grievous injuries, he remained alive. The remaining right eye emitted a dark aura, coldly fixating on Yang Jian. Little did I expect you to possess such a hidden card. Alas, you have encountered me. Giant's bloodline. Before he could finish his words, Yang Jian's figure flickered before him. A fist larger than a sandbag descended upon him, driving Yi into the ground and creating a vast pit. Immediately, an onslaught of attacks, akin to a tempest, rained down, causing the ground to tremble violently. Yang Jian unleashed countless punches, seemingly inexhaustible, pouring forth every ounce of his strength. You have slain the Dark Incarnation, gaining 200 experience points. Time became a blur until the system notification jolted Yang Jian back to reality, where he stared blankly at the shattered Yi below. Is it over? Yang Jian questioned, still in disbelief. However, the system would not deceive him, and Yi might indeed be dead. After all, my strength against him could not have left him unscathed. Those punches had infused every bit of Yang Jian's power, augmented by various skills. If he had emerged unscathed, he would have accepted that. It turned out he had merely been bluffing. Reflecting on Yi's confident demeanor upon rising, Yang Jian smiled, realizing that the opponent had genuinely believed himself formidable and unyielding. Little did he know that the adversary was merely posturing. Life force. Without hesitation, he unleashed a breath of life upon the lifeless body on the ground. A cascade of luminous rain descended, enveloping the corpse of Dark Knight. His attempts to heal the Dark Incarnation proved futile, resulting in the acquisition of the skill Dark Erosion. Again, his healing efforts faltered, granting him the skill Confronting Fear. Dark Erosion is a restrictive technique that can be activated in the dark environment, while within the shadowy realm. One can release dark energy that continuously erodes targets within range, diminishing their movement speed and physical abilities. During the erosion, the life force of the target is siphoned away and converted into dark energy. Those who are thoroughly eroded will transform into a dark entity. The dark environment is characterized by an abundance of dark energy. Confronting Fear instills terror upon the target when they gaze directly at him, incapacitating them and temporarily freezing their abilities for a duration of 30 seconds. Upon reviewing the descriptions, Yang Jian realized the sheer grotesqueness of these skills. When combined with Confronting Fear, they could effectively eliminate a target with precision. The mere loss of mobility for 30 seconds would be sufficient to lead to one's demise 100 times over. If not for Yang Jian's innate ability to dispel negative effects upon nearing death, he would likely be in dire straits at this moment. However, the activation conditions for such formidable skills are indeed stringent. They must be executed within a dark environment, which refers to a realm steeped in shadows, akin to a dim forest. No wonder Dark Knight wields such immense power. It turns out this is his domain. Gradually, Yang Jian came to understand certain matters. including the reason behind the perverse nature of the encroaching darkness, as well as why Yi boldly claimed to have no fear of him. Within the dark environment, he was indeed invincible. He could effortlessly corrupt anything in his vicinity. Furthermore, Yi was unable to leave the shadowy forest, for beyond its borders lay an area devoid of the dark environment, rendering his powers ineffective. This also elucidated why Yi chose to remain there. TSK, young man. It seems I have underestimated you after all. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in his ears, causing Yang Jian's complexion to turn pale, as if confronting a formidable adversary. Chapter 36, Black Moon Dark Night. He's not dead yet. Upon hearing that voice, Yang Jian immediately grasped the situation in his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively retreated. However, before he could distance himself significantly, 3 towering black walls abruptly rose from the ground, blocking his escape. Young man, I admit I underestimated you earlier. But your luck has run out now. The voice echoed from afar, emanating from the dark palace ahead. The mouths of 2 ghostly-faced stone pillars at the entrance exhaled tendrils of black mist, gradually coalescing into a humanoid form. As Yang Jian discerned the figure, he couldn't help but grit his teeth and inquire, Dark Knight, how are you still alive? I distinctly remember having dealt with you. Of course, I am alive. Dark Knight replied with a cold chuckle. What you destroyed was merely a manifestation of mine. How could I perish so easily? But you, on the other hand, continue to surprise me. What is your innate skill? How did you manage to break free from my dark encroachment? Yang Jian remained silent, pondering whether this individual was genuinely foolish or merely feigning ignorance. As it was evident, he sought to elicit information. On the other side, Dark Knight seemed to sense the awkwardness of his words and cleared his throat twice to dispel the tension. How amusing, but this ends here. Encountering me is indeed your misfortune. I have warned you that the power of the advanced is not something a low-level player like you can withstand. With that, his eyes ignited with a dark radiance, aiming directly at Yang Jian. A sudden jolt of alarm surged through Yang Jian's heart, prompting him to instinctively turn his gaze aside. In that fleeting moment, the dark beam narrowly missed him, striking the distant cliffside and vanishing into it. The mist took Anya by surprise. Did he intend to use the same trick on me again? Did he think I would fall for it? Yang Jian chuckled coldly within. He had come to understand the efficacy of confronting fear. As long as he did not meet his opponent's gaze, he would not be paralyzed in action or skill. The previous failure was due to his ignorance of the adversary's techniques. But now, equipped with full comprehension, should he falter again, it would not be a matter of capability, but rather of intellect. Naturally, Yang Jian would never voice these thoughts aloud. Let this fellow speculate. It might buy him a bit of time, he mused inwardly. At present, he hesitated between confronting Anya or fleeing, for the latter was clearly a formidable opponent, not to be trifled with. Even with all his strength, escape was uncertain, yet, should he choose to run, he might just evade capture. Humph. Anya snorted coldly and launched another attack, his eyes once again glowing with dark radiance. Aimed directly at Yang Jian. Remaining unperturbed, Yang Jian tilted his head to evade, the dark energy merely grazing past him and striking the distance instead. This time, Anya's expression turned grave. 2 consecutive failures led him to suspect that this man likely discerned something crucial. Kid, why do you dodge? As the words left his mouth, Anya realized they were somewhat superfluous. Any rational individual would evade a skill. Perhaps Anya truly had not interacted with others for decades, leading him to utter a plethora of unnecessary words. Are you foolish? If I don't dodge, would I not be dead? Yang Jian scoffed coldly. Heh. The Dark Knight grew increasingly frigid as he slowly retracted his abilities. In light of this, a sphere of black flames suddenly ignited in his right hand. Then you shall perish, he declared, hurling the flames with great force. Instantly, the black fire erupted in the air, coalescing into a towering black serpent. Its eyes a ferocious crimson, baring its fangs as it lunged at Yang Jian. Yang Jian, fully attuned to the moment, sensed the imminent threat of the black serpent and instinctively activated the primal power of his giant bloodline. In an instant, his speed escalated to a terrifying level, allowing him to evade the serpent's assault with a swift sidestep. With a roar that reverberated through the air, the black serpent lunged again after its initial strike missed. Remaining calm, Yang Jian deftly sidestepped once more, evading the serpent's deadly embrace. So slow? After successfully dodging the serpent's attacks twice, Yang Jian began to question whether his opponent was deliberately holding back. Why else would the serpent's speed be so sluggish? Unbeknownst to him, the observer in the distance, Dark Knight, was taken aback. How could this individual be so swift? He managed to evade the serpent's strikes. Could it be that he possessed superhuman speed? No longer daring to underestimate his opponent, Dark Knight unleashed another sphere of black flames, forming a second serpent, and with deft precision, he manipulated both serpents to launch another offensive. With a thunderous roar, the two serpents surged forward once more. I have no time to toy with you. Yang Jian's gaze hardened. The realization that his opponent's speed was inferior meant he was now in an unequivocal position of advantage. Bang! Bang! Evading the strike of the dark python, the giant's fist crossed and descended heavily, striking the heads of the two serpents. In an instant, the once menacing creatures were reduced to mere black embers, dissipating into the air. Is that all? Yang Jian had expected the attack from the Dark Knight to be formidable, only to discover it was little more than a hollow display, lacking substance. This fellow, for the first time in their prolonged skirmish, the expression of the Dark Knight shifted. Since his descent into the lower realm, he had never encountered anyone capable of directly challenging his dark pythons. Previous adversaries, whether of level 10 or 20, had been no match for him and were swiftly devoured whole. Yet this young man not only shattered the pythons with 2 effortless strikes, but appeared to do so with remarkable ease. Have I languished in slumber too long? My strength waning? Or has this realm imposed its constraints upon me? Throughout this contemplation, the Dark Knight never once considered that Yang Jian might be exceptionally powerful. In his eyes, a lower-tier being was simply that, a being of limited strength, bound by the confines of their capabilities. Lost in thought, he failed to notice a colossal fist hurtling towards him. By the time he reacted, the blow had already landed squarely on his face. In a mere heartbeat, his form was shattered, enveloped in a veil of black smoke. Not a solid form. Yang Jian furrowed his brow. The dissipating black mist began to coalesce behind him, reconstituting the figure of the Dark Knight. However, at this moment, the latter's countenance was far from pleasant. He had been struck by a lower-tier individual, and not just grazed but hit squarely. This marked the first time since his ascension to a higher realm that he had been struck by someone of lesser rank. Young man, what is your name? The voice of the Dark Knight resonated coldly. Yang Jian, Yang as in the white poplar, and Jian as in construction. Excellent, Yang Jian. The darkness shall remember you. The Dark Knight seldom inquired about the names of his adversaries, yet this time he did so, indicating that Yang Jian had captured his attention. However, it was merely a fleeting interest. Let it end. Silence shall envelop the night, as my name suggests, succumbing to the eternal darkness. The Dark Knight raised his hands high, and suddenly a brilliant white moon appeared above him, its luminous light cascading down and enveloping the Dark Knight. In an instant, radiant white lights spiraled around him, and the moonlight coalesced in his grasp, forming a scythe 10 meters in length. In the abyss of night, only the moon's radiance prevailed. Warrior of the moon. In a heartbeat, the surroundings of Yang Jian were utterly shrouded in darkness, an impenetrable void, where only a glowing white scythe advanced towards him, poised to reap his fate. Chapter 37. Intense confrontation. The scythe moved with such swiftness that Yang Jian merely glimpsed a flash of white light, leaving him no time to react. In the next moment, the scythe was poised before him. As it threatened to sever his head, Yang Jian's body instinctively bent low, narrowly evading this near-fatal strike. The white scythe's blade struck the ground in the distance, toppling a swath of trees behind him. The shadowy figure known as Yi was not taken aback by the missed strike. If his opponent were truly unable to evade such an attack, it would have rendered his elaborate transformation pointless. He found it surprising that he had to resort to the moon scythe against a lowly adversary, and Yi reflected on this, realizing that these skills were typically employed against foes of equal standing or to counter more formidable assaults. Yet now, was the pressure from this realm truly so overwhelming? The diminished speed confirmed the rumors. Upon transcending a certain level and entering a lower domain, one would indeed face restrictions. High-level beings entering lowly realms would be subjected to penalties. This was the natural order of balance in the world, unavoidable. Had this been the Linglong domain, that previous strike would have been a guaranteed hit. Inye's gaze remained indifferent. He was not the only being to descend from a higher domain. Yet he was certainly the one who felt the impact most acutely. Many of his advanced skills had been severely curtailed, leading to either Yang Jian evading them or the attacks being directly dispelled, reminiscent of the 2 colossal black serpents from earlier. But now, the true terror of the moon scythe was about to unfold. As he spoke, the figure of Anya became ethereal, seemingly merging completely with the surrounding darkness. And the scythe in his hand transformed from a bright white to an inky black. Devour the light. With Anya's voice echoing, the darkness around him spread wildly. engulfing the sky in an impenetrable blackness, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Yang Jian's expression turned grave as he quietly activated his night vision skill. Night vision, effective in darkness. It grants you an enhanced field of view. His eyes emanated a crimson glow, bolstered by the night vision skill. His sight not only remained intact, but became even clearer than before. This unexpected outcome caught Yang Jian off guard. Had he known, he would have activated the night vision sooner. He felt a twinge of regret, as this was his first attempt at utilizing this skill. And he was astonished by its effectiveness, finding it entirely seamless. Before him, everything appeared to be tinted with a green filter. The trees were green, the sky was green. And even the people took on a green hue. Moreover, he could distinctly see Anya in the distance, scythe in hand, approaching him. Yang Jian's heart raced with caution. However, he soon noticed something amiss. Why was Anya moving so slowly? His pace was almost leisurely, as if he were merely strolling, taking one step after another. Finally halting about 5 steps away from Yang Jian, no longer advancing. It has come to an end. The moon side's greatest effect allowed me to merge with the darkness, completely concealing my presence. A distance of 5 meters is the precise range for a lethal strike. Anya shook his head with a sigh. At this distance, taking Yang Jian's life would require but a mere flick of a finger. To be honest, he truly did not wish to kill Yang Jian. Had Yang Jian been consumed by darkness and turned into his servant back then, perhaps the outcome would have been more favorable. It is over, Anya declared with a gaze filled with pity, slowly raising his scythe. In the next moment, a massive fist suddenly lunged toward him. Over, you say? Yang Jian could no longer endure the sight. Although he did not understand why Anya appeared so self-assured, slowly approaching, it did nothing to diminish the feeling of being belittled. Seizing the opportunity, he decisively struck. The 5-step distance was Anya's lethal range, but it was equally Yang Jian's killing distance. Empowered by the might of his giant bloodline, he launched a devastating blow towards Anya. With a resounding thud, a single punch shattered Anya, causing him to dissipate like smoke in an instant. Yet, almost immediately, his form reconstituted in the distance. With astonishment etched on his face, the reformed Anya realized, he can detect me? This thought barely surfaced before he dismissed it. For he heard Yang Jian exclaim, it seems like I just struck something. Anya, where are you? Come out now. Yang Jian scanned his surroundings, his expression one of acute vigilance, seemingly oblivious to Anya's presence. It appeared he had merely stumbled upon a dead rat. In the depths of the shadowy night, a flicker of anger ignited within Anya. His embodiment of darkness could withstand only 3 fatal blows, yet it had been shattered twice by Yang Jian. This could not possibly be mere coincidence. No sooner had he thought this than a colossal fist descended from above. In the next heartbeat, the massive fist, akin to a sandbag, struck down, and Yang Jian's speed was astonishingly greater than that of his crescent scythe. With a resounding boom, an explosion erupted, sending sand and stones flying. The black smoke dissipated entirely. As if stripped of its supporting powers, the surrounding darkness began to wane, and the sky gradually regained its hues. In the distance, a thunderous crack echoed. A ghost-faced stone pillar before the temple shattered into dust. Yang Jian's gaze flickered with contemplation. In the next moment, he leapt and deftly maneuvered to another stone pillar, poised to strike it down, when suddenly the temple's grand door thundered open. Yang Jian, we can discuss this. Please, do not destroy my stone pillars. An urgent voice called from within the temple. Hearing this, Yang Jian not only halted but accelerated his movements. With another powerful punch, the second stone pillar crumbled in response. No. A frantic scream erupted from within the temple, infused with boundless fury. Why are you destroying my ghost-face pillar? Do you even comprehend what you are doing? Of course, I do. Yang Jian shrugged nonchalantly, his expression one of disdain. At this point, he was utterly convinced that Anya was woefully weak, not only in strength but seemingly lacking in intelligence as well. Anya was seething with indignation. Yang Jian paid him no heed and swiftly dashed toward the temple. Dark Knight, taken aback, hastily closed the temple doors. With a thunderous sound, the doors shut tight. Yang Jian lamented inwardly, realizing that his opponent was not entirely foolish. What did you say? Dark Knight fumed, astonished that Yang Jian would dare to insult him so brazenly. With an air of indifference, Yang Jian retorted, you dare not even open the door. What right do you have to speak here? Dark Knight, feeling a tumult of anxiety and anger within, ultimately refrained from opening the door, for he knew that the man might indeed charge in. Chapter 38. The capture. As he burst into the room, the realization of his own presence struck him, and given that man's nature, he knew well what sort of actions would ensue. The mere thought of this sent a chill coursing through Enye's heart. And Yi, are you truly not coming out? On the other side, Yang Jian called out, you should surrender while you still can. I might consider letting you off lightly. Don't wait until I break down the door, for then you shall have no one to blame but yourself for the mercilessness of my subordinates. Surrender is tantamount to death. And you scoffed inwardly, I am not so foolish as to capitulate. Huh, what a naive thought. Suddenly, a terrifying sound shattered his thoughts, causing Enye's heart to leap, his expression shifting dramatically. That man was indeed beginning to batter the door. The temple trembled, and chunks of plaster rained down. At the entrance, Yang Jian had transformed into a giant, delivering blow after blow to the door. One punch, two punches. After more than 30 strikes, Yang Jian paused, his hands aching, yet the door remained steadfast, unmoving. This was quite impressive. After all, Yang Jian was unleashing his full might, a force so formidable that even Enye would struggle to withstand a single blow. While it is true that a man and a door cannot be equated, he had expected the door to yield under such assault. Why is this door so resilient? After all this, it remains unscathed? Yang Jian was incredulous, taking a moment to compose himself before resuming his assault on the door. Another round of attacks ensued, yet the temple door remained as immovable as before. Boy, it seems you are at your wit's end. Let me tell you, with your level of assault, do not even dream of breaking it. In the depths of the night. And he chuckled to himself, reflecting on the impressive qualities of the wooden cage house, a mid-tier artifact endowed with defensive properties that rendered it immune to ordinary attacks. Had it not been for this fortuitous acquisition, he would surely have been in dire straits. Recalling the circumstances surrounding his acquisition of the wooden cage house, Enye felt a sense of gratitude for his good fortune during that exploration of ancient ruins alongside others. Although he did not unearth any significant treasures during that venture, he was fortunate enough to obtain such a remarkable item. Outside the wooden cage house, Yang Jian paused, realizing he was at a loss. If Enye chose to remain hidden within, he truly had no means to confront him. Open sesame, Yang Jian shouted. Was the password ineffective? He was momentarily taken aback. Have you read too many novels? Just leave, will you? Enye advised with a smirk. Leave? Absolutely not. Yang Jian resolutely shook his head. After investing so much time on you, you expect me to depart without any reward? That would be too much of a loss. With that, he resumed his onslaught, however. As Enye had predicted, Yang Jian's attacks were utterly futile. They served little purpose beyond exhausting his energy. After a brief flurry of strikes, he finally ceased his efforts. I say, is it all that a high-level player like you can do is cower inside? Have some dignity. Come out and face me in a duel. You think you can provoke me into emerging? You still have much to learn. And you remained resolute, determined to play the turtle. Was there truly no way to deal with him? Yang Jian furrowed his brow, a sense of dissatisfaction brewing within him as he stood up and scrutinized the wooden cage house anew. This shouldn't be right. Why was the door so sturdy? Despite its seemingly delicate appearance, Yang Jian began to scrutinize the grand entrance, measuring 3 meters in width and 5 meters in height. The structure appeared to be crafted from a material that resembled wood rather than stone. Each of the twin doors was intricately carved with 2 entwined black serpents, their eyes glimmering with an eerie light. Perhaps wood was indeed a plausible choice, for reasons unknown. A particular scene from the reverse cold river suddenly flashed through Yang Jian's mind. Without hesitation, he summoned Windblade. A surge of green energy coalesced in his hands, and he thrust it toward the wooden door. To his astonishment, the Windblade penetrated the door with ease, slicing through it as if it were mere tofu. Effective. Yang Jian's eyes sparkled with delight, prompting him to hasten his efforts. Meanwhile, Enye, still relishing the fact that Yang Jian possessed no additional means, was abruptly interrupted by the sound of a grinding cut. A sense of foreboding gripped him as he glanced toward the door. Upon witnessing the green blade piercing through the entrance, his heart plummeted. Wind element. Panic surged within him. How could this individual wield a skill of the wind element? Enye was taken aback. It was well known that elemental skills were exceedingly rare, and among them, wind and ice were the most elusive. The wooden cage's vulnerabilities lay precisely in the realms of wind and water. To his chagrin, Yang Jian had inadvertently breached the defenses of the wooden cage using a wind-based skill. How could this individual possess a skill of the wind element? He was evidently a strength-oriented player, and it was customary for low-level players who had not yet undergone transformation to possess only a singular skill set. And he found himself utterly perplexed. Before a player completes the cleansing transformation, they typically possess skills of a singular direction, with the variety of skills being limited to 1 or 2 at most. This holds true even for those exceptional individuals who possess S-class skills. Dark Knight, being an advanced player, is acutely aware of this. At this moment, a wave of confusion washes over him as he ponders why Yang Jian is endowed with such an abundance of skills, particularly since he has already showcased more than two. However, this is not the time for such reflections. Dark Knight hastily retrieves a crimson box. In the next instant, with a resounding crash, the door collapses. Yang Jian bursts through, his face alight with exhilaration. I have finally arrived. Dark Knight, where are you? Yang Jian's gaze sweeps around, landing on a cluster of floating, ghostly faces ahead, with a red box suspended before him. He is momentarily taken aback, only to be engulfed by euphoric joy. I found you. Dark Knight, upon witnessing this smile, is immediately seized by a chilling dread. Without a second thought, he commands the red box to be thrown. The crimson box tumbles through the air, and suddenly, it erupts above Yang Jian's head, showering him with a cascade of festive sparks. Consumption item, surprise magic box description. What emerges from the box is not always a gift. As the fireworks rain down, they abruptly transform into a flurry of sharp daggers, hurtling towards Yang Jian. Just as he intends to evade, he suddenly realizes that his feet are ensnared in muck. The status bar illuminates with the message, binding state, forced immobility. Yang Jian instantly comprehends the effect of the surprise magic box. The daggers descend upon him with unparalleled velocity. Yang Jian's expression turned cold, and in a flash, his body expanded as he activated all his defensive skills. The sharp blade descended, striking directly at Yang Jian. Just a second later, the blade recoiled, bouncing off Yang Jian's form. The expression of surprise on Anye's face instantly froze. Have you had your fun? Is this all the strength you possess? Yang Jian revealed a look of disappointment. In the next moment, the effects of the surprise box dissipated. Yang Jian strode forward, gazing at Anye with a palpable intent to kill. I will fight you. And he gritted his teeth, transforming into a 10-meter-long python made of smoke. Lunging toward Yang Jian. Still resorting to this trick? Have you truly forgotten? Yang Jian shook his head, delivering a straightforward punch that scattered the massive serpent. As the smoke cleared, a red stone orb shot forth, racing towards the depths of the temple. Thinking of escaping? Yang Jian's eyes narrowed. And with a powerful stomp on the ground, his body shot forth like an arrow. In an instant, he closed the distance of several meters, extending his hands to seize the red stone orb. Got you. No. A howl of desperation emanated from within the red orb. You cannot kill me. Kill you? Yang Jian paused momentarily before responding. I never intended to kill you. This was the truth, and Yi harbored many secrets, and he undoubtedly possessed crucial information, such as the Linglong domain and details about advanced beings, information that would be far too valuable to waste by simply ending his life. Are you truly planning to let me go? Upon hearing Yang Jian's words, Yi was initially taken aback before inquiring further. The premise is that you must reveal everything you know regarding the inquiries about the Linglong domain, as well as all that you are aware of concerning this game. Yang Jian, after clearing his ears, affirmed that he was no merciless killer, unwilling to slay the innocent. However, this did not imply that he would let Anye off easily, especially since he had endured considerable suffering. The decision now rested on Anye. If he chose to withhold the truth, there was no need to squander time. He would simply send him on his way. Conversely, if the other party was forthcoming, he would not hesitate to grant him clemency. Anye gazed at Yang Jian, the crimson stone bead emanating a faint glow as he finally made up his mind. I will tell you everything. Just release me. After much contemplation, Anye resolved that, given Yang Jian's character, failing to be forthright could very well lead to his demise here. Although Anye possessed numerous means at his disposal, capable of facilitating his escape, particularly the unparalleled item concealed deep within the wooden cage, his current condition, coupled with the heavenly Tao suppression of advanced beings, prompted a sigh of resignation. In his present state, even if he had the means, he could not utilize them, for activating advanced skills demanded excessively stringent conditions. It was unexpected that he, Anye, a level 38 advanced being, once invincible among ordinary tiers and capable of delving into the mysteries of the Linglong domain, now found himself at the mercy of a player yet to reach level 10. The thought brought a profound sense of desolation to Anye's crimson-hued visage. Once, he was immensely powerful, having mastered the realm of darkness, ensnaring countless foes and spilling rivers of blood. However, a treacherous ambush in the Linglong domain left him as but a mere soul, forcing him to retreat to the mundane plane, which precipitated a series of subsequent events. A valiant man ought not to dwell on past glories. It is all that person's fault. Their skills were potent enough to severely injure even my soul, leaving me with lasting repercussions. Had my spirit not been compromised, he would undoubtedly have been no match for me. And that artifact from the Linglong domain, if only I could possess it. Regret and sorrow intertwined within the heart of the Dark Knight, and in that moment, he felt an overwhelming despair. To fall at the hands of Yang Jian was far more humiliating than succumbing to a superior being. After a considerable pause, he regained his composure, inhaling deeply before fixing his gaze upon Yang Jian. Young man, he declared, I concede that I underestimated you. Though I am reluctant to admit defeat today, I am indeed the illustrious Dark Knight, once a master capable of penetrating the Linglong domain. My level once soared to an impressive 38. 38? How can one of such a level possess so little power? Yang Jian interjected, nonchalantly clearing his ears. Enough. How dare you treat me with such disrespect? What do you mean merely 38? Do you have any idea how arduous it is to reach that level? It takes years. Do you realize that even an S-rank player would require at least a decade to achieve it? I devoted a full 15 years to attain the status of a high-level player, merely a step away from breaking into level 40. Your ignorance as a novice is truly astounding. Irritation flickered in the eyes of the Dark Knight. Was this individual oblivious to the prowess of a level 38 player? Or was he deliberately attempting to provoke him? All right, I understand. It's just 38, after all. Yang Jian grew increasingly impatient. Although Yez's words held a modicum of truth, he was merely a novice player with a level of only 4. This was primarily due to his lack of monster encounters. It was akin to the distinction between two individuals who both achieve a perfect score of 100. One may do so because of genuine capability, while the other merely because the examination was limited to that score. Even among those who attain 100, disparities exist, and it was evident that Yang Jian fell into the latter category. Let us dispense with the formalities. I am rather pragmatic. What is it that makes you worthy of my sparing your life? Yang Jian's tone was flat yet laced with menace. You faltered momentarily. The man before him appeared youthful, yet his demeanor was strikingly realistic, immediately resorting to threats and seeking to extract maximum advantage. I am a level 38 advanced player, well versed in the nuances of leveling up. You must be feeling quite lost at this moment. Aside from hunting wild monsters, you are clueless about your next steps, how to navigate your journey, how to break through barriers, and what class to choose for your advancement. All remain a mystery to you. Do they not? Class change. Yang Jian's brow furrowed involuntarily. Indeed, he was unaware of this process. Heh, and he chuckled softly. I can unequivocally inform you that if you wish to progress further and become an advanced player, a class change is imperative. The class change quest will only become available once you reach level 17. The system will assign you a quest tailored to your unique characteristics, and upon its completion, you will be able to undergo the class change. Success in this endeavor will bestow upon you additional skills and attributes, as well as exclusive abilities. Is it true that one must reach level 17 to change classes? Yang Jian furrowed his brow. He was currently at level 4, approaching level 5, yet still a considerable distance from level 17. The beginning is always challenging. Typically, it takes an individual 1 to 2 years to reach level 17 before they can advance to a new class. However, those with S-class talents might achieve this milestone in roughly 6 months, while only the exceedingly rare SSS class prodigies could ascend to level 17 within 2 to 3 months. Is the SSS class talent truly that formidable? Yang Jian inquired with an impassive demeanor. It is indeed, he replied. I possess an A-class talent in the Beast Mastery domain. Yang Jian responded earnestly, an A-class talent could certainly contend with me. I was once an A-class myself before my transformation into an S-class. Dark Knight scrutinized Yang Jian for an extended period, attempting to discern any signs of deceit on his face, yet was met with disappointment. Can an A-class talent truly undergo transformation? Yang Jian asked, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, an A-class talent can evolve, provided you manage to obtain the appropriate Genesis fruit to rectify your inherent deficiencies, Dark Knight elucidated, adding, however, Genesis fruits are exceedingly rare. I had to expend the majority of my savings to acquire an S-class Genesis fruit of the Dark attribute, and that was under remarkably fortunate circumstances. Most individuals do not enjoy such luck. Genesis fruit. Yang Jian silently committed the term to memory. Such matters are still distant for you. Your immediate priority is to reach level 10. You are fortunate. This dark forest is within my domain, teeming with dark avatars and numerous corrupted beasts, all of which will serve as your experience points. Seemingly perceiving Yang Jian's thoughts, and Yi spoke up, "Do you intend to gift all of this to me?" Yang Jian was taken aback. He had not anticipated Ye's generosity. Initially, he had lost hope and was prepared to resort to torture to extract information. However, this unexpected turn of events left him feeling somewhat embarrassed about proceeding. Unbeknownst to Yi, had he been aware of Yang Jian's inner turmoil, he might have been outraged. He nodded and clarified, "This dark forest is my means of resurrection. 20 years ago, I was cast down from the Linglong domain into this place, using my last remnants of strength to corrupt the area, transforming it into the dark forest, and corrupting small creatures to gather dark energy for me. Regrettably, after nearly 2 decades of accumulation, I have only regained 20% of my original power. Furthermore, due to the suppression of the heavenly path, my soul has suffered irreparable damage. This is why you were able to defeat me. After much contemplation, I have concluded that to restore my full strength, I must continue to gather dark energy for at least another 80 years, 80 long years in perpetual darkness. I have endured enough of this. I would rather perish." "Are you suggesting you wish to die?" Yang Jian inquired. "How can you be so dim-witted?" "I was using a metaphor. Surely you understand that." And Yi retorted, his patience wearing thin as he suspected Yang Jian was deliberately misunderstanding him. Observing Yang Jian's continued skepticism, he elaborated more straightforwardly. "You have defeated me, rendering my preparations futile. Now, if you were in my position, would you choose to maintain my setup and continue gathering dark energy for my resurrection? Surely it will be utterly destroyed. With this, my hope for resurrection is nearly extinguished, leaving me with but one fate, death. Rather than succumbing to such an end, I might as well willingly offer myself, which could potentially grant me a slender chance of survival. This is the essence of survival of the fittest. You cannot possibly be unaware of this principle." "Oh, so it is as I suspected." Yang Jian nodded, finding himself in agreement this time. Alas, and Yi had much to express. Yet his words ultimately dissolved into a mere sigh. After all, he was the vanquished, destined to endure the scorn of the strong. He accepted this reality. "I have stated that I would spare your life. I shall indeed do so. I, Yang Jian, am a man of my word." Yang Jian spoke calmly. He was not a mere killer. Should Yi demonstrate his full value, he would not hesitate to grant him clemency, provided the latter did not resort to trickery. "You must remember the words spoken today. A man must honor his promises." "Who said I am a man?" Yang Jian interjected. "I possess a male body. Yet my persona is feminine. Is it not acceptable for me to identify as such? Do not impose your Western notions of gender upon me." "I am not swayed by that," and Yi retorted with irritation. "Very well, I am male," Yang Jian conceded, raising his hands in surrender. For he could never convince himself of being female, given his affections lay elsewhere. Ye's tone grew somewhat subdued. After this exchange, the two had grown somewhat familiar with one another. "Your abode is rather commendable," Yang Jian remarked, glancing around. Having spent some time there, he began to notice the stark contrast between the interior and the world outside. Outside, the darkness loomed, shrouded in a thick, black mist. Yet within lay a vibrant expanse adorned with a crimson carpet, illuminated by radiant lights overhead, defying the very essence of a primordial cave. "This was my spatial artifact. Transformed from a wooden cage, an exquisite piece of equipment," Dark Knight elucidated. Yang Jian raised an eyebrow slightly. "A spatial artifact?" "Indeed, a spatial artifact, as the name suggests, serves to open or create a space. Explaining it can be cumbersome, but know this. The world we currently inhabit is unlike the one we once knew. It is a realm of wonder, imbued with myriad mysterious forces capable of forging extraordinary items. The wooden cage is but one such marvel. Its singular function is to construct a wooden dwelling for habitation, equipped with remarkable specialized defenses." "Specialized defenses?" Yang Jian echoed, intrigued. "These defenses possess unique attributes. For instance, the wooden dwelling boasts a physical specialized defense and a water specialized defense of 99. Consequently, physical damage, be it from punches, kicks, clubs, or blades, sustains a remarkable 99 reduction. This explains why you were unable to breach its confines earlier. However, with a shift to wind-based attacks, the barrier could be dismantled. As the wooden cage's wind-specialized defense is rather mediocre," Dark Knight clarified. "Oh, I see." Yang Jian's eyes sparkled with understanding as previous mysteries began to unravel. "Moreover, this wooden dwelling can be retracted when no longer needed, rendering it highly portable, a rare artifact indeed, and one of considerable value, even within the esteemed Linglong domain." Yang Jian examined the wooden cage with admiration, marveling at its ingenuity, especially noting the inclusion of a bathroom. Does that mean he could bring women back in the future? Chapter 40. The staff hello? Would you like to meet? Not interested. I have a bathroom at home. Does your home really have a bathroom? Indeed it does. Would you like to see? Shows the wooden cage house. Wow, it truly does have a bathroom. We could bathe together sometime. Get lost. Yang Jian could already anticipate the aforementioned dialogue. Of course, this was merely a figment of his imagination. Returning to reality. The purpose of the wooden cage house extended far beyond bathing. It served as a sanctuary for him to recuperate. Yang Jian had long grown weary of residing in the novice tree hollow, empty, devoid of any comforts, with a dilapidated floor that was both hard and littered with gravel, rendering it unsafe. In stark contrast, this wooden cage house was well equipped and fortified. With the presence of guards, it ensured his safety during rest, sparing him the anxiety of being abruptly awakened by wild creatures breaking through the door. In summary, this wooden cage house was simply splendid. What a treasure! Yang Jian marveled internally. Furthermore, the wooden cage house provided ample space for him to store his items. The monster meat he would hunt and the gems he would collect could be safely housed here, freeing him from the burden of the system's backpack weight. This arrangement would allow him to gather more items. Truly perfect. This house is quite remarkable. I shall take it. Although his heart brimmed with excitement, Yang Jian spoke with a calm demeanor. Naturally, having defeated me, everything I possess is now yours. Gazing at the impassive Yang Jian, and you could not help but feel a twinge of admiration. He never anticipated that someone could remain so composed in the presence of the wooden cage house. When he first acquired it, he had been elated for several days. Truly, one who can vanquish me possesses remarkable composure. Little did he know that Yang Jian was secretly overjoyed, merely suppressing his excitement. Follow me, and Yi instructed as he floated out from within the stone orb, with Yang Jian closely trailing behind. Soon, they arrived at a bedroom, which had previously been Yang Jian's own. On the nightstand rested a wooden sculpture. That was the key to the wooden cage house. Yang Jian approached and picked up the sculpture, and instantly, the system's voice echoed in his ears. You have acquired a rare spatial item, the wooden cage house. You have gained control over the wooden cage house. You are now the new master of the wooden cage house. Wooden cage house. Upon use, it can generate and reclaim a wooden house. The wooden house cannot be reclaimed while living beings exist within it, and the time limit for its existence is indefinite until its durability reaches 0. At that point, it cannot be reclaimed. Current durability, 88-100. You must have now obtained the transfer rights of the wooden cage house and have a general understanding of it, correct? Indeed. Yang Jian nodded. The usage of the wooden cage house could be described as exceedingly simple, almost mindless. Do you have any other treasures? Please disclose them all at once. I am pressed for time. Pressed for time? Are we? You don't appear to be of high rank. You must have just emerged from the novice village. How many beast waves has your novice village endured? Inyi inquired with curiosity. How many beast waves? Aren't they random? Yang Jian was momentarily taken aback and asked. Random? No, the beast tide is not random. I forget that you are still a novice and unfamiliar with these matters. Inyi shook his head and sighed, explaining. The novice village will face 3 waves of beast tides, a certainty for every novice village, unavoidable. Each wave will be more ferocious than the last. And after the 3rd wave, the protection of the novice village will be utterly depleted. At that point, the domain of the novice village will lose its dominance over the wild creatures, and all attacking beasts will become increasingly savage. If you have not reached a sufficient level to ensure your own survival before the 3 waves, your fate will be bleak. Is that so? Yang Jian expressed his astonishment, as this was the first time he had heard of such a thing. I am a seasoned player. I remember vividly the beast tide that assaulted our novice village. After the 3 waves, my novice village was no more, and I was left to wander aimlessly. It was only after I leveled up that I gradually understood this pattern. It is inevitable for novice villages to encounter beast tides, and each wave is perilous. Yet, they also present numerous opportunities. The wild creatures are rich in experience, making this a rare chance for advancement that you must seize. The opportunity for leveling up. After the 3 waves, if you can reach level 8, you will unlock your first advanced skill. Unless you encounter mutated elite wild creatures, you should be capable of self-defense within the forest of magic. Level 8, is it? Yang Jian furrowed his brow. He was currently at level 4, just a step away from level 5, but still had a considerable journey ahead to reach level 8. Rest assured, the beast tide will soon arrive, with each wave. The level of wild creatures will surpass the previous one, and the experience gained from vanquishing them will be significantly higher, though the difficulty of the hunt will also increase. Sensing Yang Jian's thoughts, Yi began to explain. Furthermore, we outsiders are rather unwelcome, having lost the sanctuary of the novice village. All the creatures in the demon forest will turn against us, and this is something you must heed. Outsiders. Yi chuckled. You may not yet realize that we, as players, are all considered outsiders to the creatures of this demon forest. Hence, they are almost universally hostile towards us. There are indeed neutral creatures, but the majority are our adversaries. I understand. Do you possess any other treasures? Yang Jian inquired, having grasped Ye's previous statements. Everything here poses a threat to him. For instance, weapons. I'm in need of a reliable one, preferably a bow or a firearm for ranged combat. I do have weapons, but they are neither bows nor guns. Yi replied candidly, as if he had anticipated Yang Jian's request. I only possess staves, magical implements that can amplify spells. Previously, I was a dark mage and wielded such magical weapons, which may not suit your needs. With a flick of his wrist, a treasure chest materialized before Yang Jian, and Yi opened it, revealing 2 staves within. On the left lies a staff, half a meter in length, adorned with a green gemstone that emanates an ethereal green light. To the right, there appears a staff resembling a skeletal arm, its claw grasping a scythe. You have acquired the green demon staff, classified as rare. You have also obtained the dark moon staff, classified as special. The system notification echoed, and Yang Jian's eyes brightened as he hurriedly examined the attributes. Green demon staff, level 15, rarity, rare, magic attack power, 230, durability, 13,100. Special skill. Upon use, it releases 2 green demon rays, inflicting light attribute piercing damage on the target. Remark. The eyes of the green demon are considered the clearest objects in the world. Gazing into them penetrates the soul. It is said that King Bitter hunted green demons out of fear that his disguise would be unveiled. Dark Moon Staff, level 25, rarity, special. Magic attack power, 514. Durability, 8,100. Special skill, unleashes the power of the moon soldiers, causing destructive effects on enemies in its path. Remark, in the depths of night, only the moon shines bright. The moon soldiers. Upon reading the remark regarding the dark moon scythe, Yang Jian suddenly paused, turning to Anya. Is your true name really Anya? Of course not. Have you ever met anyone with the surname in? Anya replied. He then continued, I simply think the name Anya sounds cool. It was a name I chose for myself, partly inspired by this dark moon staff. What is your true name then? Yang Jian inquired with curiosity. His true name. An unsettling pause befell Yi, for it had been so long since anyone inquired about his true name that he had nearly forgotten it. Chapter 41. A Reunification. My true name shall remain unspoken. It has been decades since anyone has called me by it. For now, you may refer to me as Anya, he declared, seemingly reluctant to delve into the past. Very well, Yang Jian nodded. His inquiry stemmed merely from the coincidental resemblance between Anya's name and the description of the scepters. As you can see, the durability of these 2 weapons is rather low. I encountered a formidable foe in the Linglong domain, and in my struggle against him, I nearly exhausted all my resources. To have retained these 2 weapons is already a considerable feat. Each can only be used perhaps 3 or 4 times, Anya cautioned. I understand, Yang Jian acknowledged, recognizing that the level restrictions for the 2 scepters were set at level 15 and level 25 respectively, making them currently impractical for his use. Forcing their use would not only diminish their inherent power, but also significantly increase mana consumption. You seem to possess quite a few treasures, Yang Jian remarked suddenly. I possess no treasures. My true treasures have long since been destroyed. What remains are but trinkets. Yet, to you at this moment, these trinkets may hold significant value. Anya replied with a wry smile. However, should one venture deep into the Linglong domain, genuine treasures are not hard to find. It is a gathering place for the strong, where all manner of treasures can be discovered, provided one is willing to pay the requisite price or is fortunate enough, he continued. Yang Jian then inquired, what, exactly, is the Linglong domain? Had I not mentioned before that the Linglong domain is a treasure trove? How can I elucidate its significance to you? Alas, it is challenging to convey the essence of that place, as it seems too distant for your current understanding. In any case, once you have cultivated sufficient prowess, you will naturally seek out the Linglong domain, which will open itself to those of great strength. Anya felt somewhat helpless, despite his lengthy explanation. It appeared that Yang Jian still lacked clarity regarding the Linglong domain. Was it his own ineptitude in articulation? Or was Yang Jian simply dense? Yang Jian fell into silence, his gaze fixed and unblinking, lost in contemplation. After a moment, he finally inquired, "Is this all the treasure you possess? Are there no other items, such as a map?" "What map could I possibly have? I plummeted from the Linglong domain to this mundane realm. How would I know of its cartography?" Anya replied with exasperation. "Since my descent into the ordinary layer, I have remained here, and the residual dark energy is insufficient to sustain my exploration of the surroundings. It is already remarkable that I have managed to endure thus far. Where would I find the vigor to explore?" "I understand now," Yang Jian nodded, realizing that Anya's knowledge of this place was also quite limited. After a brief pause, he turned and headed towards the door, with Anya following closely behind. Before long, they emerged outside. Gazing at the remnants of the battle on the ground, Anya spoke up. "These two ghost-faced stone pillars were my means of gathering dark energy, but alas, they have been destroyed by you. I can no longer utilize the formations atop them to absorb dark energy." His voice carried a sense of grievance. Had he known how formidable Yang Jian was, he would never have dared to provoke him. "It is of little consequence. It is the natural order of kings and pawns," Yang Jian remarked. Anya interjected, "Be cautious." At that moment, a commotion erupted nearby. Yang Jian turned his head just in time to witness a swarm of dark bats rushing towards them. "I can no longer maintain control over those dark avatars, as my energy is nearly depleted," Anya continued. But before he could finish his sentence, a surge of dark energy emanated from Yang Jian, sweeping towards the bats. The intangible force, once unleashed, swiftly invaded the dark bats. "Ascend," Yang Jian commanded inwardly, and the bats promptly took flight, swirling in the air. This dark erosion proves to be quite effective. With my influence, these dark avatars respond to my will as effortlessly as one might drink water. "What did you just do?" Anya asked, bewildered, as he gazed at Yang Jian. Just moments ago, he had completely lost control over the swarm of dark bats. Although Anya lacked the energy to manipulate them now, the targets previously affected by his power retained a mental connection, allowing him to sense their every move. Yet now, he found himself devoid of that connection to the dark bats, which left him with no doubt that Yang Jian was the cause. Yang Jian chose not to respond, deeming it unnecessary. He guided the dark bats in their circular dance, his gaze deepening with contemplation. Under his full control, he found that he could even perceive the vision of the dark bats. Yang Jian was somewhat astonished. His eyes seemed to function like a camera, linked to the eyes of the dark bat, relaying everything the bat perceived back to him. No wonder the Nightshade had previously been able to pinpoint his location. Reflecting on past events, everything suddenly made sense. How convenient. He now possessed an additional method of reconnaissance. Yang Jian mused that by using the dark essence to infiltrate a bat, a bird, or even a bear, he could command them for surveillance. After a while, he grew weary of the game and made a gesture in the air. Boom, boom, boom. The swarm of bats erupted in a series of explosions, transforming into vast clouds of crimson mist. "You have slain dark bats, LV 5x7. You have gained 3,075 experience points. Your level has now reached level 5, granting you 1 free attribute point." The high level of these dark bats had yielded a substantial amount of experience, leading Yang Jian to advance to level 5 as expected. "Now, I possess a free attribute point." Yang Jian stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before decisively utilizing the free point. Using 1 free attribute point to merge with dark erosion. Ding. Fusion successful. Your life essence skill has acquired an additional corruption healing effect. Corruption healing. Your healing effects now additionally restored dark energy, with a cooldown time of 30 seconds. Corruption healing? Yang Jian paused for a moment, as he had been troubled by the lack of means to recover dark energy. After all, initiating the dark corruption requires the consumption of abyssal energy, of which he possesses only a limited quantity. This implies that in the future, when invoking dark corruption or confronting darkness, he would face numerous constraints. However, with the acquisition of the abyssal healing effect, such limitations have evidently vanished. It seems that the integration of other skills with my life essence does not detract from their inherent characteristics. Rather, it enhances them. Yang Jian speculated. Previously, by merging with Li Yuan's predator skill, he attained life drain, which combined healing attributes with execution capabilities. Now, the fusion with dark corruption has endowed him with abyssal traits, alleviating any concerns about losing his original life restoration properties when merging with other skills in the future. Integration is a process of holistic enhancement, akin to the principle that 1 + 1 can yield greater than 2. If I were to amalgamate all the skills I acquire, To what extraordinary heights would my power ascend? Yang Jian suddenly pondered. Chapter 42. The Dark Legion. Following the previous tests, Yang Jian was able to initially ascertain that the fusion of life aura with other skills would not adversely affect the efficacy of his original abilities. Rather, it would merely augment them with additional attributes. For instance, after merging with Dark Erosion, he could restore dark energy. Similarly, upon fusing with Predator, he could bestow the killing attribute upon his life aura, among other enhancements. Regrettably, the absence of free attribute points limited further experimentation. Yang Jian now felt a surge of anticipation, curious to discover the effects that would manifest once he amalgamated life aura with other advanced skills. Did you just slay the Dark Bat? Dark Knight inquired in disbelief. After all, the Dark Bat is a level 5 creature. How could he dispatch it so easily? He had initially expected a protracted struggle. Little did he know that Yang Jian had already employed Dark Erosion on those bats, and taking their lives required merely a thought. Let us proceed. There are no more creatures here. Lead the way, Yang Jian stated, offering no response to Dark Knight's query. With me? Never mind. I shall seek them out myself. Dark Knight began, yet before he could finish, Yang Jian had made up his mind. He had just manipulated the dark bats to gather intelligence about the surroundings and discovered that a group of dark squirrels was lurking in the trees nearby. Without hesitation, he made his way toward that tree. Upon reaching its base, he leaped effortlessly into the hollow, bracing himself against the trunk with one hand while smashing through the hollow's defenses with the other. Instantly, a nest of pitch-black squirrels was revealed before him, numbering around 4 or 5. I found you, Yang Jian exclaimed with a sinister chuckle. At that moment, the squirrels were also roused from their slumber, each one shrieking and launching an assault towards Yang Jian. Simultaneously, their bodies expanded instantaneously. However, they were soon corroded by a dark force, the crimson light in their eyes dimming swiftly. Easily done. Drawing from prior experience, Yang Jian found it effortlessly simple to corrupt the dark squirrels this time. Why have I once again lost my sense of the dark incarnation? In the distance, Anya wore a puzzled expression, sensing the waning of his own power over the darkness, his control diminishing progressively. No. Rather than dissipating, it felt as though my strength was being gradually eroded and replaced. Anya fixed his gaze upon Yang Jian. At this juncture, even a fool could discern the source of the issue. How on earth is he achieving this? The dark power can only be eroded by itself. Does he possess dark power? But how could that be? Dark attributes are rare, even among S-rank entities. How could he possibly be one? I've never witnessed him employing any dark attribute skills in his attacks. Anya, being a seasoned player who has encountered numerous scenarios, could not overlook Yang Jian's subtle tactics. Doubts began to creep in. Was Yang Jian truly just an A-rank talent as he claimed, or was he deceiving everyone? Even if he is lying to me, what can I do? I am merely a wild soul now, easily manipulated by anyone. Anya smiled wryly. Despite his extensive knowledge, he now found himself lacking in power. Moreover, some matters are better left unspoken, to avoid tearing the facade and leaving everyone in an uncomfortable position. Sometimes, ignorance is bliss. Alas, the heavens may weep, and a mother may remarry. Let it be. The somber night quietly observed, feeling its realm of darkness gradually diminish until at last it could sense that only a mere fragment of its dominion remained. In contrast, Yang Jian was now witnessing the rise of his encroachment. The manipulable realm of darkness expanded ever more. It was revealed that not only could he invade wild creatures, but also the very ground beneath him. Yang Jian progressively discovered that his dark encroachment could not only invade wild beasts, but also the terrain itself. By encroaching upon wild creatures, he could control them. By invading the ground, he could sense all living beings upon that land, while simultaneously amplifying the attack power of his dark attribute skills. Yang Jian felt as though he had unlocked a new world. Unlike the somber night, he possessed an undeniable advantage, an abundance of dark energy. Yang Jian gradually recognized the source of his superiority. The amalgamated dark erosion healing could restore his dark energy, which he could then use for further encroachment, creating a positive feedback loop. Yang Jian swiftly set to work, invading everything in his vicinity. A black circle emerged beneath his feet, rapidly expanding outward, embodying his dark energy. Soon, the dark forest trembled, and wherever his realm of darkness spread, all life upon the ground was thoroughly consumed by his dark energy. Ultimately, the scope of his encroachment surpassed that of the somber night. Even more astonishingly for Yang Jian was the revelation: current dominion over the realm of darkness, dark forest. Usable dark avatars. 1, 245. He had completely mastered the Dark Forest. Creatures that had previously resisted the encroachment of the abyss were now consumed by Yang Jian, transforming into his dark avatars. From a certain perspective, he had surpassed the abyss of old. Furthermore, Yang Jian glanced at the interface. You have slain the dark squirrel, gaining 500 experience points. You have slain the dark deer, gaining 600 experience points. You have slain the dark goat, gaining 500 experience points. Your level has surpassed level 6. You have obtained 1 attribute point. You have slain creatures, surpassing level 7. All the monsters I have defeated are now considered elite monsters. Yang Jian was profoundly astonished. Perhaps due to the corruption of darkness, all the creatures he had vanquished were regarded as elite, signifying that the experience he gained far exceeded that of ordinary foes. This was the reason he had smoothly ascended 2 levels, breaking through to level 7. I can now rightfully claim the title of the Forest King, for reasons unknown. The thought of becoming the Forest King suddenly surged within him, King of the Dark Forest. It suited him perfectly. Gather. With a mere thought. The Dark Forest trembled as countless dark avatars surged toward his position. In an instant, over 1,000 dark avatars coalesced before him. The expression of the abyss froze instantaneously. He understood precisely what this meant. Even with his formidable strength, he could only command 1 or 2 dark avatars at a time. To enslave over 1,000 dark avatars all at once was utterly impossible, unless he regained his full power. Yet, Yang Jian has accomplished it. Although it was somewhat strenuous, the overall outcome was satisfactory. As he utilized the abyssal healing to restore his energy, he gazed at the horde of wild creatures before him, his heart remaining undisturbed. He could effortlessly eliminate these dark incarnations in an instant, thereby amassing a considerable amount of experience points. However, such an action would be a tremendous waste. The scale of this wild creature assembly was already comparable to a beast tide, and not just any ordinary one. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Jian noted that among the present wild creatures, the highest level was 6, consisting of 1 each of the dark coconut sheep, dark chai lion, and dark frenzy bear. There were a significant number of level 5 creatures, totaling 93, with the remainder being level 3 or 4. Should I command them to hunt down other wild creatures? Yang Jian pondered. The offensive capability of his Dark Beast Legion was on par with that of a beast tide. After all, the last beast tide he encountered contained creatures with a maximum level of only 3. Yet, the wild creatures he commanded now all possessed a minimum level of 3, clearly indicating that their strength had far surpassed that of the initial beast tide. Chapter 43, The Reversal of the Heavenly Gang. No. It is not yet time for them to venture forth and hunt the wild creatures. Once they leave the Dark Forest, I will no longer be able to exert control over these dark beasts, Yang Jian contemplated. Indeed, while he currently commanded these beast legions to sweep through other wild creatures, such dominion was confined solely within the Dark Forest. Leaving this realm would significantly diminish his ability to manipulate the dark beasts. Only within the confines of the Shadow Domain could Yang Jian fully harness his powers, and even then, it was limited to the dark creatures he had previously corrupted. For now, let us refer to you as the Dark Beast Legion, Yang Jian declared. Surveying the assembly of dark beasts and focusing on the 3 level 6 creatures in the front rows, the dark coconut sheep, the dark chai lion, and the dark frenzied bear, I hereby appoint you 3 as the dark commanders, each to lead a faction of the dark beasts, guarding the dark forest. Should any intruder approach, eliminate them without hesitation. With Yang Jian's command issued, the 3 wild beasts responded with low growls. Subsequently, thousands of dark beasts began to mobilize, forming 3 orderly lines and trailing behind their respective commanders, marching with a discipline reminiscent of a military formation as they advanced towards the periphery of the dark forest. You. At that moment, the voice of An Yi interrupted, hesitating as he observed Yang Jian's actions without any attempt to conceal them. Yang Jian had already begun to piece together the implications of what was unfolding. When the rabbit dies, the hound is cooked. When the arrows are exhausted, the bow is hidden. Is your next step to eliminate me? Do you not realize that I have become of no further use to you? Yang Jian coldly stated, turning his back to An Yi. Alas, I had anticipated such an outcome. Rather than continuing to exist in a state of mere survival as before, I would prefer to perish by your hand, for it would be a form of liberation. And Sai escaped the depths of my being as I remained rooted in place, fully aware that fleeing would be a futile endeavor. However, I shifted my tone. I have a rather unseemly request. Should you find the opportunity to ascend to the Linglong domain, I implore you to seek out an individual known as Blue Glove Jack. Please, eliminate him on my behalf. It was his treachery that led me to this unfortunate fate. He is a notorious scoundrel within the Linglong domain, most adept at masquerading as a companion only to launch a treacherous assault from behind. His removal would serve the greater good. Blue Glove Jack. Yang Jian silently etched this matter into his memory, then stroked his chin, inquiring if I had any final words. In truth, there is no need for you to intervene. My time is already short, I replied with a wry smile as my ethereal form emerged from the stone orb. In contrast to before, my spirit now flickered in and out of visibility, visibly on the brink of collapse. Oh? Yang Jian turned back, intrigued. It is solely by virtue of this dark spirit orb that I am able to barely sustain myself. Yet, its energy is nearly depleted. The dark energy is insufficient to maintain my current state. It will not be long before I fade into oblivion. Suddenly, a streak of black light surged into the crown of my head. You have healed the dark spirit of An Yi, restoring 1,000 points of dark energy to him. You have acquired the skill, Dark Spirit Incarnation. As I felt the transformation of my spirit, I was initially taken aback, followed by a wave of disbelief. I sensed that nearly half of my nearly extinguished dark energy had been rejuvenated. Did you save me? In the depths of the night, Anya, ever astute and knowledgeable, swiftly discerned that it was Yang Jian who had intervened, a revelation that took him by surprise. Even more astonishing was the fact that, through this singular act of treatment, he had regained a staggering 1,000 points of dark energy. For years, Anya had tirelessly commanded his dark avatar to siphon dark energy, managing to recover less than 2,000 points over that extensive period. Now, with just one action from Yang Jian, he had restored what had taken him over a decade to accumulate, leaving him utterly astounded. Didn't you intend to kill me? Anya pondered, unable to fathom why Yang Jian would choose to save him. I merely stated that you currently hold no value to me. That does not imply you may not possess worth in the future, Yang Jian replied coldly. Anya fell into contemplative silence, increasingly unable to read Yang Jian's intentions. Yet, he felt a flicker of hope. He had reclaimed his life, and the despair that once consumed him began to rekindle into determination. I was previously hindered by a lack of energy, but now I have restored my strength. If I remain patient and gradually accumulate power, the future may hold possibilities. Suddenly, an enigmatic force surged through him. You have confronted the darkness. Skills are temporarily frozen. You are succumbing to the encroachment of darkness. Your ability to act is momentarily lost. The sensation was familiar, yet this time the target was himself rather than Yang Jian. How could you wield my skill? Anya silently screamed within, this maneuver having been employed countless times against others, yet he never anticipated it would one day be turned against him. Even more perplexing was how Yang Jian had acquired such a technique. In the depths of the night, An Yi contemplated rebellion. Yet the moment he caught sight of Yang Jian's icy gaze, he reluctantly relinquished the thought. Ultimately, he succumbed to Yang Jian's influence. The invasion was successful. You have acquired the Dark Incarnation X1. Yang Jian regarded An Yi with an impassive expression. Recalling the time when he first ventured into the dark forest and encountered An Yi, who had proclaimed his intent to corrupt him into a dark embodiment. Now, the roles had reversed. An Yi had become Yang Jian's Dark Incarnation, an inversion of their fates. At this moment, with but a single thought, I could bring about An Yi's demise. The sensation of holding sway over another's life and death is profoundly intoxicating. An Yi, clearly aware of this shift, wore a pallid complexion, grappling with the capriciousness of fate. He had long contemplated death, but Yang Jian had pulled him back, leaving him in a state of intense inner conflict. For him, the desire to live was overshadowed by his thirst for vengeance, as he had yet to exact retribution upon the treacherous Jack with the blue gloves for his ambush. However, being subject to another's control over his existence posed a dilemma, rendering it difficult to deem this a favorable outcome. I am now entirely yours, he declared, quite literally, everything, including my life. Yet, this does not imply that I am obliged to heed your every command. I shall never betray my principles, even if it means facing death at your hands. Do you truly believe your words hold any weight? Yang Jian replied, his tone devoid of warmth. Before An Yi could make another move, Yang Jian seized the stone orb and stored it within his system inventory. Preserving An Yi's life proved to have its merits. Should he become useless, the time for his demise would come. Yang Jian considered himself no murderer, yet it did not preclude the possibility of a sudden surge of impulse. Now at level 7, his strength and vitality had significantly increased, along with a marked enhancement in his life force recovery capabilities. He reveled in the transformation of his body, a sense of exhilaration enveloping him, igniting an insatiable desire to grow stronger. Had he eradicated all the dark beasts just moments ago, he likely would have ascended a few more levels. However, it was unnecessary. Ahead lay the hunt for wild creatures, and if memory served him correctly, this vicinity was a perilous zone, teeming with formidable foes. Yang Jian retrieved a map, which he had obtained upon joining Li Yuan's squadron, and unfurled it before him. To his surprise, several new markings had appeared on the map, seemingly indicating the presence of high-level wild beasts. He scrutinized the alterations with keen interest. The map was shared in real time, accessible to all members of the same alliance as Li Yuan. Each squad leader had the ability to annotate the map, documenting the wild creatures their teams encountered. His gaze fixated on a particular area marked with a crimson cross. The nearest to his location, approximately 1,000 meters away, inscribed with the ominous word danger. Danger. Level 8 rare wild beast, the lava giant serpent, is on the prowl. Exercise utmost caution. Additional notes accompanied the warning. My squad and I inadvertently stumbled into a lava pit, where we encountered a lava giant serpent of level 8. Its power is formidable. Our team suffered the loss of 4 members, 3 of whom were of C rank and 1 of B rank, while another member remains trapped in the lava pool. Please heed this warning from Su Jinghao, captain of the 13th Squad. The elite level 8 wild monsters present an opportune challenge for practice. Yang Jian's eyes glimmered as he swiftly set his feet in motion, heading towards the location marked on the map. Chapter 44, Utter Madness. Captain Su. What shall we do now? She is surrounded. Lava encircles us, and as soon as we enter, our armor's durability plummets. Rescue is utterly impossible. This lava serpent is ferocious. Descending into that inferno would spell our doom. Within the molten pool, the searing lava bubbled and surged, and beneath it lay a massive green protective dome, under which a woman struggled to endure. Before her, a colossal red serpent, as thick as a banyan tree and 30 meters long, relentlessly battered against the dome. With each impact, the dome's radiance waned. At this rate, it would vanish within half an hour. If it comes to that, we should abandon her. She is merely an A rank. There is no need to sacrifice more personnel for her sake. Indeed, Captain, we should retreat. Enough. Hearing the near seditious murmurs of retreat among his comrades, Su Jinghao clenched his fists and cursed vehemently. His outburst silenced all those around him. Su surveyed his team, inwardly seething with anger. Damn it, why are they all such cowards? Reflecting on past events, his fury intensified. Have you all forgotten how Zhou Yu once saved you? If not for her protective dome against the serpent's onslaught, it would be as trapped now. It was indeed a misstep that led Su and his team into the molten pool, awakening the Lord of the Lava, the colossal serpent. Had Zhou Yu not timely deployed her shield, they would have been devoured by the lava serpent, leaving no time for idle chatter. How can you be so ungrateful? Zhou Yu has fought alongside us through thick and thin. Do you truly intend to abandon her now? Are you even human? Su Jinghao, despite his unique background, is a person of deep loyalty and affection. He would never forsake his comrades unless faced with utter despair. Unlike the teammates who stand behind him, each hailing from affluent and powerful families, coddled and timid, excessively valuing their own lives. That said, must we genuinely sacrifice all for her alone? Indeed, we did not force Zhou Yu to fall behind. She made that choice willingly. We merely formed a team, driven by mutual benefit, without the need for grandiose sentiments. The formidable serpent is indeed fearsome, breathing fire, and collectively we cannot prevail against it. It is not worth risking our lives. The death of one person is hardly a monumental issue. If a teammate falls, we can always find another. Why should we concern ourselves with her? If you wish to take the risk, do so on your own. Do not involve me. Though Su Jinghao was filled with resentment, his teammates remained indifferent. Their tone almost apathetic. They cared little for the life or death of an ordinary individual. This was true in the past, and it remains true now, with self-preservation taking precedence above all else. Su Jinghao clenched his teeth in anger, exclaiming, even if there exists a glimmer of hope, we must not give up. Furthermore, she has saved us before. Spare me your emotional rhetoric. Whether she saves us or not is not something I sought from her. Indeed, did I ever call for help? Her predicament is her own doing. Who told her to lag behind? Su Jinghao, nonsense. Just now, all you needed to do was to use your skills to delay the colossal serpent, and Zhou Yu would have been able to ascend safely. Had it not been for your cowardice, how could she have found herself in such perilous circumstances? This is undeniably your responsibility. Huh. Is it stipulated that we must employ skills to delay? How has the narrative shifted to place the blame upon us? Spare me the jest. Enough of this chatter. I declare my immediate withdrawal from the team, and I shall bear the penalty myself. I shall do the same. I concur. The team members echoed in agreement. Soon, the system's voice resonated in Su Jinghao's ears. B-level player Lin Chi has withdrawn from the 13th squad, incurring a penalty of 250 gold coins. C-level player Jiao Yangjian has withdrawn from the 13th squad, incurring a penalty of 250 gold coins. C-level player Zhong Yuanqi has withdrawn from the 13th squad, incurring a penalty of 250 gold coins. C-level player Zhao Xiaoming has withdrawn from the 13th squad, incurring a penalty of 250 gold coins. In total, 4 individuals withdrew from the team simultaneously. Su Jinghao, from this moment forth, we are no longer indebted to one another. You shall traverse your own path, while I shall navigate mine. If you choose to rescue, then so be it. Were it not for your A-level status, I would scarcely bother with such trivial discourse. Without you, we can simply form another team. There are plenty of A-level captains to go around, and your absence would not be missed. Only S-level captains are truly rare. Zhou Yu, being so exquisitely beautiful, would be a pity to lose, yet there is little to be done. Let us cease this futile conversation and depart. After Lin Chi and the others finished speaking, they swiftly departed, leaving Su Jinghao alone. You selfish wretches. How blind was I to have allied with you? Su Jinghao seated, finally realizing what it meant to encounter such petty individuals. Lin Chi and his companions were the epitome of treachery. The innocent deaths of Liang Fei and the plight of Zhou Yu, who was trapped in the lava pool while trying to save them, culminated in this disgraceful outcome. As Su Jinghao recalled the events, his anger intensified, fueled by the ingratitude of Lin Chi and his cohorts, and his own helplessness. Captain Su, you should go. There's no need to concern yourself with me. You are gravely injured. Do not risk your life for mine. Suddenly, 2 messages appeared on the chat panel. Su Jinghao turned abruptly to gaze at the lava pit below. There, Zhou Yu stood expressionless, having overheard Lin Chi and the others. She felt a deep sense of ridicule for herself. Those who suffer often have their own faults. My current predicament is of my own making. You need not sacrifice your life to save me, Zhou Yu reiterated. Zhou Yu, I will not abandon you. Do not give up on yourself. Su Jinghao shouted through gritted teeth. Hold on, I will come to rescue you. After uttering those words, Su Jinghao glanced at his status panel. Name, Su Jinghao level, LV. 3 health, 370 skill. Berserk, a rank reduces sanity, temporarily increases movement speed, attack power, and resistance to abnormal states. Duration, 3 minutes, cooldown, 5 minutes. Once more should pose no significant issue. Su Jinghao gritted his teeth and shouted to Zhou Yu, I will divert the colossal serpent. Take the opportunity to flee. Captain, you have already activated your berserk mode twice today. Pushing yourself further may lead to exceeding your physical limits and succumbing to madness. Zhou Yu replied hastily. Having worked together for quite some time, she was acutely aware of the detrimental effects of the berserk state. Should he lose his sanity? Su Jinghao would descend into utter chaos, unable to distinguish friend from foe. In such a state, he would attack indiscriminately, driven solely by instinct until either his target was utterly annihilated or the duration of his berserk mode concluded. There was no time to ponder the consequences. Berserk. Su Jinghao decisively activated the berserk skill. The skill was successfully employed, diminishing his rationality, current rationality resistance at 30. As the words fell from his lips, an overwhelming power surged through his entire being. Veins bulged, muscles swelled to an extraordinary size, hair stood on end, and his eyes turned a vivid crimson. Oh no, Su Jinghao clutched his head and knelt, struggling to maintain control and stave off the encroaching madness. But soon he found himself utterly defeated. I cannot contain myself. Be careful. Complete insanity. Chapter 45. Fierce Battle. Su Jinghao let out a thunderous roar, his eyes completely turned crimson, devoid of reason. The consequence of forcibly entering a berserk state 3 times had led him to a complete loss of control. Annihilate everything. Su Jinghao's muscles surged with power as he grasped the colossal axe, leaping into the molten lava below. Oh no! Zhou Yu gasped in horror at this sight. She had already expended a considerable amount of energy resisting the lava serpent, and now a berserk Su Jinghao had plunged into the fray. But what could she do? Gritting her teeth, she could only hope that the lava serpent would engage Su Jinghao, allowing her a chance to escape. However, her hopes seemed futile. Eradicate everything. Su Jinghao leaped ferociously into the magma, The sound of sizzling echoed as his leg armor began to corrode. Yet, he paid no heed. He had lost all rational thought, driven solely by the instinct to fight. Die. Su Jinghao's gaze fixed menacingly on Zhou Yu. Bang! A deafening crash resounded as the mighty axe struck Zhou Yu's protective shield. In a single blow, the previously dim shield was marred with numerous cracks. Su Jinghao. Zhou Yu gritted her teeth. Her worst fears realized. Su Jinghao had chosen to attack her rather than the lava serpent. Perish. Frustrated by the failed strike, Su Jinghao swung the axe once more towards Zhou Yu. Bang! With this blow, the shield dimmed further, and it would take merely 5 or 6 more strikes for it to shatter completely. The fury unleashed not only diminishes rationality but also significantly amplifies the wielder's strength, with complete rage elevating Su Jinghao's power to its zenith. The relentless pounding continues. The colossal axe descends once more, shattering the protective barrier with a single strike. In the instant the shield splinters, Zhou Yu suffers grave injuries, her body propelled by the force of impact, landing amidst the molten lava, fully exposed to the gaze of the lava serpent. At this moment, the molten giant serpent erupts in a triumphant roar, having patiently awaited its opportunity. Su Jinghao's actions have undoubtedly aided its cause. Without hesitation, the creature unfurls its cavernous maw and lunges towards Zhou Yu. Its elongated form stretches an impressive 30 meters, moving with the swiftness of a freight train, showing no signs of sluggishness. In the blink of an eye, it is upon Zhou Yu. Die. Su Jinghao, now acutely aware of the serpent's presence, charges forward brandishing his colossal axe, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury. In a normal circumstance, a person would be paralyzed with fear at the sight of such a formidable beast or would seek refuge. Yet, in his state of complete rage, Su Jinghao knows not the meaning of fear. To him, this serpent is merely a rival for the prey. In the midst of their confrontation, to everyone's astonishment, Su Jinghao manages to withstand the serpent's onslaught. What an intense battle! Who would have thought Su Jinghao possessed such latent potential? On the edge of a precipice, Lin Qi, Jiao Yangjian, Zhong Yuanqi, and Zhao Xiaoming watched the spectacle unfold. It is often said that individuals only erupt when pushed to the brink. Yet there is no cause for concern. Su Jinghao and Zhou Yu undoubtedly struggle against the lava giant serpent. Zhong Yuanqi spoke up. How long do you think they can hold out? Lin Qi inquired. Not long. At most just a few minutes before the battle is resolved. Although Su Jinghao is classified as an A level, have you not seen him completely lose control? His damage output is formidable. Even the lava serpent can withstand it. Yet, that is also his Achilles heel. Utterly reckless, he will inevitably falter before long. Jiao Yangjian shook his head, convinced that Su Jinghao's defeat was certain. Let us wait for their demise, and then we shall see if an opportunity arises. In the center of the crowd, Zhao Xiaoming crossed his arms, remarking, ideally, it would be a mutual destruction, allowing us to reap the benefits. Zhou Yu shall belong to me, Lin Qi declared. For I have recently mastered a form of puppetry that enables me to transform a corpse into a puppet. The others immediately turned their attention to him, understanding his intentions without need for elaboration. Nevertheless, it mattered little. In their previous lives, they had been hedonistic, indulging in excess. And now it was merely a resurgence of their old habits. Moreover, their initial alliance was partly due to Zhou Yu's influence. In terms of appearance, Zhou Yu surpassed many they had encountered in their former lives. Such beauty would undoubtedly captivate them even then. Brother Lin, once you are finished with your puppetry, might I borrow it for a while? Zhong Yuanqi chuckled. Haha, that can be arranged. I shall let you know when I grow weary of it. Very well. It is settled then. Hee hee, you all are already making plans. Who knows if Zhou Yu will even have a complete corpse left. The lava serpent is exceedingly fierce. Having lurked for so long, it will not spare Zhou Yu. Zhao Xiaoming spoke, suggesting that there was some merit to his argument. My puppet technique does not require a complete corpse. Rather, a collection of dismembered parts will suffice. Truly, Brother Lin has a rather macabre disposition. You lot. Zhou Yu found herself engulfed in lava, her gaze fixated on Lin Qi and the others. To her dismay, the four showed no inclination to assist her. Instead, they stood idly by, watching her battle Su Jinghao and the colossal serpent. I should never have saved you. Reflecting on her previous actions, Zhou Yu felt a pang of foolishness. She could have escaped but chose to remain behind for Zhao Xiaoming and the others, entangling herself in this perilous situation. How utterly foolish it seemed now. It was evident that Zhao Xiaoming and his companions were waiting for the two parties to inflict mutual destruction before swooping in to reap the benefits. Had they any intention of aiding her, They would have returned long ago to fetch reinforcements, rather than standing on the sidelines. I shall not let you escape my wrath. Even in death, Zhou Yu clenched her teeth, as her only recourse was to curse them. Her energy reserves were utterly depleted, leaving her incapable of employing any further skills. This cannot continue. I must flee. Zhou Yu struggled to rise, managing to support herself on one leg. Her left foot bore a gaping wound, oozing blood profusely. It was inflicted by Su Zhenghao, who had shattered her protective barrier, dragging her along with the shockwave and lacerating her flesh down to the bone, causing a fracture. Yet, despite her grave injuries, Zhou Yu refused to surrender. A fierce instinct for survival propelled her forward, step by painstaking step, as she endeavored to escape this treacherous area. But then, a resounding metallic clang echoed through the air. The colossal axe was sent flying, spinning as it plunged into the ground before Zhou Yu, followed closely by a figure being thrown at her feet. It's Su Zhenghao, Zhou Yu gasped. At that moment, Su Zhenghao was battered and bloodied, sprawled on the ground, barely clinging to life. Yet, despite his condition, his hands continued to grasp desperately, seemingly intent on picking up a weapon to resume the fight. Even the completely berserk Su Zhenghao could not withstand the onslaught of the lava serpent. Zhou Yu felt a profound chill settle within her. Su Zhenghao was the strongest among them, an A rank, and in his rampage, his strength and speed had doubled astonishingly. If he had been defeated, it undoubtedly extinguished Zhou Yu's last flicker of hope for survival. A chilling grinding sound resonated through her bones as the lava serpent's eyes locked onto Zhou Yu. Please, someone help me. Whoever can save me, I will do anything for them. I am willing to sacrifice anything. Zhou Yu wept. A shadow loomed over her, as the serpent's gaping maw, large enough to swallow a truck, opened wide, lunging towards her. Oh, is there still prey here? Chapter 46. Repulsion. A sudden sound pierced the air, followed closely by a thunderous crash, reminiscent of mountains collapsing, which was soon accompanied by wails of despair. In that moment, Zhou Yu, who had resigned herself to her fate with closed eyes, sensed something amiss. She abruptly lifted her gaze and beheld a shadowy figure hovering above her. The individual wore a serene expression, his brows etched with indifference, as he raised his right hand, palm open, to confront the serpent's head. Streams of dark energy emanated from his palm, enveloping the colossal serpent and rendering it immobile. What a striking figure! Zhou Yu gasped. Her eyes fixated on the person suspended above her, unable to contain her admiration. Yet, it didn't take long for her to regain her composure. Disbelief flooding her voice as she exclaimed, "Is it truly you who saved me? Oh, there is indeed someone here?" At the sound of her voice, Yang Jian finally noticed the presence of another. Turning his gaze, he was greeted by the sight of a girl with a ponytail standing before him, and his eyes widened in surprise. She was strikingly beautiful, her lips slightly glistening, her waist delicate, clad in a form-fitting black outfit, the upper portion scorched away by lava, revealing her fair midriff. In terms of appearance and figure, Yang Jian would rate her a 7 out of 10. "My name is Yang Jian," he said, breaking into a grin, his warmth evident towards the attractive stranger. I am Zhou Yu," she stammered, snapping back to reality. "Oh, Zhou Yu? A lovely name," Yang Jian replied, nodding in approval, noting how aptly her name suited her. He then continued, "I just saved you. How do you intend to repay me?" "Repay?" Zhou Yu was taken aback, her mind racing back to her earlier words, and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She had indeed mentioned that she would do anything if someone could save her. If it were him, it would not be out of the question, especially considering his striking good looks. Zhou Yu stole another glance at Yang Jian, secretly musing to herself. In her eyes, Yang Jian was flawless in both appearance and physique. Moreover, he had just saved her, which meant she had nothing to lose and everything to gain. However, it was their first meeting, and she worried that being too direct might leave a negative impression on him. This apprehension was the reason Zhou Yu refrained from responding. Roar. A fierce roar interrupted her thoughts. Suddenly, a lava giant serpent charged towards her. Zhou Yu instinctively closed her eyes, when suddenly, a man's voice echoed in her ears. "Almost forgot about you. Lava giant serpent, elite, level 8 special skill, venomous strike note, a mutated giant serpent that dwells in magma, possessing high fire resistance. It shows no mercy to intruders in its territory." The panel of the giant serpent illuminated before her. "A mutated serpent?" Yang Jian grinned, extending his hand forward. "You have used dark corruption on the lava giant serpent, elite, initiating the corruption process." Tendrils of dark energy emanated forth, swiftly enveloping and immobilizing the charging lava giant serpent. The serpent sensed the imminent danger and thrashed violently, however. Its head was firmly fixed in place by Yang Jian's dark energy, rendering it motionless. Yet soon, Yang Jian shook his head. No, this won't do. The energy required to corrupt this elite serpent is far too substantial. This is not the Dark Forest after all. In the Dark Forest, he had the confidence to effortlessly corrode the lava giant serpent, transforming it into his plaything. However, bereft of the venue's advantages and confronted by a serpent of a higher level, he found himself incapable of erosion. Moreover, this territory favored the lava giant serpent, endowing it with unique defensive resistances. Boom! Yang Jian clenched his fist and struck the serpent's head with all his might. This punch, infused with the strength of his giant lineage and various skills, was astonishingly powerful. A mournful wail echoed as the serpent fell in response. Almost instantaneously, the serpent's lengthy body, measuring several dozen meters, hurtled backward like an uncontrolled train, crashing to the ground and sending up a torrent of lava. Swoosh! A green light descended from above the lava giant serpent, merging with its body. You have healed the lava giant serpent, Elite, restoring 1 point of health. You have obtained the skill Serpent's Bite. Description: utilize serpent fangs to tear at prey, inflicting fire attribute damage, with additional damage against prey smaller than oneself. Tear at prey with serpent fangs? Yang Jian was taken aback. What was he to do without serpent fangs? Did that mean he could not employ the skill? It must be said, the skills he acquired now were rather peculiar, laden with restrictions. The necessity of serpent fangs was unexpected. Yet, it was understandable, after all. These skills originated from wild creatures, and as a human, the limitations imposed by his different race were justifiable. Boom, boom, boom. A howling erupted as the giant serpent thrashed against the ground, stirring up a considerable amount of lava. Following closely was a resounding roar. The lava giant serpent opened its massive jaws and let out a thunderous roar directed at Yang Jian, creating a tumultuous wave of sound. Before Yang Jian could react, the colossal serpent twisted its body and swiftly retreated. It was indeed fleeing. This sudden turn of events left Yang Jian momentarily stunned. By the time he regained his senses, the lava giant serpent had vanished into the distance, resembling a long crimson line. Oh dear, my experience. Yang Jian lamented internally, feeling an acute pang of regret. The distance was now beyond his capacity to pursue, and he could only watch helplessly as it disappeared from sight. Who would have anticipated that the lava serpent, just a moment ago roaring as if prepared to engage in a life-or-death struggle, would choose to flee in the next? The adage of if one cannot win, then retreat seemed to apply even to wild creatures. Where did the serpent go? Shoyu exclaimed, opening her eyes and glancing around. It was only then that she realized the serpent had vanished. After a brief moment of confusion, she quickly inquired. It slipped away, what a pity, otherwise I could have leveled up, Yang Jian replied, shaking his head. The experience from an elite monster at level 8 was unparalleled, far exceeding that of mere level 4 or 5 wild creatures. Slipped away? Zhou eyes widened in disbelief. Was this man jesting? How could the lava giant serpent have fled? After all, it was an elite wild monster. However, upon surveying her surroundings, she found no trace of the lava serpent, seemingly confirming Yang Jian's assertion that it had indeed escaped. Could it be that the lava giant serpent was truly afraid of Yang Jian? As this thought crossed her mind, Zhou swiftly dismissed it. Surely, wild creatures did not fear adventurers. She must have misjudged the situation. Thank you very much for saving me. Regardless, Yang Jian is ultimately my savior. This is a light blue crystalline powder. I hope you do not disdain it. Zhou retrieved a vial of blue powder and handed it to Yang Jian. Yang Jian snatched it away and glanced at it. Light blue crystalline powder, quality, blue. Weapon enchantment material. Note: using it will briefly enhance the weapon's ice attribute attack. Is this trifling item meant to dismiss me? Yang Jian stored the powder carefully and turned back to Zhou. Yet this is my most treasured possession, Zhou replied timidly. Perhaps not, he chuckled. I find you rather appealing. Yang Jian seized Zhou's hand with a grin, pulling her closer to his side. Chapter 47. The Orange Blueprint. Yang Jian's sudden action caught Zhou off guard, eliciting a cry of pain from her. Oh, are you injured? Yang Jian then noticed the blood-soaked wound on her thigh. A 20-centimeter scar from which blood flowed incessantly, presenting a truly harrowing sight. Just as he was about to intervene, a green light burst forth from his hand, enveloping Zhou's head. You have healed player Zhou. You have acquired the skill Sudden Light Shield. Sudden Light Shield generates a localized shield that deflects and isolates flying projectiles. The shield persists until it is breached by sufficient damage. This skill can be activated instantaneously. Is it better now? Yang Jian inquired. Just a moment ago, Zhou Yu was crying out in pain, but upon sensing the change in her body, she exclaimed, "Why doesn't my leg hurt anymore?" The scar on her thigh was visibly healing at an astonishing rate. "Is it you? Are you a healer?" Zhou Yu quickly realized, gazing at Yang Jian in astonishment. "Naturally, it is I," Yang Jian replied with a grin. "Including the previous instances, I have saved you twice now. How do you intend to repay me?" "Repay you?" Zhou Yu paused, only then realizing how closely her body was pressed against Yang Jian's. The distance between them was merely a few centimeters, allowing her to feel the surge of warmth radiating from his muscular frame. Suddenly, her breath quickened. Her face flushed as if she had a fever, leaving her stammering and at a loss for words. "Why you? What about me?" Yang Jian's expression was grave. "Surely, you do not think that a mere vial of that quality blue powder will suffice to dismiss me?" Zhou Yu found himself at a loss for words when suddenly, a voice erupted from the ground beside him. "Kill. Eradicate them all." Su Jinghao flailed his arms wildly. Still ensnared in a frenzied state, his rationality had completely unraveled. He was driven to strike at anything in sight, regardless of his own capability. However, before long, Su Jinghao gasped, blood erupting from his chest as he succumbed to a relentless cough. "It is Su Jinghao. He transformed into this state to save me. Can you not assist in rescuing him?" Zhou Yu implored, unable to contain his concern for Su Jinghao. "I'm afraid not. I possess no interest in rescuing a man." Yang Jian replied, shaking his head. "You have yet to repay me for saving you, which has already left me at a loss. To save another would only exacerbate my predicament." Yang Jian's stance was not merely pragmatic. He bore no obligation to Su Jinghao, who was a stranger to him. Survival of the fittest dictated that the weak ought to be eliminated. Furthermore, aiding Su Jinghao would yield no benefits. It would merely deplete his energy. He was no monk, and misplaced sympathy would not elicit gratitude. Indeed, he had learned from past experiences that unsolicited good deeds often resulted in personal detriment. "Rescue me, and I will give you this. All I ask is that you save me." At that moment, Su Jinghao, having emerged from his rampage, suddenly spoke. There was no alternative. He had reached his limit, and his reckless abandon was draining his vitality, leaving but a final thread. Su Jinghao clutched a blueprint in his hand and exclaimed, "This blueprint is of orange quality. It can be synthesized into a precious treasure. If you can save me, I shall give it to you." Su Jinghao had initially planned to gather materials and synthesize the blueprint once he had gained sufficient strength. However, with his life hanging in the balance, he could no longer afford such considerations and presented what he deemed his most valuable possession. Instantly, Zhou Yu's eyes widened at the sight of the blueprint. Yang Jian gazed at it, a slight arch to his brow. The system's response indeed confirmed its orange quality. Blueprints of this caliber were exceedingly rare, surpassing even purple in rarity. Encountering an orange-quality item in the novice zone was a remarkable stroke of fortune. Yang Jian had yet to come across one himself. The synthesized treasure would undoubtedly possess significant merit. Yet, a playful smile crept across Yang Jian's face. "Fool, if you perish, this too becomes mine. Why should I save you? I could simply wait until your demise to claim the blueprint." Upon hearing these words, Su Jinghao was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Yang Jian's cunning. Indeed, why would the other party assist him? They were not kin. What motivation existed for such selflessness? Even familial bonds could falter at times, and devoid of any connection. How could he sway Yang Jian's heart? Nevertheless, Su Jinghao soon steeled himself, assimilating the orange-quality blueprint into his system. "If you refuse to save me, then you shall not lay claim to this blueprint. I shall place it in the auction house. Should I perish, the auction will be cancelled, and the orange blueprint will vanish, leaving you empty-handed." Upon the utterance of those words, even Zhou Yu could not help but be momentarily taken aback. Su Jinghao's statement was undeniably clear and direct. She turned her gaze towards Yang Jian, initially expecting him to be incensed, yet to her surprise, a smile graced his face. "Well, it seems you are not entirely foolish. If you were, it would be better for you to perish sooner rather than later." As soon as the words left his lips, a verdant light descended upon Su Jinghao's head. In the blink of an eye, the bleeding from his wounds ceased. Subsequently, the gaping wounds began to close and heal at a visible pace, and soon enough, the pain dissipated. However, his severed right hand and left foot could not be restored. Feeling a resurgence of vitality coursing through his body, Su Jinghao experienced a profound sense of having survived a catastrophe. Whoosh! At the instant the green light faded, he retrieved the blueprint and tossed it to Yang Jian. "You are not entirely foolish," he reiterated. Yang Jian caught it with one hand. Had Su Jinghao dared to hesitate for even a second longer, Yang Jian's thoughts would have shifted, and death would have awaited him. You have acquired the skill Frenzy. Frenzy diminishes rationality to enhance one's attack power, defense, and movement speed. Excessive use of Frenzy will result in a complete descent into a frenzied state, transforming one into an unrelenting berserker, with each use reducing a cumulative 30 points of rationality. This was the skill Su Jinghao obtained through healing. Yet, Yang Jian had no time to scrutinize it. He possessed numerous skills that augmented attack power, each superior to this frenzy and devoid of side effects. At that moment, his entire focus was directed towards the orange blueprint. Design blueprint for the Flying Fortress orange quality synthesis materials, 30 cedar logs, 1 bone wing bird's wing remains for low-tier eternal crystals. Note, the Flying Fortress was invented by Lin Enston, a renowned city of technology celebrated for its alchemical advancements. Flying Fortress? Yang Jian was taken aback. At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind. Ah, to possess such a remarkable artifact as the Flying Fortress, you truly are fortunate. It was the voice of Anya. Is there anything special about this Flying Fortress? Yang Jian inquired with curiosity. There are numerous intricacies. You may regard the Flying Fortress as a mode of transportation, one that solely consumes crystals and does not deplete magical energy. Most importantly, it can soar through the skies, significantly conserving both your travel time and physical exertion while allowing you to evade many dangers on the ground. I understand, Yang Jian acknowledged. The ability to fly immediately clarified its purpose, akin to an aircraft from his previous life, albeit swifter and more convenient. Although he felt that traversing by foot was not particularly problematic, especially with his skill of rapid march, which did not exhaust much stamina, every bit of energy saved could prove invaluable in perilous situations. Furthermore, who could fathom the vastness of the continent of rivalry? Yang Jian did not believe that merely relying on his feet would suffice to traverse the entirety of this land. He might very well perish before escaping the confines of this forest. Therefore, the assistance that the Flying Fortress could provide him was immensely beneficial. Could you assist me with something? Zhou Yu suddenly spoke, his gaze directed upward. What is it? Yang Jian followed his line of sight, noticing 4 individuals standing atop the cliff, their eyes simultaneously turning to meet Yang Jian's. Chapter 48. The weak descend into hell. 6 individuals, 12 eyes, met in simultaneous recognition. It seems he has noticed us. Upon gazing at Yang Jian and his companions from the cliff, Lin Qi and the others instantly changed their expressions. They had just witnessed the entire process of Yang Jian driving away the lava giant snake, their hearts filled with awe and a touch of fear. They could hardly believe that he had now set his sights on them. What are we afraid of? He is but a single individual, while we are 4. Zhang Yuanqi mustered his courage and declared. The others regarded him as though he were a fool. Yao Yangjin interjected, Are you out of your mind? Did you not see how he effortlessly sent that 8th-level lava snake flying with a single hand? Even collectively, we would not stand a chance against him. Zhao Xiaoming chimed in. If you wish to confront him, do so on your own. Do not drag me into this. Diao Yangjian cast a reproachful glance at Lin Qi, saying, I warned you against teaming up with a fool. Why did you insist on bringing him along? Zhang Yuanqi's face flushed with embarrassment. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. Had this been his previous life on Blue Star, anyone daring to speak to him in such a tone would have found themselves swiftly dealt with by his minions, given his wealth and influence. Alas, this was not Blue Star, and he had no subordinates. He was merely a C-grade individual, while his adversary was undeniably his superior. Thus, he was left to swallow his indignation. I shall remember this debt. Zhang Yuanqi glared at Diao Yangjian, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. He was inherently an extremely sensitive and narrow-minded individual. The fact that Diao Yangjin dared to call him a fool clearly indicated a lack of regard for him. And he would remember this affront, vowing to exact revenge when the opportunity arose. Ahem. Everyone, please remain calm. Lin Qi coughed twice, as the leader. He understood that it was necessary to say something at this moment. That individual possesses formidable strength, yet collectively, the 4 of us may not be easily defeated. However, there is no need for concern. We have no grievances with him, and thus, there is no reason to fear. Lin Qi's words offered some solace to the group, bringing them a sudden sense of clarity. Indeed, they bore no animosity towards Yang Jian. It was their first encounter, and he was not necessarily targeting them. With this realization, their initial thoughts of retreat were momentarily halted. His strength is impressive. If we could join forces with him, it would be ideal, Zhao Xiaoming suggested, noting that his prowess far surpassed that of Su Jinghao. Indeed, we should make every effort to win him over, allowing him to take Su Jinghao's place. Diao Yangjin nodded, confident that the terms we proposed would be utterly irresistible to him. Yes, That makes sense. We shall discuss this with him shortly. Meanwhile, on the other side, are you suggesting that I assist you in eliminating those four? Among the stones rising from the magma, Yang Jian observed Zhou Yu with mild interest. This girl appeared harmless. Yet her words were laced with the intent to kill. Her bloodlust surpasses even his own. I hold a grudge against those four. Zhou Yu's expression was one of intense indignation as he recounted every detail of the events that had transpired. Upon hearing his account, Yang Jian's demeanor grew increasingly amused. So, you were saying that those four were your former comrades? You sacrificed yourself to save them by trapping yourself in molten lava, while they, in their desperation to escape, abandoned you, even hoping to benefit from a deadly confrontation between you and the lava giant? Indeed, Zhou Yu nearly ground his teeth in frustration. If you hadn't come, they would have succeeded long ago. I would have perished, and this enmity is one I cannot overlook. Each time he contemplated his betrayal, a profound sense of despair flooded his chest. His trust had only resulted in betrayal, a knife thrust into his back, an unbearable reality for anyone. A sudden chuckle escaped Yang Jian's lips as he shook his head, resting his hand against his forehead. How naïve you are. Placing yourself in peril for the sake of others. Zhou Yu's actions reminded him of a past experience from his former life. Su Gu, why did you steal my client? Yang Jian had once furiously slammed his hand on the desk, confronting the bespectacled man before him. Yet, the only response he received was the cold laughter of his colleagues. Yang Jian, on what grounds do you claim this client is yours? The contract was signed personally by the client and me. Nonsense. I was the one who initiated discussions with this client. I was the one who picked them up from the airport. I hosted them at the hotel, and we had already intended to sign a preliminary agreement. You deceived the client by claiming I was unavailable and signed your name on the contract. How dare you repay my kindness with such treachery? Especially when I covered for you during your illness. What betrayal? Allow me to clarify. This is merely business. Ah, what an exquisite business it is. I no longer desire your patronage. Remember this well, for one day you shall see who will come to your aid. Memories come to an abrupt halt. Each time these thoughts resurface, a wave of nausea rises within Yang Jian. The most profound lessons are never imparted by prestigious institutions, but rather by society itself. In a previous life, he was betrayed by despicable colleagues who usurped both his clients and his accomplishments. These memories shall remain with him for eternity. Do not overestimate human nature, for it is inherently base and despicable, and do not belittle yourself. After all, in this world, one's own life and time are the most precious commodities. Yang Jian chuckled softly, his thoughts returning to the present. He could empathize with Zhou Yu's sentiments at this moment, the despair and hatred that accompany betrayal and a descent into darkness. However, what can one say about vengeance without the strength to execute it? Hatred alone is insufficient. It cannot aid you in avenging yourself. Yang Jian opened his arms, gazing at Zhou Yu, his eyes betraying a hint of madness. Zhou Yu suddenly lifted her gaze. She could sense a profound darkness enveloping Yang Jian. The figure before her seemed less than human, but rather a demon, exuding an overwhelming allure of malevolence. Do you wish for revenge? I, Yang Jian, can assist you in eliminating those four individuals, but what price are you willing to pay? His voice resonated in her ears, startling Zhou Yu back to awareness. You must understand, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, and I have never engaged in transactions that yield loss. I am prepared to offer all that I possess, including my very self, to serve you for the remainder of my life, at your beck and call. After a prolonged silence, Zhou Yu opened her eyes and replied with unwavering determination, for ultimately, hatred had consumed everything. I cannot guarantee that my strength will allow me to survive in the future. Thus, the opportunity for vengeance lies before me, and I must seize it without hesitation. Zhou Yu, lying on the ground, Su Jinghao witnessed everything but was powerless to intervene. Having narrowly escaped death, he could barely move. Yet, any attempt to stir brought about excruciating pain, as though his bones were shattered. Thus, he could only lie there, helplessly watching Zhou Yu engage in a transaction with Yang Jian. Are you truly willing to sacrifice your life to exact retribution upon those four individuals? Yang Jian reiterated his inquiry. I am willing. Zhou Yu gritted her teeth, tears involuntarily streaming from the corners of her eyes. Throughout her life, she had always possessed a warm heart, a trait instilled by her parents, nurtured by her education, and reinforced by the constant encouragement of adults to be a good person. However, as she matured, Zhou Yu realized that her kindness was often undervalued, easily disregarded, and trampled upon. Just as in this moment, others could betray her without remorse, exploiting her until they had drained her of her last vestige of worth. Must the weak always be oppressed? Zhou Yu refused to accept this notion. Thus, she chose to resist the injustices imposed upon her, resist those who had betrayed her. No matter the cost she must bear, Zhou Yu was acutely aware that Lin Qi and his associates had already set their sights on her. Once Yang Jian departed, those individuals would eagerly descend upon her to strike. In their current states, Zhou Yu and Su Jinghao were no match for Lin Qi and his ilk. Thus, whether for the sake of survival or vengeance, she had but one path to tread. Let me descend into the abyss. As long as I can exact my revenge, as long as I can drag them into the depths of hell as well. Zhou Yu's expression was imbued with an unprecedented resolve. She aimed to make Lin Qi and the others comprehend the sheer terror of a rebellion from the weak. She wished to reveal to the world what the final cry of those in despair truly resembled. Since your mind is made up, I shall not hold back. Yang Jian's lips curled into a sinister smile as a dark energy cascaded from his hand, enveloping Zhou Yu's head. Chapter 49. The Dark Servant. The target is being eroded. With the erosion progress at 68, the radiance of dark energy descended, enveloping Zhou Yu entirely in an instant. She collapsed to the ground, her throat constricted as if suffocating. She felt her vitality rapidly waning, rendering her immobile. Simultaneously, the myriad blood and flesh cells within her were gradually transformed by the influx of energy, her skin growing cold and glossy. Am I to die? A wave of despair weighed heavily upon her. Perhaps death would be a relief. At least I could seek vengeance. Just as Yang Jian had once endured, Zhou Yu was now suffering the same fate that Yang Jian had faced in the shadowy forest. Yet, unlike Yang Jian, who had the strength to resist the darkness, Zhou Yu found herself powerless, even afraid to fight back. You are not yet destined for death, but Yang Jian observed the transformation unfolding before him, momentarily taken aback as a hypothesis formed in his mind. His dark energy, beyond merely eroding others, seemed capable of altering flesh and blood. Perhaps erosion was, in essence, a form of transformation? During his prior experiences in the shadowy forest, he had not paid much attention, as he had been eroding mere wild creatures. The contrast with the living Zhou Yu before him was striking. With the final act of erosion, Zhou Yu let out her last cries, collapsing with a thud, her body convulsing uncontrollably. The domineering and unyielding dark energy filled every nook and cranny of her being, subjecting her to a harsh transformation that rendered her immobile. In just a few fleeting minutes, she had traversed the harrowing journey from paradise to the depths of hell. The erosion is complete. You have acquired the Dark Incarnation X1. The system notification illuminated, signifying that Yang Jian's influence over Zhou Yu had reached fruition. Peculiarly, he discovered an added layer of connection between himself and Zhou Yu, akin to the previous dominance he exerted over the wild beast leader. Now, Yang Jian felt an overwhelming sense of power, capable of manipulating Zhou Yu at will, and she would comply with his every command, utterly unable to resist. Arise. I know you are not dead. At Yang Jian's command, Zhou Yu's body trembled slightly before she gradually rose to her feet. She had extricated herself from the exquisite agony of that hellish torment, a sensation so contradictory it was nearly unforgettable. Zhou Yu gazed down in disbelief at her transformed form. She felt as though every fiber of her being had altered, an unusually frigid energy coursed through her. Her eyes had turned pitch black. Her skin shifted from once pristine white to a shadowy hue reminiscent of mercury, and her lips burned with a fiery red, exuding an eerie and dark aura that rendered her a completely different being. What have you done to me? Zhou Yu spoke, only to realize her voice had transformed, now imbued with a magnetic resonance. She hesitated, glancing at Yang Jian before abruptly averting her gaze, unable to meet his eyes directly. A sense of reverence and admiration, befitting a subordinate before a superior, flooded her mind, instilling a fear of overstepping her bounds. Vaguely, she sensed the connection with Yang Jian, through which she could accurately perceive that he had become her master, and she could hear the thoughts resonating within his mind. This sensation was nothing short of extraordinary. Yang Jian did not respond, but instead posed a question. Are you satisfied with your current self? Zhou Yu found herself at a loss for words. She felt as though she had undergone a profound transformation, her wounds healed, brimming with an unfamiliar yet formidable strength. However, this power did not belong to her, and her abilities had altered as well. Skill, Sudden Shadow Shield. Instantly cast a shadow shield upon a target, capable of repelling and absorbing all ordinary and non-light attribute attacks. You may unleash the shadow shield again to release the energy absorbed. Transformation Skill, Dark Attachment. You gain a fragment of Empower, with skill attributes shifting to 1. increasing damage dealt to non-light targets by 30, while reducing damage taken from light attribute targets by 30. If Zhou Yu's memory served her correctly, her original skill was Sudden Light Shield, which had been corrupted by Yang Jian, transforming into Sudden Shadow Shield. Moreover, she inexplicably acquired an additional transformation skill, Dark Attachment, which amplified her attributes by 4 to 5 times. Previously, her attack power was merely in the low tens, and her health barely exceeded 200 points. Now, her attack power, health, speed, and other auxiliary attributes had all surged 4 to 5-fold. This increase in attack power also bore the attribute, inflicting additional damage. It could be said that Zhou Yu now possessed strength far exceeding her former self. From now on, you shall be my dark servant. Yang Jian remained silent, yet could convey thoughts directly to her mind. At your command, my lord. Upon hearing this voice, Zhou Yu hesitated for merely a second before kneeling in submission. Since you are willing to give your all, I shall naturally uphold my promise. Yang Jian smiled with satisfaction. His elaborate efforts to transform Zhou Yu into a dark avatar were not merely impulsive whims. Although Zhou Yu shared a history of betrayal akin to his own, such commonality was insufficient to sway Yang Jian. The world is rife with deep-seated enmities, and aiding each one would be an insurmountable task. Ultimately, he and Zhou Yu were mere strangers, having met for the first time, and it was neither necessary nor prudent to expend his energy on the grievances of others. To him, Zhou Yu was simply an ordinary passerby, devoid of extractable value and lacking future potential, entirely dispensable. However, Yang Jian sought to conduct an experiment to validate his suspicions. Bestow, he intently commanded, and Zhou Yu, as the avatar, responded instantaneously. You have acquired the skill Intermediate Enchantment. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of an additional skill on the interface, Zhou Yu's expression shifted to one of astonishment, and she instinctively turned her gaze toward Yang Jian. Master, is it you? Yang Jian nodded, and without the need for Zhou Yu to utter a word, he perceived her interface. By concentrating his mind and channeling his intent, all the information regarding the dark avatar materialized on the panel. As he had anticipated, he indeed possessed the ability to bestow his skills upon the dark avatar. Yet, it would be more accurate to describe it as sharing. The dark avatar could access a portion of the master's attributes, including skill attributes, provided that the master willingly chose to share them. Evidently, Zhou Yu was taken aback by the sudden acquisition of new skills. Previously, she could only attain skills through a gradual process of leveling up, and even then, they were not particularly potent. However, now she could enchant her weapons, amplifying their attack power by 1 to 3 times. Coupled with the enhancement of her dark attribute attack power, the potential was staggering. At this moment, Zhou Yu had truly liberated herself from others, possessing sufficient capabilities for self-defense. Moreover, she discerned that utilizing these newfound skills consumed her own dark energy. Nevertheless, indications suggested that replenishing this dark energy was not arduous. She could siphon vitality from others, converting it into dark energy, or directly infuse it from the original host, or even hunt dark creatures to extract the dark energy they harbored. In short, restoration was quite feasible. Yang Jian gazed at Zhou Yu before him, acknowledging her as a true beauty. The dark transformation had not diminished her allure. Rather, it had enhanced her delicate curves, adding an enchanting allure tinged with a hint of wickedness. Was she still human? Yang Jian silently pondered, for by conventional standards, Zhou Yu could no longer be deemed an ordinary person. She had been entirely transformed by dark energy, becoming an additional manifestation of herself. However, this manifestation retained its own consciousness, yet it would not contravene her intrinsic will. With merely a thought, Yang Jian could command Zhou Yu to her demise, and she would be powerless to resist. This was a mark entrenched within her soul, indelible and unyielding. So tell me, what do you wish to do next? Yang Jian communicated inwardly, though the answer was already apparent. I seek vengeance. Zhou Yu's gaze was resolute. At the moment she uttered these words, the 4 individuals on the cliff suddenly shivered in unison. Chapter 50. The Hunt for S-Class. What just happened? Why do I feel an ominous premonition? I feel it too. A shiver ran through me, as if I were being watched. My heart raced with an unsettling sensation. It is said that we, too, are creatures of instinct, akin to animals sensing danger before an earthquake. At this moment, an inexplicable unease enveloped the 4 of us, rendering us adrift in our own thoughts. Perhaps I am overthinking. Why should there be any unease in such a tranquil setting? Don't frighten yourselves. Lin Qi offered words of reassurance. Have you all noticed that Zhou Yu seems changed? Yang Jian suddenly interjected, his gaze fixated on Zhou Yu, never straying from her presence. Zhou Yu's demeanor and beauty had transformed drastically from before. Now that you mention it, she does seem to have become more beautiful. Zhang Yuanqi mused, stroking his chin as he scrutinized Zhou Yu's metamorphosis, his eyes lighting up with realization. The aura she exuded was entirely different. She appeared more alluring, her figure more captivating. For some inexplicable reason, I sensed a hint of danger emanating from her. Zhao Xiaoming spoke up, articulating a feeling he could not quite define whenever he looked at Zhou Yu. Was it darkness? Eeriness? Perhaps that could be one way to interpret it. What danger could she possibly pose? No matter how formidable she is, can she outmatch the four of us? Lin Shi interjected, cautioning against inflating others' egos at the expense of one's own prestige. Su Jinghao was currently in a dire state, barely clinging to life. While Zhou Yu had just emerged from a grueling battle, his stamina nearly depleted. The only significant concern was the formidable figure beside Zhou Yu, who was undoubtedly not to be trifled with. Lin Shi's words prompted a collective realization among the crowd. Indeed, could Zhou Yu, no matter how formidable, truly rival the collective strength of the four of them? A mere shield-bearer could hardly compare to their combined offensive prowess. In truth, when juxtaposed with Zhou Yu, it was his companion who truly commanded attention. One might ponder, given that this individual possessed such formidable abilities, could they possibly be an S-rank expert? Zhang Yuanqi voiced this thought. The impression Yang Jian left on them was profound. After all, one who could single-handedly repel the lava giant serpent was surely no ordinary A-rank, but rather an S-rank powerhouse. It is indeed highly plausible, yet one wonders why an S-rank would appear alone. Shouldn't they have already formed a guild to confront the king of the encampment? Jiao Yangjian's expression reflected his confusion. If one were to publicly declare themselves as an S-rank, countless players would flock to form a party. S-ranks are never lacking in companions, as players often seek to band together to evade wild monsters. Much like Li Yuan had done previously. As the sole S-rank talent in the 1124 novice village, Li Yuan's name was not unfamiliar. Certainly, many had come to know of him through the Black Iron Chest, as he had once boasted about securing the Golden Chest as a reward for leveling up, only to ultimately claim a mere third-place Black Iron Chest, which led to him being ridiculed by many. Returning to the present, Li Yuan had long since summoned a formidable group, intending to launch an expedition against the Wild Monster King in the Common Zone. It remains uncertain whether they will achieve success. However, such matters bear no relevance to Lin Shi and his companions. Although they count themselves among Li Yuan's faction, they are not beholden to him. Their affiliation with the Li Yuan alliance merely serves to expedite their team formation. Lin Ji's insights are astute, reflecting his overseas education. He quickly identifies the crux of the issue. Zhang Yuanqi chimed in, suggesting that as long as they avoid provoking the S-class entity, they could wait until it departs before making their move against Zhou Yu, which would indeed be a prudent strategy. The group had been waiting for quite some time, and Zhou Yu, now weakened, had become their target. Otherwise, they would not have lingered for so long, when the lava giant serpent was still present. Their aim had merely been to observe Zhou Yu's demise. However, with the serpent driven away, their focus shifted to capturing Zhou Yu. It matters not if he does not leave. We have a plan B, Lin Shi remarked. Truly, Lin Shi possesses a poetic flair in his speech, Zhao Xiaoming chuckled. In truth, had Zhou Yu not been so cautious, they need not have devised such an elaborate trap to lure her here. The four of them could have simply overpowered her and bound her directly. Do not underestimate Zhou Yu. Her sudden light shield is not easily breached. Even Su Jinghao would require considerable time to penetrate it with his berserk skills. Did you not notice how long she endured against the giant serpent earlier? Even with our combined strength, it would take us a significant amount of time, Jiao Yangjian interjected dismissively. Zhao Xiaoming nodded in agreement, expressing his concurrence. You underestimate Zhou Yu's abilities. After all, she possesses a B-grade shield that mitigates non-attribute damage, making her not so easily dealt with. Moreover, should she become aware of our intentions prematurely, it would inevitably lead to a situation where we both perish, leaving us with nothing. You raise a valid point. I have indeed been remiss in my considerations, Zhang Yuanqi replied, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Throughout, their objective had remained Zhou Yu. For such beauty was a rarity even in their previous lives. Now that they had encountered her, it was only fitting that they employed any means necessary. Investing a bit more time seemed worthwhile. Regrettably, Zhou Yu had remained exceedingly cautious, revealing no vulnerabilities even to her teammates. She refused to consume the food and water they provided, which thwarted their schemes time and again. Otherwise, a mere dose of hallucinogenic powder readily available in the marketplace, could incapacitate her. A reduced quantity would be sufficient to overwhelm Zhou Yu. Do not fret. Even if we cannot defeat her, we can certainly evade her, Lin Qi interjected. But what if that individual intends to take Zhou Yu away? Zhong Yuanqi suddenly inquired. His question prompted an abrupt halt in their conversation, plunging them into silence. What if Zhou Yu chooses to accompany that person? No one had considered this dilemma. What if Yang Jian aims to shield Zhou Yu? He is highly likely to be an S-grade powerhouse, and even the four of us may not stand a chance against him. Then we cannot allow him to leave. We have labored for too long, and he seeks to snatch our quarry. Lin Qi exclaimed, crushing the stone in his hand, his expression darkening. The S-class is merely a tier above A-class, not significantly stronger, and while S-class individuals possess formidable abilities, their skills are not without limitations. Have you forgotten about Li Yuan and Su Feng? Their skills are indeed restricted. If I recall correctly, Li Yuan's predator only works on targets with less than 50 health. As for Su Feng, the newcomer from the neighboring village of 3012, his S-class skill, Storm Conduction, can only be activated in windy conditions. There is no need for us to fear him. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan was overjoyed. Lin Qi's words undoubtedly bolstered their confidence. Although S-class skills are powerful, they are not invincible and do possess weaknesses. Indeed, we still have our ultimate trump card. Jiao Yangjian's eyes gleamed as he fixated on the fallen Su Zhenghao in the distance. Yes, if that individual dares to obstruct our path, there is no need for us to hold back today. We shall completely sever ties and hunt down the S-class. Chapter 51 Self-proclaimed friends. The hunt for S-class. Upon the utterance of this notion, the four individuals trembled slightly. Jiao Yang nodded in agreement. Indeed, what of the S-class? Are they not merely players as well? Previously, we had been terrorized by S-class figures. Yet in truth, they are only just embarking on their journey, their strength not vastly superior to ours. If they were particularly renowned S-class, it would indeed warrant caution. We would certainly keep our distance. However, considering Li Yuan's prior display of incompetence, I believe the S-class to be rather overrated. Zhao Xiaoming reminisced about the past, his expression reflecting a certain accord. He was well aware of Li Yuan's ability, which allowed him to execute an opponent when their health dipped below 50. Yet, this skill is fraught with limitations. Firstly, the target's health must be under 50, and secondly, Li Yuan's attack must land on the target to activate the effect. The former is easily comprehensible, while the latter demands a degree of operational finesse. Against wild creatures, it is manageable, as lower-tier beasts typically do not evade skills. However, when confronting intelligent wild creatures, they prove to be exceedingly elusive, and should one fail to strike them, the skill becomes void. Furthermore, when faced with highly mobile players or those adept at flanking, one is left vulnerable, no matter how formidable one may be. How many full-health opponents can one truly vanquish? Although Li Yuan's skill is classified as S-class, its glaring deficiencies are apparent, especially as players' levels steadily rise. Familiarity with Li Yuan's skill has rendered them less fearful than before. Additionally, Zhao Xiaoming had gathered that Li Yuan's standing within the team was beginning to waver. For two reasons. Firstly, Li Yuan Lao exerts minimal effort. Players laboriously diminish the health of wild monsters only to have him effortlessly cast a skill to claim the kill. Not only does he appropriate the majority of the experience points, but the special rewards bestowed by the slain monsters are also directly awarded to the killer, effectively resulting in an insidious exploitation of the players. This has long sparked discontent among the gaming community. Secondly, Li Yuan's abilities do not pose a direct threat to other players. Everyone is aware that his execution threshold is set at 50. As long as one's health remains above this threshold, Li Yuan's prowess is, in fact, inferior. If Li Yuan is not as formidable, why accompany him? Forming an independent four-man team to garner experience is far more advantageous, as the distributed experience rewards would be greater. Consequently, as players ascend in levels, an increasing number abandon Li Yuan's group in favor of forming their own teams. After all, no one wishes to sustain a sovereign who contributes nothing but claims kills. Do they? Indeed. Today, let him witness the strength of the four of us. Zhong Yuan nodded. All four of us are at B rank, each with a level of 3, and we have unlocked 2 of our innate skills. It will be a breeze to take him down. Hehe. If he is as formidable as rumored, he must possess numerous treasures. Jiao Yangjian greedily licked his lips. In their view, Yangjian was far easier to deal with than the lava giant serpent. If they could not conquer the lava giant, how could they not handle a mere player? To be cautious, we should prepare some underhanded tactics. Lin Chi smirked slyly. The four promptly convened to strategize. Although this may seem lengthy, it all transpired in the blink of an eye. Soon, Lin Chi raised his head and declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, time is of the essence. Let us commence our plan." Good. The four of them leaped off the cliff, encircling Yang Jian and Zhou Yu in the middle. Oh, more skilled individuals? Yang Jian raised an eyebrow slightly. He had been pondering what would happen if these four managed to escape. To his surprise, they had willingly descended, which caught him off guard. Lin Chi, Jiao Yangjian. It is you four. Zhou Yu's expression darkened upon seeing the four appear before him. Zhou Yu, long time no see, Lin Chi greeted without missing a beat. Casting a glance at Zhou Yu before his gaze shifted to the ground where Su Jinghao lay. Su Jinghao was evidently alive. Yang Jian had given him a transfusion, and he had now recovered. Not only could he move, but he also appeared quite spirited, a stark contrast to his earlier near-lifeless state. Upon seeing Lin Chi and the others return, his expression was inexplicably complex. "Zhou Yu, it is indeed a relief to see you unharmed. We summoned reinforcements from the Alliance to rescue you, but alas, we encountered some unforeseen complications along the way, which delayed us," Jiao Yangjian spoke, casting aside all blame for their earlier inaction. His pretentious demeanor elicited a sense of amusement from Zhou Yu. Did they truly believe her to be a fool or blind? Had they assumed she was oblivious to their earlier indifference? Such assertions might have deceived those who had yet to face the harsh realities of life. But now? However, Zhou Yu chose not to react. She directed her gaze towards Yang Jian. He was now her master, and he had yet to speak. As a subordinate, naturally, one remains silent in the absence of orders. Observing Zhou Yu's indifference, a chill surged within Jiao Yangjian. "How dare you ignore me, you wretched creature? When I seize you, you shall wish for life, yet find none." Jiao Yangjian had never before been so disregarded. Zhou Yu's audacity to display disdain had already crossed a line deep within him. In his previous life, wielding both wealth and power, no one dared to oppose him. He commanded storms and committed every vice without consequence. Even when lives were lost, he always emerged unscathed, courtesy of his privileged father. Now, thrust into an otherworldly realm, his once protective father was no longer present. Yet, the cruelty and debauchery within Jiao Yangjian persisted, and whenever he encountered a woman, he yearned to unleash his malevolent nature, to ruthlessly trample upon them. Some individuals possess such a fade of composure, while their inner selves are grotesquely twisted and petty. Even mere neglect can severely wound another's pride, prompting them to resort to extreme measures for revenge. Jiao Yangjian exemplified this extremity. His affluent upbringing led him to regard others as mere animals, utterly dismissing ordinary people as beneath him. "Zhou Yu, I wonder if you will still be able to smile later." Jiao Yangjian silently vowed to inflict upon Zhou Yu a myriad of torments. "My dear friend, shall we strike a bargain? Depart and hand Zhou Yu over to us, and my 3 comrades, and I shall surely repay you handsomely." Lin Chi turned his gaze towards Yang Jian, assessing the situation. Currently, Yang Jian posed the greatest threat. Without his interference, subduing Zhou Yu would be a matter of mere moments. Let us forego the term friend, as not everyone is worthy of such a designation in my eyes. Upon hearing Lin Chi's words, Yang Jian promptly waved his hand in refusal, for he held a deep disdain for those who casually referred to others as friends. Often, such acquaintances sought to extract benefits from you once the term friend had been uttered. In his previous life, Yang Jian had attended countless banquets, encountering mostly those with duplicitous natures, today's drinking companions, tomorrow's business associates, where indeed were the true friends. They were merely acquaintances of convenience, driven by self-interest. It could be said that the word friend had been tarnished by the actions of such individuals. Do not be so hasty in your rejection. Take a moment to glance at the message panel before responding, Lin Chi remarked, unfazed by Yang Jian's reaction, sending him a message through the interface. Curiosity piqued within Yang Jian as he opened the panel, revealing the message Lin Chi had dispatched. Chapter 52, 1 against 4 before long. Yang Jian finished reading the private message from Lin Chi, his expression somewhat peculiar. "This brother of mine. As long as you do not meddle in our affairs with Zhou Yu, this weapon shall be yours, along with an additional 100 gold coins. No longer merely friends, but brothers instead." He then gazed at the attributes of the weapon. Withered wood longsword quality, blue durability. 120 remarks. A longsword crafted from withered wood by a master proficient in sword forging. It is exceptionally lightweight yet robust. Yang Jian scrutinized the details thoroughly, and upon confirming that the item offered was indeed a blue-grade longsword, his expression shifted to one of bemusement. Not merely a comrade. Yet this is what you present. A blue-grade? I expected some delightful surprise, but it seems you wish to dismiss me with this worthless trinket? It is no wonder Yang Jian felt this way. Previously, Su Jinghao had provided him with an impressive orange-grade blueprint, which had raised his expectations that Lin Qi might possess some orange-grade treasure as well. Unbeknownst to Lin Qi, Yang Jian's thoughts were far from his mind. At this moment, Lin Qi brimmed with confidence, convinced that Yang Jian would be enticed. After all, for a player, nothing is more captivating than a blue-grade weapon. Since the inception of the game, the majority of players have found themselves desperately lacking in weaponry, with only a few avenues available for acquisition. One method involves defeating wild monsters for drops. Yet this is quite challenging. Given the low levels of most players, few have managed to procure high-level equipment from such encounters. Alternatively, weapons can be crafted by collecting materials from blueprints exchanged in the shop, but this approach is often prohibitively expensive and fraught with low success rates. Lin Qi's blue-grade weapon was acquired from a high-level wild creature known as the Jumping Bear. Not only was it fully durable, but its attack power far surpassed that of the inferior white-grade equipment. With such a weapon in hand, the efficiency of hunting wild monsters increased exponentially. However, there existed a premise: few could resist temptation. This blue-grade weapon, placed in the system's marketplace, attracted numerous bidders willing to pay a handsome price. One player privately offered 1,000 gold coins, yet Lin Qi was reluctant to part with it. The mere act of exchanging it with Yang Jian was indeed a considerable sacrifice. Is this all you have to offer? Yang Jian's voice emerged from him, his gaze unwavering. Offer? What do you mean? Lin Qi's smile faltered, and he frowned at Yang Jian, surprised that a blue-grade weapon was insufficient. Had he underestimated his opponent's avarice? Enough. I shan't waste my breath on a frog at the bottom of a well like you. Since you've left me no choice but to refrain from action, I shall comply, though I advise you not to regret this decision. Yang Jian waved his hand nonchalantly, internally commanding Zhou Yu. These people are in your hands now. Manage them as you see fit. I shall not interfere. Thank you, my lord. Zhou Yu exclaimed with delight upon receiving the command. Her primary concern had been Yang Jian preventing her from seeking vengeance. After all, she could not defy his orders. Now that Yang Jian had spoken, granting her the freedom to act, she felt liberated to pursue her desires without constraint. Are you truly going to abstain from involvement? Lin Qi regarded Yang Jian, astonished by his sudden concession. Glancing back at the other three, a sense of understanding dawned upon Lin Qi. This fellow, realizing our numerical advantage, has been intimidated. To his astonishment, his first experience of conquering without conflict transpired in such a manner. Lin Qi, reflecting on whether to seize the moment and extort Yang Jian, was interrupted by Zhou Yu's sudden proclamation. Very well, now all of you shall meet your demise. A resounding echo reverberated in Lin Qi's mind, followed by an enveloping darkness. Zhou Yu. Before he could utter more, a shroud of darkness descended upon him, as shadowy hands emerged, tightly gripping his limbs and throat. How intriguing. Can he manifest the power of darkness? Yang Jian observed with keen interest, recognizing Zhou Yu's unique affinity for the control and application of shadowy forces, as if he possessed an innate talent for conjuring these dark hands without any formal training. Lin Qi, what is happening to you? Diao Yangjian sensed the gravity of the situation upon witnessing Lin Qi's predicament and immediately unleashed his skill. Sandstorm. Simultaneously, the other two sprang into action. One directed their skill at Zhou Yu, while the other targeted Yang Jian. The four had previously conspired to strike decisively at the first sign of trouble, and now was the opportune moment to act. Diao Yangjian's skill, Sandstorm, cast a veil of swirling sand to obscure the vision of the targeted foes, allowing for sustained casting. In mere moments, the visibility of Yang Jian and Zhou Yu was entirely shrouded by the rising storm of sand. Seizing the moment, Zhao Xiaoming and Zhang Yuanqi launched their assaults simultaneously. Flying Cloud Palm. Laser Cannon. Their attacks descended with the swiftness of lightning. How tedious. It's your turn. Yang Jian's impatient voice echoed within Zhou Yu's mind. By the time she sensed it, Yang Jian had already appeared in the distance. As you command, my lord. Zhou Yu turned, her expression impassive as she faced the swirling sands. With a swift motion, she raised her hand, conjuring a dark shield that intercepted the duo's attacks entirely. I am well acquainted with your techniques. A cold smile crept across Zhou Yu's face as she recognized the familiar moves. After all, she had once teamed up with these individuals and understood their methods of assault. Lin Qi, Are you unharmed? Taking advantage of the chaos wrought by the sands, Jiao Yangjian rushed to Lin Qi's side, rescuing him from peril. I am fine. Lin Qi, gasping for breath as he recovered from his near demise at the hands of those shadowy figures, was consumed by thoughts of vengeance. Continue unleashing the sandstorm. The four of us shall surround and annihilate these two. Understood. It was evident that Lin Qi and his companions remained oblivious to the fact that Yang Jian had already escaped. Within the tempest, only Zhou Yu remained. Flickering magic pebbles. Lin Qi unleashed his own spell, casting a circle of green, flickering magic pebbles into the swirling sands, only for them to be abruptly halted by the dark shield in the midst. Keep attacking. Do not relent. Zhou Yu's defensive skill had just been employed and could not hold for long. Lin Qi shouted, tossing a mana-restoring potion into his mouth before continuing to cast spells. Others similarly held the belief that merely incessantly unleashing skills would eventually wear down Zhou Yu and her companions. After all, the lava serpent had previously shattered Zhou Yu's light shield, and restoring it would require time, even if it were to be rejuvenated. How long could Zhou Yu sustain it with her magical energy? This was precisely why Lin Qi and his allies dared to act boldly. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Zhou Yu's light shield skill had undergone a mutation. Amidst the swirling sands, although Zhou Yu had lost sight of her four adversaries, she effortlessly deflected their skills with her suddenly manifested shadow shield. Is it a will battle? Zhou Yu mused, her eyes darting. She was acutely aware of Lin Qi's tactical approach, akin to the way they had previously encircled wild monsters in their attacks. Now, that wild monster was none other than Zhou Yu herself. While this strategy may be cliché, it proved remarkably effective. One person ensnared in the tempest of sand could hardly endure against the onslaught of attacks emerging from unknown origins. A direct arrow is easily evaded, yet a hidden dart is exceedingly difficult to defend against. The four had a profound understanding of this principle, and their combined assault was masterfully coordinated, unleashing lethal techniques from the outset. However, Lin Qi had evidently underestimated Zhou Yu's prowess. Chapter 53. You are not an unknown figure. Boom. 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 Another round of assaults descended, the waves of energy surging forth and stirring up a tumult of dust and debris. Amidst the swirling sands, Zhou Yuan remained utterly still, her dark shield standing resolutely beside her, safeguarding her from harm. The attacks of the four were rendered ineffectual against her, failing to inflict even the slightest injury. Suddenly, the Dark Shield's abilities, being specialized skills, significantly diminished the physical damage dealt by Lin Qi and his companions by an astounding 99. This should suffice. Lin Qi exhaled deeply. The continuous casting of skills had nearly depleted his mana, and his body was on the verge of exhaustion. Concurrently, the others also ceased their attacks. Having expended considerable energy during the bombardment, they were left wondering whether they had reduced Yang Jian and his group to mere rubble. After all, they had previously vanquished a level 3 elite wild bear through their combined prowess. Lin, your strikes are rather excessive. I fear those two may not have left behind a complete corpse, Jiao Yangjian remarked, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction, suspecting Lin Qi of intentionally delivering lethal blows. Although Yang Jian had been dealt with, Zhou Yu was also lost, leaving him bereft of enjoying her exquisite form. One must remain vigilant. Leniency invites peril. We cannot afford to hold back, Lin Qi retorted, casting a glance at Jiao Yangjian, mentally downgrading his intelligence. Even in such dire circumstances, he was preoccupied with thoughts of preserving a whole body. Did he not grasp the nature of battle? Such trivial thoughts were truly misguided. To guard against unforeseen changes, consume the blue potions and unleash another barrage, Lin Qi commanded resolutely. This is unnecessary, isn't it? Jiao Yangjian observed the other two individuals, who were consuming blue potions retrieved from their system panels, and promptly refrained from voicing his thoughts. The blue potion is indeed quite expensive, he muttered to himself, then also extracted a small vial of low-tier blue potion from the system and drank it. The low-tier blue potion, commonly referred to as a mana potion, restores a modest amount of mana and is among the few potions that players can redeem from the system panel. It costs 50 gold coins for a single vial, with no redemption limit. In addition to the basic mana potion, players can also redeem initial stamina and mental potions from the panel, which enhance stamina and mental strength. Currently, the only potions available for redemption are these three types. Higher tier potions will only be unlocked at elevated levels. For Jiao Yangjian, who earns merely 70 to 80 gold coins by defeating a wild monster, spending 50 gold coins on a single low-tier mana potion feels exorbitant. as it is nearly equivalent to the reward of defeating a creature without effort. What a fool, after completing this task with ample spoils. He is now lamenting the cost of potions? Observing Zhao Yangjian's miserly demeanor, Lin Qi could not help but inwardly chastise him for his short-sightedness. Although feeling displeased, Lin Qi still spoke up to maintain the atmosphere, urging, "Continue to output. We shall soon achieve victory." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, a voice suddenly echoed from behind. "You all." Lin Qi turned around to see the speaker was Su Jinghao, who was now able to stand. "Su Jinghao, do you wish to impede us?" Before Lin Qi could respond, his companion, Zhong Yuanqi, furrowed his brow and spoke first. "Consider carefully the consequences of opposing us." "No." Su Jinghao shook his head, yet retrieved a purple crystal bracelet, launching an attack amidst the swirling sands. "Once my objective is achieved, I shall claim that orange blueprint." Zhong Yuanqi and Zhao Xiaoming were momentarily taken aback. They had anticipated Su Jinghao would prevent the four of them from attacking Zhou Yu. But they never expected him to betray them and join in the assault on Zhou Yu, a turn of events they could not have foreseen. "Why?" Lin Qi inquired with curiosity. "Why would you turn against Zhou Yu?" "Why? For profit, of course." Su Jinghao replied nonchalantly. "That individual took from me an orange blueprint, and I am determined to reclaim it." The motive behind Su Jinghao's actions was straightforward. The orange blueprint. It was a document of exceptional quality, and whether another could be discovered in the novice area was uncertain. Having it snatched away by Yang Jian was something Su Jinghao could not accept. Though Yang Jian had saved his life, the nature of that transaction was akin to taking advantage of a crisis. There are no eternal friends, nor eternal enemies. Only perpetual interests. Morality pales in comparison to profit. Moreover, Su Jinghao and Yang Jian were meeting for the first time, and there was little emotional connection to speak of, leaving no room for guilt. Furthermore, Su Jinghao had already repaid his debt to Yang Jian, settling it with the orange blueprint. At the moment the transaction was concluded, neither party owed the other anything. After that, no one could justifiably prevent Su Jinghao from reclaiming the orange blueprint. As for Zhou Yu, he felt no sense of indebtedness whatsoever. After all, for her sake, I nearly lost my life, having done all that I could. Yet, at the moment of my impending demise, she did not speak up for me, allowing Yang Jian to witness my suffering without offering aid. Ultimately, it was Su Jinghao who produced the precious orange blueprint that salvaged my life. Zhou Yu's actions left Su Jinghao feeling both terrified and heartbroken, to a certain extent. He perceived himself as the one betrayed. From this moment forth, I shall live for myself. Having traversed the brink of life and death, Su Jinghao began to attain profound enlightenment. When one sacrifices for others or for righteousness, it is often oneself who bears the wounds and faces death. Why should I sacrifice myself to save another? Is my life not valuable? Su Jinghao found his previous actions to be exceedingly foolish. In his quest to save another, he sustained grave injuries, only to lose the precious blueprint in the end. What was the purpose of it all? Why was I treated in such a manner? Only through experiencing life and death, as well as despair, does one truly awaken. Su Jinghao is a testament to this truth. When you lie in a hospital bed, clinging to life, while your parents struggle to cover the medical expenses, can you still believe in the beauty of this world? When you toil endlessly, only to be met with illness and still find yourself on the layoff list, can you still maintain faith in the fairness of this world? It is only when faced with death that one realizes that one's life holds little value to others. Your existence is significant only to yourself and a select few, such as family, while everything else is devoid of worth. Oh, are you not afraid that we might eliminate Zhou Yu and then return to deal with you? Lin Qi observed Su Jinghao with keen interest. This sudden transformation in demeanor left him feeling somewhat perplexed, as the man before him was a stark contrast to the enthusiastic individual he had known. Just previously, Su had fought valiantly to protect Zhou Yu, sustaining grievous injuries in the process. How could he so readily betray them? You lack the strength, Su Jinghao replied dismissively. He had already discerned the frailty of Lin Qi and his companions. If I am not mistaken, you have exhausted your blue potions, nearing depletion, while I still possess mine. My condition is considerably superior to yours, and I have yet to unleash my berserk skill. Furthermore, I am well acquainted with your techniques. How intriguing, truly intriguing. Lin Qi's eyes darted as he pondered the veracity of Su Jinghao's claims. Su had seized this moment, clearly confident that the four of them would hesitate to confront him. Should they choose to attack Su, Zhou Yu might well endure, resulting in a scenario where the clam and the heron contend, leaving the fishermen to reap the benefits, an outcome Lin Qi wished to avoid. However, having meticulously orchestrated his plans for so long, Lin Chi was prepared for Su Zhenghao's potential counteraction. He had devised strategies specifically to guard against Su's capabilities, yet at this moment, he was reluctant to employ them. On one hand, it was indeed as Su had stated, he lacked absolute confidence in subduing him. On the other hand, his primary focus remained Zhou Yu and her companion Yang Jian. An unexpected adversary would complicate matters further. Moreover, Lin Chi had witnessed Su Zhenghao's prowess firsthand. He had boldly engaged the lava serpent while in a berserk state and was immune to wind and sand skills. In such circumstances, it would be exceedingly difficult to ensnare Su Zhenghao as he had with Zhou Yu. In our struggle, it is ultimately the outsiders who benefit. Peaceful negotiations would yield the most suitable outcome. My demands are modest. I merely wish to reclaim my blueprints, for they rightfully belong to me. And you would incur no loss, would you? Zhou Yu is already exhausted, posing no trouble. Rather, the man beside him is the true source of difficulty. It is precisely for this reason that I have chosen to intervene. That individual is merely a brute with no chance of resurgence now. You must be aware of my sincerity. At this juncture, Su Zhenghao spoke up. What are your thoughts? Lin Chi refrained from making an immediate decision, instead delegating the matter to the other three. I find it inconsequential. He seeks only his blueprints. Having one more friend is preferable to acquiring another enemy. I only desire Zhou Yu. Everything else is negotiable. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhong Yuanqi and the others swiftly provided their responses. They had witnessed Su Zhenghao's prowess. His rampaging skills counter the control abilities. Without other means of restraint, they would be left with no choice but to be relentlessly pursued by Su Zhenghao. Given our consensus, let us collaborate. Lin Chi understood the wisdom of yielding at opportune moments. There is little that cannot be discussed, but the stakes remain insufficient. In one moment, adversaries. In the next, comrades on the battlefield, such as the marvel of our world. Naturally, he would not place complete trust in Su Zhenghao should any disturbances arise. He would resort to his hidden tactics. In light of this, let us proceed. Su Zhenghao took the lead, activating the amethyst bracelet, perhaps in a bid to earn trust. He exerted his full strength from the outset. His exquisite blue-quality bracelet possesses a unique ability to unleash beams of energy, though it requires time to recharge. Fortunately, it is currently at full capacity. With this complete charge, its energy is potent enough to shatter a tree trunk as thick as a person's waist. Die. You who dared to steal my orange-quality blueprint. Fueled by an overwhelming sense of hatred, Su Zhenghao made his move. This guy. Lin Chi observed Su Zhenghao's assault, momentarily unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth, as if the opponent harbored a deep-seated vendetta. The intensity of such an attack would have easily vanquished 3 or 4 ordinary wild creatures. Realizing that Yang Jian might possess S-rank strength, Lin Chi couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Any S-rank individual, once fully developed, would undoubtedly become a formidable force. However, no matter how powerful one may be, carelessness can lead to downfall. To perish at my hands, you shall not be remembered as a nameless entity. Lin Chi held no illusions that an S-rank could withstand their encirclement, especially one that had yet to mature. Even with formidable capabilities, there would be no opportunity to demonstrate them. Farewell, leave behind your legacy, and I shall remember you. Lin Chi intensified his assault. Meanwhile, amidst the swirling sands, Zhou Yu found himself momentarily stunned. Chapter 54. Without reason, although Zhou Yu was enveloped by swirling sand, rendering her unable to hear the voices outside or discern the current situation, the sudden interception of the energy beam attack by the dark shield felt oddly familiar. Was this attack from Su Zhenghao? Zhou Yu was reluctant to believe it, yet the energy beam was unmistakable. She had witnessed Su Zhenghao wielding this very power before. It was one of his prized possessions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Zhou Yu counted the assaults directed at her, totaling 5, and her heart sank. Clearly, aside from Lin Chi and his 3 companions, there was yet another assailant targeting her. But who could it be? The answer loomed ominously. Impossible. Why would Su Zhenghao attack me? Zhou Yu felt a jolt of disbelief, unwilling to accept this grim reality. She struggled to comprehend the motive. What else could it be? For profit, perhaps. Yang Jian's voice echoed in her mind. As an observer, he grasped the situation with clarity. In a world where murder and plunder reign, what need is there for elaborate justifications? Life is starkly simple, survival of the fittest. The weak must either submit and relinquish everything or face the merciless slaughter by the strong. Do you not understand this yet? Master. Zhou Yu's expression wavered. In a single day, she had been betrayed twice, leaving her in a state of confusion. Sometimes, it takes time to truly recognize certain individuals. Handle it. This is tedious. Yang Jian dismissed Zhou Yu's turmoil, his patience waning. Very well. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Yu sprang into action. With a sudden shift in her thoughts, the luminous shield erupted with a dazzling black light, unleashing a violent wave that swiftly dispersed the swirling sands. Lin Qi and his companions, positioned closest to the storm, were caught off guard and obliterated before they could even react, meeting their untimely demise. Although Su Jinghao was farther away, he too could not evade the force of the colossal explosion, which knocked him down to a distant spot. In the span of a mere second, Zhou Yu concluded the confrontation. Why? Zhou Yu inquired, her gaze never straying to the four fallen, as she approached Su Jinghao. Why did you attack me? Why? Su Jinghao laughed maniacally, clutching his chest, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Half of his body lay in ruins, and the amethyst bracelet on the ground lay shattered, rendered utterly ineffective. Why did I save you, yet you still seek my orange-grade blueprints? Who will tell me why? His eyes bore into Zhou Yu with an intensity of pure hatred. Why do good deeds go unrewarded? He bellowed in despair. Zhou Yu met Su Jinghao's gaze, and a profound realization dawned upon her. After a lengthy pause, she spoke slowly. You did not rescue me. It was my master who saved me. On the contrary, you nearly shattered my luminous shield, plunging me into a more perilous situation. Your actions were entirely counterproductive. Su Jinghao fell silent, for her words rang true. He had indeed committed a grave error. Even though his intentions were noble, the outcome was still a misdeed, leaving him with no defense. If there is a next life, I shall not repeat this mistake. With that, Su Jinghao's head tilted to one side as he breathed his last. After living the majority of her life as a virtuous individual, she ultimately met this grim fate. Zhou Yu withdrew her gaze from Su Jinghao's lifeless form. Having taken action against her, he had become her adversary. Regardless of the reasons, she felt no compassion. This was a struggle for survival. If one fails to recognize this truth, defeat is inevitable. This was the lesson imparted to her by Yang Jian. Zhou Yu turned her attention to Lin Qi, the instigator who lay utterly defeated. Everything could be traced back to him, and at this moment, the long-standing grievances had finally reached their conclusion. After avenging her deep-seated enmity, Zhou Yu felt a profound sense of relief. One must act decisively. When you possess absolute certainty, it is best to strike promptly and with great force, Yang Jian remarked. Zhou Yu's indecisiveness had been her downfall. Had he been in her position, he would not have granted Lin Qi and his cohorts so much time. Thank you for your guidance, Zhou Yu responded respectfully, placing her right hand over her heart. Yang Jian paid her no heed and strode directly to Lin Qi and the others, his right palm radiating a brilliant glow. Moments later, the system's voice echoed. You have acquired the skill, Sandstorm Veil. You have acquired the skill, Cloud Soaring Palm. You have acquired the skill, Shimmering Pebble. You have acquired the skill, Ray Cannon. You have acquired the skill, Puppet Secret Art. The skills possessed by the four were all classified as C-level, rendering them of little value to Yang Jian, save for the Sandstorm Veil, which held some utility. When unleashed, it could conjure a tempest of sand to obscure and ensnare foes, and it could be employed at a distance. Let us depart, back to the novice village. Yang Jian glanced at the information on the panel, and as anticipated, the second wave of the beast tide was imminent. At that time, the novice village would be besieged by wild creatures. Moreover, once the second wave commenced, the protective buff over the novice village would dissipate, resulting in a diminished suppression of the beasts, rendering the impending tide far more terrifying than the first. Yang Jian was not particularly concerned about the safety of the novice players. Their lives were of little consequence to him. His haste to return to the novice village was motivated by the fact that the upcoming beast tide would feature high-ranking elite monsters, and perhaps even a beast leader. Presently, Yang Jian found hunting low-level monsters unsatisfactory. To expedite his ascendant levels, he needed to seek out those formidable foes. Additionally, defeating high-level monsters presented a greater chance of acquiring superior equipment. With his current prowess, elite monsters below level 8, such as the previously encountered lava giant serpent, posed no threat to him. Only beast leaders above level 10 could inflict any significant damage. I must expedite my leveling. Should I attain the highest level by the conclusion of the beast tide, a treasure chest reward awaits, a blessing from the novice village. Yang Jian had learned from Yi that the leveling rewards in the novice village were fixed, and the top 3 players at the highest level following the first and second waves of the beast tide would be bestowed with treasure chests. Although Yang Jian believed no one could surpass his leveling speed, who could predict the future? Perhaps someone had already surpassed him in levels, merely hiding their prowess. Yang Jian never considered himself the sole genius. Those who harbor such thoughts have likely never endured the harsh realities of society. Even if your talent is exceptionally rare, there exist countless individuals who share similar abilities. What is there to take pride in? Yang Jian currently possesses a first-mover advantage, and to maintain his lead, he must acquire experience more swiftly than others, such as by defeating elite wild creatures. Engaging in combat with monsters is an inevitable topic for players seeking to level up. This holds true for everyone. Yang Jian is certain that numerous players are already in the novice village, preparing for the impending second wave of beast onslaught. These individuals are the elite who survived the first wave, incomparable to those who faltered during that initial onslaught. The thought of contending for resources among such a formidable group exhilarates Yang Jian. Battling wild creatures has never been without its perils. One must not only confront the threats posed by the monsters, but also guard against ambushes from other players lurking behind. However, danger is always relative. Catastrophe marks the end for the weak, yet serves as a stepping stone for the strong. Let me witness how many levels this beast tide can elevate me. After inspecting the spoils of war, Yang Jian set forth, accompanied by Zhou Yu, toward the novice village. Shortly after Lin Qi's departure, on the other side, in the Silent Valley, a woolly mammoth stood by the riverbank, engrossed in drinking from a nearby stream. Its long trunk curled up, dipping into the water, savoring the moment with a serene expression. Not far from the mammoth, within the grass by the stream, two small eyes suddenly sparkled, and a girl's voice whispered softly, "Hush! Be quiet, little blue. Do you see that little elephant? Soon, you must go and devour it." The girl's figure was diminutive, concealed within the grass where no one could detect her presence, having observed the woolly mammoth for quite some time. Beside her stood a half-meter-long blue-eyed snake, flicking its tongue. Upon hearing her, it gazed at the girl with a look of utter dismay, as if to say, "Me? Eat the woolly mammoth? Surely you jest. It is 10 times my size. Fear not, little blue, I have faith in your abilities." With that, the girl once more bestowed upon little blue the invigorating skill of snake encouragement. This girl was none other than Sun Xiaoxiao, who had been driven away by Yang Jian on that fateful day. After enduring Yang Jian's torment, she resolved to seek out an elite snake to exact her revenge. Little Blue was the elite serpent she had recently managed to tame, boasting a commendable level of 3, with formidable strength not to be underestimated. Under the influence of the encouragement skill, Little Blue's eyes shimmered, its body quivered, radiating a crimson glow, and its combat prowess surged dramatically, brimming with fervor. Yet, this state lasted but a fleeting second before its energy swiftly waned. Little Blue looked at Sun Xiaoxiao, its expression one of grievance as it flicked its tongue once more. "Oh dear, Little Blue, what is the matter with you? You are utterly useless. How could you, an elite snake, bring such shame upon our kind?" Sun Xiaoxiao pouted, her expression one of frustration. Each time she employed the encouragement skill on Little Blue, it would falter, losing its vigor within a mere second, devoid of any fighting spirit. Initially, Sun Xiaoxiao believed that the opponent was a formidable elite serpent, expending considerable effort to ensnare it, only to discover it was nothing more than a worthless creature, rendering her efforts futile. "Xiaolan, I insist we capture that woolly mammoth today, otherwise you shall not dine tonight," Sun Xiaoxiao exclaimed, shaking Xiaolan by the neck, causing her eyes to cross in confusion. After speaking, she raised her right hand, preparing to employ her serpentine encouragement once more. At that moment, Xiaolan seemed to sense something amiss, swiftly slipping away to hide behind Sun Xiaoxiao's neck. "Oh dear Xiaolan, how can you be even more timid than I?" Sun Xiaoxiao cried out in exasperation. Just then, a distant rumble echoed, and a colossal lava serpent charged towards them with great force. Chapter 55, A Good Child of Mother Boom. The sound reverberated, shaking the very ground beneath. A colossal serpent. How could such a creature exist here? As soon as Sun Xiaoxiao discerned what was barreling toward her, a chill ran down her spine. It was an enormous serpent, and in comparison, the fleeing mammoth seemed no larger than a water buffalo next to a cup. "Run!" At that critical moment, it was Xiaolan who jolted Sun Xiaoxiao from her stupor. Without a second thought, she hurriedly dove into the nearest thicket. Almost the instant Sun Xiaoxiao fled, the molten lava serpent surged forward, reducing the very spot she had just occupied to mere rubble. One could scarcely imagine that had she hesitated for even a heartbeat longer, she would have been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. "Xiaolan, you saved me." Sun Xiaoxiao, brimming with gratitude for her narrow escape, pressed her face against Xiaolan, her eyes welling up with tears of emotion. Xiaolon gasped for breath, nearly suffocated by the fervent embrace, though fortunately, Sun Xiaoxiao released her in time. Casting a glance at her seemingly inept master, Xiaolon felt a profound sense of irony. She mused on how she had narrowly avoided death by the serpent's attack, only to be nearly suffocated by Sun Xiaoxiao instead. Reflecting on her previous eagerness for a piece of meat that had led to their bond, sorrow welled within her. If only she had resisted the temptation of that roasted meat, she might be nestled in their lair right now, resting and gaining levels without the need to toil in such perilous endeavors. Contemplating the uncertain future that lay ahead, Xiaolon suddenly perked up, flicking her tongue with determination. If it weren't for me, we would have met our end here. From now on, you shall heed my commands in our endeavors, understand? Regrettably, Sun Xiaoxiao could not comprehend the language of serpents. Little Blue chattered incessantly, yet she understood not a single word. It seemed that the commotion had subsided. As the distant sounds gradually faded, Sun Xiaoxiao grew bolder, peering out from the thicket and stretching her neck to gaze into the distance. After a brief glance, her eyes widened in astonishment. A colossal lava serpent had collided with a boulder and come to a halt, its body now motionless. Is this serpent? A sudden spark of inspiration ignited within Sun Xiaoxiao. At that moment, Little Blue, connected through their pet contract, felt a tightening in her chest and turned to Sun Xiaoxiao, gripped by an ominous premonition. Could it be? As expected, Sun Xiaoxiao patted Little Blue on the shoulder and declared, "Little Blue, it's your turn to take action. Go and check on your fellow countrymen." Upon hearing this, Little Blue nearly bristled with indignation. Why must it always be me? Why don't you go yourself? And what fellow countrymen? I have no acquaintance with such a creature. Do you think every snake you encounter is a compatriot? This time, no amount of persuasion could convince Little Blue to comply. Not only was that serpent several times her size, capable of crushing her with a mere twist of its body, but the notion of a fellow countryman was absurd. She had witnessed snakes devouring their own kind with a voracious appetite, and she had no desire to become someone else's delicacy. Oh, dear Little Blue, why are you so timid? Sun Xiaoxiao lamented, on the verge of tears. How had she ended up with such a cowardly serpent? Unable to accomplish anything, not even daring to scout ahead. Perhaps Sun Xiaoxiao had forgotten that the last serpent, which had shown no fear, had been torn asunder by Yang Jian and discarded in some forgotten corner. The astute Little Blue serpent, unlike its lesser counterparts, does not recklessly charge into danger. There seems to be no alternative. I must take action. Sun Xiaoxiao is perplexed as to why she cannot command the Little Blue serpent, perhaps due to its rarity among serpents. However, the pressing matter at hand is not this. A massive serpent lies before her, and it seems unreasonable to simply overlook it. The Little Blue serpent had no intention of becoming embroiled in such affairs, yet with Sun Xiaoxiao already in motion, it had no choice but to follow suit. The two approached the colossal lava serpent with an air of hesitation. Is it injured? As she drew near, Sun Xiaoxiao immediately noticed a significant patch of scales missing from the back of the lava serpent, the vibrant red of blood startling her. Who could have inflicted such a wound? Through the analysis provided by her interface, Sun Xiaoxiao learned that the lava serpent was an elite level 8 wild beast, a paragon among its kind. How could such a creature sustain injuries? It appears that this region's wild beasts are truly formidable. Sun Xiaoxiao did not allow her thoughts to drift towards the possibility of human involvement in her mind. Only another elite wild beast could possess the capability to harm an 8-level elite. As for players, that seemed implausible. It was inconceivable that anyone could ascend to such levels so swiftly, even if one were to reach level 8. Defeating a serpent towering 5 or 6 heads above a human would be utterly impossible. As if sensing Sun Xiaoxiao's presence, the lava serpent slowly turned, causing the ground to tremble with a low rumble. Its enormous head, brimming with vigilance, fixed its gaze upon her, its two crimson eyes glowing like lanterns. Before unleashing a thunderous roar, a deafening roar reverberated through the air, and the fierce winds expelled from the serpent's maw nearly toppled Sun Xiaoxiao to the ground. Fear not, little serpent. You are injured, and I have come to aid in your healing. Sun Xiaoxiao struggled to maintain her balance, her right hand casting a healing spell upon the colossal serpent's wounds. This was a newly acquired skill, capable of restoring the vitality of rare serpents. However, its limitation lay in the fact that it could only rejuvenate the life force of rare snakes, leaving ordinary ones untouched. Initially, the lava giant serpent remained exceedingly vigilant. But as it felt the healing energy enveloping its wounds, its tense demeanor gradually eased. Fool, look at you. A mere touch of healing has won your favor. Truly pathetic, thought Little Blue, swelling with pride as it sensed the bloodline connection, revealing that the lineage of this lava giant serpent was considerably inferior to its own. Despite the serpent's imposing size, it was clear that strength of bloodline did not correlate with physical stature. A sense of superiority began to bloom within Little Blue. All beings are equal beneath me, while those beneath me are strictly categorized. This principle was particularly applicable within the realm of wild creatures. It is all right, little serpent. I am Sun Xiaoxiao, a human snake tamer, and I wish to be your friend. Her tone was gentle, soothing the lava giant serpent. Her skill inherently radiated a charm that naturally drew serpentine creatures closer. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The lava giant serpent fully relaxed, as if beckoning for further healing. Fear not. Little serpent, rest easy. I will ensure your complete recovery. Sun Xiaoxiao retrieved a low-level magical potion, took a sip, and then cast another healing spell. This skill is indeed remarkable, yet it is excessively draining, requiring the consumption of an entire potion with each use. After casting the serpent's healing 4 consecutive times, the lava serpent finally calmed down, resting its head gently before Sun Xiaoxiao, permitting her to caress it. Everything will be all right, my dear child. Your wounds have been healed by your mother, she reassured soothingly. Sun Xiaoxiao adeptly stroked the serpent's head, only to hastily retract her hand as she felt its scorching heat, akin to molten rock. After all, it had spent its entire day submerged in magma. She merely brushed against it for appearance's sake before retrieving a piece of serpent bait from her inventory. Here is a snack for you. Do indulge, as it will help restore your strength. Nearby, Xiaolan was taken aback by the sight of the bait. Harboring serious doubts about whether she had been lured in by Sun Xiaoxiao using the same tactic, the lava serpent obediently opened its mouth and swallowed the bait. And at that moment, Sun Xiaoxiao initiated the serpent domination to commence its taming. Once you awaken, my little darling, you shall be a good child for your mother. From now on, you shall be named Dahong. Chapter 56. The Naval Forces O. In the midst of a rapid dash, Yang Jian suddenly halted. Glancing back at Zhou Yu. Unlike Yang Jian, Zhou Yu was now somewhat breathless, his complexion flushed. Though Zhou Yu did not outwardly express it. Yang Jian understood that if they continued running, he might soon be unable to keep up. Forget it. You and I are not the same. They had been running for quite some time, perhaps for a full 2 hours. Zhou Yu, after all, did not possess the benefits of the rapid march. Relying solely on his enhanced physique, he found it somewhat strenuous to match Yang Jian's pace. You should rest for a while. I will return shortly. Without allowing for any objection, Yang Jian left Zhou Yu behind, vanishing from sight. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared several hundred meters away. The rapid march is truly remarkable. After disengaging from combat, it boosts my movement speed by 30. With this skill, I scarcely expend any stamina. Yang Jian had completely forgotten from whom he had acquired this ability, but he knew for certain that it was exceptionally useful. Casually, he opened the system panel and navigated to the player chat channel. It had been quite some time. He wondered how the novice village had transformed. He had been away for long enough that it was possible the village had undergone a complete metamorphosis during his absence. With a thought, he switched to the chat channel of player 1124, and immediately, a flurry of angry messages filled the screen. Damn it, Li Yuan. You are going too far. Are you trying to make it impossible for all of us to play? Li Yuan, how dare you launch a sneak attack on us and steal our monsters? Beware of the wrath of heaven. Li Yuan, you better wait. Next time, I shall teach you a severe lesson. Li Yuan. Yang Jian swiftly scanned through the messages and discovered that players were unanimously cursing one individual, Li Yuan. Li Yuan? That name sounds somewhat familiar. Yang Jian pondered. There were few individuals who left a lasting impression on him, and Li Yuan was precisely one of them. The Predator, an S-class skill. Yang Jian recalled that he had obtained an S-class skill, Predator, from Li Yuan, which allowed him to directly slay prey below a certain percentage of health. Is it him? Why is everyone berating him? Curiosity piqued. Yang Jian wondered how, during his brief absence, Li Yuan had become the target of collective ire. He vaguely remembered that Li Yuan had seemingly formed some sort of alliance, which had garnered a fairly decent reputation, driven by curiosity. Yang Jian continued to scroll through the historical messages. Most of the messages were from the novice village number 1124, and each one bore the identifier of 1124 following its publication. After perusing the historical messages, Yang Jian began to piece together the circumstances, his expression turning somewhat peculiar. It turned out that the reason behind the uproar was Li Yuan's exploitation of his skill to seize monsters from others. To put it simply, he was KSing. Whenever a player reduced a monster's health to below half, Li Yuan would strike without hesitation, regardless of whether they belonged to the same faction or not. He would claim their kills indiscriminately. Did he not fear incurring the wrath of the masses? Yang Jian found it rather perplexing. Players were not fools, and being robbed of their resources would surely incite a collective fury, leading them to unite against Li Yuan, which would spell his doom. As he continued reading, he was utterly astounded. Not only did Li Yuan seize the wild monsters, but he also committed acts of murder. Furthermore, he had sycophants to speak on his behalf. Historical records indicated that Li Yuan not only pilfered wild monsters, but also attacked other players. If he discovered a player with health below 50%, he would strike mercilessly, eliminating them without hesitation. He reaped the experience from wild monsters while dispatching players with equal ferocity. Indeed, this fellow had turned his aggression towards others. Yang Jian was taken aback. He had contemplated this possibility long ago. What if Li Yuan adopted a predator's approach towards players? The answer was now crystal clear. There was no escape. Once preyed upon, one could not evade the inevitable demise. The predator's skill was exceedingly overpowered, effective against players as well. Having commenced his assaults on players, how would the denizens of the novice village react? Yang Jian continued to peruse the historical messages to gauge other sentiments towards Li Yuan. To his surprise, Li Yuan's reputation was not universally condemned. Instead, it was sharply divided. Survival of the fittest prevailed. Li Yuan was not in the wrong. Those lacking capability ought to be eliminated. Li Yuan's actions in eliminating players are motivated by a concern for our collective interests. Resources are finite. Every depletion signifies a loss, and with fewer competitors, we stand to gain a greater share. Moreover, Li Yuan does not indiscriminately take lives. His targets are those who have previously wronged our alliance. Surely, you have contemplated this as well, seizing others' resources. Now that Li Yuan has acted upon this notion, and you have reaped the benefits, are you still unsatisfied? The injured players are merely burdens, encumbering your team. Listen closely, all of you. If you wish to avoid demise, do not oppose Lord Li Yuan. Otherwise, do not blame us for our ruthless actions. Numerous messages defending Li Yuan abound, often presented from peculiar perspectives, laden with fallacious reasoning. Claims that Li Yuan's killings are justified or beneficial to the greater good, and assertions that he has aided in vanquishing troublesome wild beasts, thus conserving our stamina, are rampant. Yang Jian only needs to engage in a modicum of contemplation to discern the underlying truth. The defenders of Li Yuan are likely affiliates within his alliance. Only when interests are intertwined do they rally in his support. Otherwise, these individuals would be utterly devoid of sense. In the past, many have made absurd proclamations on certain platforms, fomenting strife between genders, inciting physical confrontations, marketing fan bases, and launching cyberbullying campaigns against professional players. Has Yang Jian not witnessed enough of this? All are orchestrated by hired hands from entertainment firms and media companies, seeking to buy headlines. Once a topic gains traction, it attracts viewership, and with viewership comes profit. As for the veracity of such claims, those individuals are indifferent. As long as the money flows, that is all that matters. After all, in this world, the truth is the least valuable commodity. It is evident that those who currently speak on behalf of Li Yuan and attempt to whitewash his actions are individuals with vested interests. Those who rely on Li Yuan for their sustenance. It is indeed foolish to believe that the players Li Yuan has eliminated were merely his enemies. Yang Jian scoffed at this notion, finding the attempt to exonerate Li Yuan utterly ridiculous. Those who subscribe to such beliefs would likely face dire consequences time and again. The act of seizing monsters is one thing. To label it as enmity is laughable. Today, one may be branded an enemy, and tomorrow, another. As long as they wish it, anyone can be deemed an adversary. Ultimately, the designation of enemy rests solely upon their whims. Those who believe themselves immune from being Li Yuan's foes may soon find themselves regretting their naivety if Li Yuan were to come for them. His tactics are indeed ruthless, employing hired hands to sow discord among other players. Some unsuspecting individuals may genuinely believe Li Yuan's assertions, thinking themselves unaffected, only to suffer greatly in the end. The presence of so many sycophants advocating for Li Yuan suggests that he is indeed willing to share his spoils with the alliance. Yang Jian discerned this manipulation, recognizing the existence of a cohort of sycophantic supporters. Yet, he could not help but smirk inwardly. These sycophants are currently basking in their perceived triumph, but soon enough, they shall face their reckoning. Li Yuan, do not overstep your bounds. Do you truly fear no repercussions for your actions? Enough is enough. I shall confront you. One player, enraged after Li Yuan's crystal arrow snatched away his silver-brown steed, could no longer contain his fury and prepared to strike back at Li Yuan.